Chapter 1301. Why are there so many? Xiaohua looked at the various talisman brushes and other items and couldn't help but reveal his stinginess, and he felt slightly dazzled. Xiaohua pretended to ponder as his gaze roamed through these talisman papers for a long time, and then he said with a smile, "Senior, seems to have never introduced the price to me." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, then he reluctantly stepped forward and pointed with his finger as he said with a smile, "Even though my talisman refining school isn't large, we've always conducted fair transactions. These talisman papers, talisman brushes and talisman ink are the same price as the other shops in Jingbua City. Since fellow Taoist isn't at ease, then I'll carefully explain it to you." After that his gaze swept past Xiaohua as he said, "This low-grade talisman paper costs 100 low-grade spirit stones per piece, mid-grade talisman paper costs 10 low-grade spirit stones per piece, and high-grade talisman paper costs 1 low-grade spirit stone per piece. Over there, a piece of low-grade talisman ink costs 1 low-grade spirit stone, a piece of mid-grade talisman ink costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and as for high-grade talisman ink, 1 high-grade spirit stone can only be exchanged for 1 piece." "Oh, so expensive?" Xiaohua was slightly surprised as he never imagined that the price of talisman ink would be so outrageous. "Then talisman brushes?" The middle-aged man's tone was indifferent. "Talisman brushes, low-grade talisman brushes cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per piece, mid-grade talisman brushes cost 20 mid-grade spirit stones per piece, and high-grade talisman brushes cost 10 high-grade spirit stones per piece." This? Xiaohua was depressed. He'd just obtained close to 20 mid-grade spirit stones and felt that his pockets were already plentiful, so he had the courage to enter the yellow talisman shop. But he never imagined that it was only more expensive and not the most expensive. Thinking about it, those 100-year-old spirit herbs of his couldn't even compare to these talisman ink and talisman brushes. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaohua remain silent. Then he thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, perhaps you want to rely on refining yellow talismans to make a breakthrough in your cultivation? However, talisman crafting isn't comparable to cultivation. These talisman papers, talisman ink and talisman brushes all require the calm refinement of my talisman refining school's disciples. Especially the high-grade talisman brushes and ink. They're the painstaking efforts of the elders and seniors of my school. If they're sold cheaply, then how can we face our seniors? If fellow Taoist is curious, then there's no harm in purchasing some low-grade spirit stones. Then you can carefully ask the masters of the school's talisman crafting. Perhaps you'll make some progress and it's beneficial to your cultivation." Then the middle-aged man turned as if he didn't intend to pay any more attention to Xiaohua. "Senior." Xiaohua immediately called out to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "I want to buy some low-grade talisman paper, talisman ink and talisman brushes. Senior, please help me choose. This is my first time crafting talismans." "Okay. What attribute is to talisman Taoist? Teet BBB refined Taoist. Xiao teet speak. Spirit stones to the time to the inn." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then pointed at several places and said, "This talisman paper, this talisman ink, and this talisman brush, they're quite suitable for crafting spirit stones." After he finished speaking, he hesitated a little and said, "Actually, if fellow Taoist is purely curious, then why don't you first buy some talisman papers with no attribute and ask the seniors of your school for advice? You can practice refining some simple messaging talismans first. Once you're proficient in refining, then you can refine low-grade fireball talismans. Only then, you won't waste these talisman crafting materials." "Thank you, Senior. Junior already has some talisman papers, enough to refine messaging talismans. Senior, please help me choose some." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Then how many do you intend to buy?" Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, the middle-aged man asked. "Junior asked for a mid-grade spirit stone from my master. Senior, please give it to me." Xiaohua naturally wouldn't choose it himself, so he could only leave it to the middle-aged man. At this moment, the people in the shop had already put the yellow talismans they bought into their storage pouches and were in the process of handing over the spirit stones. The middle-aged man had no choice but to personally choose the talisman papers for Xiaohua, a second-layer qi refining cultivator. Xiaohua was also a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't understand these things. Moreover, successfully crafting fireball talismans was related to whether or not he could join Heaven Forsaken, so he couldn't be careless. The middle-aged man's movements were very fast. In a short moment he finished selecting the items and handed them over, saying, "Fellow Taoist, take a look and see if they're suitable." Xiaohua smiled and received them, then put them into his storage pouch. He took out a mid-grade spirit stone and handed it back, saying, "I'll have to trouble Senior. If it wasn't for the fact that Junior doesn't understand, I definitely wouldn't dare to trouble you." No matter. Seeing Xiaohua being so respectful, the man didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, smiled at Xiaohua, then turned around and left. The second layer qi refining boy had already sent off the customers. He turned around and quickly walked in front of Xiaohua. He cupped his hands and said, "Is there anything else I can do for fellow Taoist?" Looking at this boy who was younger than him but also had a higher cultivation level, Xiaohua's expression really didn't look too good. He cupped his hands and said embarrassedly, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, there's nothing else. I'll see fellow Taoist out." The boy was still polite. He didn't show the slightest bit of arrogance just because Xiaohua's cultivation level was lower than his. Xiaohua smiled and walked out of the shop. Just as he walked halfway, he suddenly frowned. He turned around and asked, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if your shop is buying refined yellow talismans?" The boy stared blankly. Vigilance appeared on his face. He first shook his head, but then he turned around and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change. He raised his eyelids and said, "My humble shop sells yellow talismans. We naturally won't accept ordinary low-grade or mid-grade yellow talismans. If there's a senior in your sect who refined high-grade yellow talismans, I might consider it." The middle-aged man clearly regarded Xiaohua as a disciple of a cultivation sect with a senior who knew how to refine talismans. And Xiaohua slightly nodded. He was extremely disappointed in his heart. He secretly said, I just want to earn some copper coins to spend. Why is it so hard?" "Copper coins?" Xiaohua immediately stared blankly. "It should be broken spirit stones. If fellow Taoist has a high-grade talisman, there's no harm in showing it to my master. Maybe he'll give you a good price." The boy saw Xiaohua was silent and said with a smile, "Oh, generally speaking, how many spirit stones is a high-grade yellow talisman worth?" Xiaohua casually asked while walking. "It's hard to say. It also depends on the attribute of the yellow talisman." The boy also casually replied, "If it's a fireball talisman, freezing talisman, or other offensive yellow talismans, it's around 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones. If it's a defensive yellow talisman like an iron cloak talisman or a Vajra talisman, it's around 1 to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. This depends on the quality of the yellow talisman." "I understand." Xiaohua silently nodded. His grand plan of relying on making yellow talismans to make a fortune was completely sealed. How sad. It seems that I can only use spirit herbs to exchange for spirit stones. After leaving the yellow talisman shop, the sky had already darkened. There weren't too many people on the street. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly walked towards the inn. However, he hadn't walked a few steps when he met a person wearing a strange cloak. He very abruptly appeared from the side, giving Xiaohua a fright. He immediately stopped and carefully stood to the side. Only after that person left did Xiaohua slightly tilt his head. He looked at the somewhat fuzzy back and muttered, "Why did we meet again? What did you meet, little fellow?" A very wooden voice sounded from behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and jumped up. When he turned around to look, a cloaked person appeared behind him like a ghost. Junior saw that it was already late and hurriedly ran towards the inn. But just now I saw a senior who looked like you very calmly coming to the street, so I was extremely astonished." Xiaohua stuttered and didn't hide anything. "And quickly hide back in the inn, little fellow." The cloaked person laughed loudly. His body suddenly floated up and quickly flew forward. Isn't flying prohibited?" Xiaohua was stunned. However, he only had doubts in his heart. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly returned along the road he came from. He knew that he couldn't remember the direction. If it was even late at night, it would be even more difficult to find the inn. Fortunately, the few shops recommended by the waiter were not far away. Xiaohua also didn't have to spend too much effort to return to the inn. Once he entered the inn, Xiaohua hurriedly looked for the waiter. Unfortunately, the one who met him wasn't Fan Riguan but another waiter. "Senior Immortal. Do you need a place to stay?" The waiter warmly welcomed him. "Oh, I have already stayed. But where's Fan Riguan?" Xiaohua looked up and asked. "Oh, Senior Immortal must be Taoist Master Xiao." The waiter's face was full of smiles as he said, "Brother Fan has an urgent matter at home today. It just so happens that a Senior Immortal is going to take a shuttle to the west side of the city tonight. He earnestly asked that Senior Immortal to bring him home. Oh right, before he left, Brother Fan also told me to properly serve Taoist Master Xiao. Does Taoist Master Xiao have any business?" "Oh no." Xiaohua slapped his forehead. Was there even a need to say it? This Fan Riguan must have been impatient after receiving Xiaohua's parasol pill. He couldn't wait until tomorrow to rush home. "When did Fan Riguan leave?" Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. "I'm afraid it was an hour ago. That was because the sky wasn't dark yet." And Xiaohua's heart chilled. From what he heard, that was the time when he had just left the inn. Ah, what a coincidence. Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. "I hope it's his fellow Taoist," Liang said. "The medicinal effect of this parasol pill can be endured by the physique of a mortal. Admittedly, the parasol pill can only heal injuries and can't treat Fan Riguan's mother's illness. However, it can't take her life. Taoist Master Xiao, do you have business with Brother Fan?" The waiter was very quick-witted. He smiled apologetically and said, "The Senior Immortal who went to the west side of the city will return at noon tomorrow. Brother Fan should also be coming back with him. If it's not urgent, Taoist Master Xiao can wait until noon tomorrow." "If it's urgent, there's no harm in telling me." It's fine, Xiaohua waved his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He stopped and said, "That's right, just now I saw a lot of people wearing cloaks on the street. What's up with these cloaks?" Chapter 1302. Cloak. The waiter was stunned at first, then he understood and smiled. "That cloak is used by the immortals. How would I know what it is? I only know a little bit about its origin." "Please enlighten me." Xiaohua cupped his hands. "Oh, I wouldn't dare. Taoist Master Xiao, you're too polite." The waiter had obviously never received such courtesy and was very flattered. He quickly bowed and said, "This cloak is used by the immortals to hide their identity. Taoist Master Xiao must know that in this Jinghua city, there are disciples under City Lord Lu to protect the safety of the city. All the immortals are not allowed to fight. As soon as they are discovered, they will immediately send out a law enforcement team to punish them. If their cultivation is high, City Lord Lu and Old Ancestor Mu may have to personally take action. In that case, no matter how high the immortals' cultivation is, they will still have to take their lives." So that's how it is." Xiaohua nodded slightly. No wonder Qing Fengmin and the others were so careful outside Jinghua City. As soon as they entered Jinghua City, they immediately dared to speak loudly and were not afraid of anything. With two Miduanying stage-old monsters keeping watch here, no one would dare to mess around. However, was that really the case? Xiaohua unconsciously thought of Lan Li Sec's third elder, Taoist Master Mingzhua. The waiter continued, "Although no one is causing trouble in Jinghua City, but if the immortals are targeted by other immortals, they will still have the opportunity to catch up to them once they leave Jinghua City. Therefore the best way is to not be targeted. Therefore our country Shi's Qiqiao sect refined this cloak specially used by the immortals. Oh Taoist Master Xiao, this cloak has a nice name, it's called Mystic Cloak. With this Mystic Cloak, no matter what you do, no one will be able to tell who you are. I heard that the immortals have different cultivation levels, but only the immortals with high cultivation levels can see through the cultivation of the immortals with low cultivation levels. As for their faces and such, it is still extremely difficult to see clearly." Qiqiao sect. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Is that one of the three major cultivation sects in the country of Xi? Taoist Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. It's that 7 skills sect. Even my Jinghua city doesn't dare to neglect them. The waiter gave a thumbs up as if Xiaohua was truly experienced and knowledgeable. Jinghua city 7 skills sect. Xiaohua abruptly came to a realization and said to himself, "This Isn't Jinghua City the same as a cultivation sect and a cultivation clan, an existence? What was the difference between a city, a grand formation, and the Yellow Flower Ridge and the sect protection grand formation? It was just that the form was a little different. This Jinghua City wasn't just a little bit stronger than Shanghuaming and Hundred Herbs Gate. For such a huge city like Jinghua City to be so wary of the three major sects of the country of Shi, then, just how powerful are the three major sects? Of course, with the emergence of this maze, many sects have also introduced their own maze. However, the purpose is the same but the effect is very different. Hearing this, Xiaohua's ears perked up, but at this time the waiter started to show off again. Taoist Master Xiao, you don't know. Previously, there was an immortal elder in my inn who did not listen to this little one's advice and bought a shabby one for a cheap price. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This waiter was much more talkative than Fan Riguan. He talked for a long time, only talking about the different functions and advantages of the different Mai Ming, and also showing off his own recommendations. However, he didn't mention the price of the Mai Ming or where to buy it. After waiting for a long time, Xiaohua could not bear it anymore. He coughed twice and said, "Brother waiter, I am tired. Let's not listen to this for now. Let's talk again tomorrow when we have time." As he spoke, he walked inside. Ah! The waiter was stunned and chased after him. "This little one is not finished yet." That Xiaohua suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly. His face was expressionless as he said, "Is there anything else? Waiter." The waiter looked at Xiaohua's face and suddenly shuddered. He retreated 2 steps and waved his hand saying, "No, this little one has nothing else to say. Please rest." Xiaohua slightly snorted, then turned around and walked to the door of the room. He stuck the yellow talisman on the door and the restriction on the room opened. Xiaohua stepped inside and a faint light flashed and the door disappeared again, leaving behind the waiter who was looking at him in a panic. After a long while he finally left in embarrassment. "Sigh, people are the most greedy. How can this little one not understand what this waiter is thinking?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly in the room and said to himself, "This Fan Riguan is also too much. If you want to leave, just leave. He even said to let this guy serve me well. Isn't this clearly telling him that I gave you the medicinal pill? How can this guy not covet it? Sometimes you can't be a good person." Xiaohua was quite uncomfortable. After calming his heart, Xiaohua took out the newly purchased foreshadowing brush, talisman ink and talisman paper from his storage pouch. He also placed the talisman paper that Ma Qingqing gave him on the ground. Looking at the restriction that had been activated all around the room, Xiaohua took out the fireball talisman booklet that Qing Fengmin gave him. After he carefully read the refining method of the fireball talisman in the booklet, he wrinkled his brows and put the booklet away. Sigh, no wonder. Senior Qing still wants to find a talisman maker to examine it. Refining the fireball talisman and refining the transmitting talisman are 2 completely different things. Refining the fireball talisman requires a talisman brush, talisman ink and talisman paper. Refining the transmitting talisman only requires talisman paper. Even if I can easily refine the transmitting talisman, it can only mean that I have some talent in making yellow talismans. It simply doesn't mean that I can refine yellow talismans. Thinking, Xiaohua took one of the talisman papers that Ma Qingqing gave him. Closing his eyes, he carefully recalled the talisman making techniques that he had learned during the day. When he had confidence, his fingers didn't break and threads of magic power were sent out. After a few techniques, a pop sound was heard. Xiaohua didn't conceal his cultivation and sent out all of his magic power. A crimson-red transmitting talisman was successfully refined. This transmitting talisman seems to be different from the one last time. Xiaohua held the transmitting talisman in his hand, a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. His eyes carefully looked at it. He discovered that although the talismans on the transmitting talisman looked simple and crude, they seemed to be interlocked. The few talismans appeared to be vivid and lifelike. It was obviously not on the same level as the one he refined this morning. This young master actually has the talent to refine yellow talismans. Even if I become a loose cultivator, I'm afraid I won't starve to death. For the first time, Xiaohua had confidence in his own prospects. However, presumably this is related to the profoundness of my magic power. The one I refined this morning only used 10% of my magic power. This time I used 100% of my magic power. If this young master directly reached foundation establishment, then wouldn't the yellow talismans I refined be even more powerful? Xiaohua thought to himself. Therefore, the advancement of my realm is still the most important. Soon after, Xiaohua also refined several of those blank transmitting talismans. Although blank transmitting talismans were more difficult to refine than his own transmitting talismans, in Xiaohua's opinion, it was only a matter of carefully controlling his magic power to not let his magic power exceed a certain limit. This way, the transmitting talisman wouldn't leave behind the mark of a talisman maker. Of course, it would become a blank yellow talisman. It was far easier than what Ma Qingqing said. This transmitting talisman, Tisei, no matter how I look at it, it's 100 times better than those blank transmitting talismans that Fu Zhan sent. Unfortunately, they actually don't accept yellow talismans. It's really annoying. Forget it, I'd better hurry up and refine the fireball talisman. This is the key to joining Heaven Forsaken. First, he spread out the rough talisman paper that Ma Qingqing gave him on the ground. Using his magic power, Xiaohua melted the ink into a small dot. According to the formula on the small booklet, the melted ink floated in midair. Then he took out the talisman brush and closed his eyes for a moment. With a shake of his hand, he poured his magic power into the talisman brush. Soon after, the end of the talisman brush touched the ink. Without the slightest pause, like flowing water, he drew the talisman that he had memorized many times on the talisman paper. Unfortunately, this talisman drawn with a talisman brush was far less convenient than the talisman used to refine a transmission talisman. Xiaohua had only just spent 2 strokes when the talisman quickly reached his wrist. His transcendence energy was somewhat stagnant and he immediately knew that things were not good. Chapter 1303. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on the other talisman papers he bought from the refining talisman school, his eyes unconsciously lit up. These are talisman papers specially refined by the refining talisman school. Aren't they much stronger than the talisman papers refined by Senior Ma? If I use these talisman papers, I should be able to succeed. Xiaohua didn't hurry to start refining. He first closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He circulated Shanghua Ming's Qi refinement stage 2 cultivation method in his meridians a few times, replenishing the magic power he used to refine dozens of yellow talismans in one go. Only then did he open his eyes. The magic power required to refine yellow talismans is considerable. I've only tried dozens of times, but I didn't succeed even once. I actually used up 80% of the magic power in my body. Without magic power cultivation, I really can't succeed. Xiaohua took a deep breath and took out the talisman brush again. He controlled a thread of magic power with extreme precision and slowly sent it into the talisman brush. Then, just like before, he touched the talisman ink and sent his magic power into it. With a shake of his wrist, he drew the talismans that he couldn't be more familiar with on the unfolded talisman paper stroke by stroke. Hiss, a light sound was heard. This time he drew more talismans than the previous dozens of times. However, after reaching a certain point, the incomplete yellow talismans still emitted green smoke without mercy. Following the green smoke, the entire talisman paper turned into a ball of flame. It shone brightly for a moment, then turned into a pile of ashes. Xiaohua was speechless. He put down the talisman brush in his hand. He stood up with his hands behind his back and quietly stared at the slightly flickering wall. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue trying, but the previous dozens of times already told him that as long as he failed in this place, even if he tried a few more times, it wouldn't be much better than this. Why is that? Didn't the talisman master of the refining talisman school also say that? I can use these talisman papers, talisman ink and talisman brushes to practice refining fireball talismans. These talisman crafting materials are also specialized in making fire-type yellow talismans. If I can't succeed, there's no reason for them to give it to me. Moreover, this fireball talisman is a low-level yellow talisman. Even if it's a special talisman paper compared to the talisman paper Senior Ma gave me, it's still... I can't buy high-grade talisman paper, talisman ink and talisman brushes for this fireball talisman. Xiaohua thought to himself, if it's like this, even if I can craft fireball talismans, then how would Heaven Forsaken view it? Although they didn't mention anything about talisman crafting materials, using a high-grade material to craft a low-grade fireball talisman, I don't feel embarrassed. It's so difficult. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He sat down cross-legged, put everything into his storage bag and closed his eyes to cultivate. At this time it was already night. The starlight followed the fluctuations of tracing light in Xiaohua's mind and projected onto his body, slowly seeping into his meridians and body. Furthermore, there was an extremely large amount of starlight surrounding Xiaohua's Naiwen palace, slowly seeping into it with great difficulty. Suddenly that cocoon-like starlight suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. He flew away while shouting, how could I be so foolish? Since I can easily craft a message talisman using a technique and I can also easily imitate the sect master's technique for refining pills. Why did I insist on using that talisman brush? That toy. Although it can replace fingers and pass magic power through the talisman brush, it's very easy to control. But for me, I seem to be born with a very good control over magic power. When I form a technique, why do I have to be like other people and pass magic power through the talisman brush? Haha. Xiaohua laughed heartily. He formed a technique and melted a piece of talisman ink once again. After pondering for a while, he tapped his finger on the talisman ink. Then he placed his hand on the talisman paper. His 10 fingers urged magic power, and he drew the talisman ink on the talisman paper according to the fireball talisman's inscription. In a short moment, a fireball talisman was drawn by Xiaohua. Yes, it was drawn, and definitely not refined. The fireball talisman was stuck on the talisman paper. The thickness was uneven. Although the lines were all extremely correct, but the talisman paper was still talisman paper and the talisman ink was still talisman ink. What is this? Xiaohua looked at the thing he made by slapping his head, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment a poofed sound rang out. All of the talisman ink wrapped in magic power dissipated without a trace. Only a blank talisman paper was left, completely undamaged. Was I wrong? Xiaohua frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, but when he thought about it carefully he couldn't grasp the clue. In the end, where did I go wrong? Xiaohua stood up and paced back and forth in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua suddenly stopped and said to himself, I drew the fireball talisman, but when I use my finger to draw on the talisman paper, the thickness is uneven. I can't form a real talisman. The reason for the uneven thickness is that the time my finger touches the talisman paper is different. Although my magic power can be finely controlled, touching the talisman paper requires many times of practice to become proficient. That's right. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, I was wrong again. Since I can't draw the talisman on the talisman paper at the same time, why can't I draw the talisman on the outside of the talisman paper, and then directly inscribe it on the talisman paper? But, in the small book that Senior Qing gave me, there was no such spell. Suddenly Xiaohua's hand involuntarily waved. A series of spells that seemed unfamiliar to Xiaohua, but he felt extremely familiar with, came out of his hand. Moreover, compared to the fireball talisman spell, this spell was even more profound and obscure. It was to the point that it was a completely different type of spell. This is the spell to inscribe the talisman onto the talisman paper? Xiaohua had some understanding in his heart. Suppressing the unparalleled excitement in his heart, Xiaohua took a deep breath, dipped his finger in talisman ink and drew the fireball talisman. After the practice just now and trying out even more profound talismans, this fireball talisman appeared extremely simple. In just a moment Xiaohua used talisman ink to draw a complete fireball talisman out of thin air. Soon after, Xiaohua's fingers moved in succession. It was the spell that he had just thought of. After the spell was completed, Xiaohua pushed his hand and reprimanded, Quick! A crisp sound rang out. The fireball talisman in the air landed on the talisman paper, making a sound. A yellow fireball talisman was born. This really succeeded. This is truly inconceivable. Xiaohua saw that the fireball talisman was actually successfully refined. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. When he picked up the fireball talisman, he was even more stunned. His eyes were practically about to pop out of their sockets. High-grade fireball talisman? Xiaohua couldn't help but rub his eyes, carefully looking at the fireball talisman in his hand. There's no mistake, it's really a fireball talisman. Compared to the high-grade Fireball Talisman Senior Bai showed me, the talismans are even more detailed. The fire-type spiritual energy contained inside the talisman is even more powerful. If this Fireball Talisman isn't a high-grade one, the yellow talisman shop of the Fujian sect will be smashed by others. Countless thoughts flashed through Xiaohua's mind. Even if I can refine a Fireball Talisman, but I can't directly refine a high-grade Fireball Talisman. At best, a low-grade Fireball Talisman would be pretty good. Don't tell me that I relied on my own hand technique just now. Right, since I can discard this talisman brush, then, this talisman ink, and talisman paper, can I also discard it? Although I don't know if it's possible, I feel that, it's indeed possible. Xiaohua frowned again. He sat down on the ground, not paying attention to the Fireball Talisman floating in the air. He closed his eyes and started to ponder. But if I don't use the talisman ink, what can I use to imprison the magical power on the talisman paper? If I don't have the talisman paper, what can I use to carry the magical power and produce the talisman? There must be. It's just that I don't know. Or rather, I can't remember. With his eyes closed, Xiaohua looked at the reverse light in the space behind his head. I don't know when I'll be able to retrieve my memories from this reverse light. At that time, I'll probably know about my life and this talisman crafting technique. After a long while, Xiaohua's joy of successfully refining the Fireball Talisman was diluted by his emotions of not being able to find his memories. Xiaohua simply turned his 5 hearts to the sky and silently operated Shang Huaming's cultivation technique. He adjusted his emotions to the state of being unintentional. Only then did his face sink. His eyes were calm. He waved his hands, dipped them in talisman ink and drew 2 identical Fireball Talismans in the air. Then his hands formed hand seals and waved at the same time. Caw-caw. 2 crisp sounds rang out. 2 high-grade Fireball Talismans were produced at the same time. Only when the 2 high-grade yellow talismans were produced at the same time did Xiaohua retract his hands. He placed his hands in front of his eyes and turned them back and forth several times. Then his 10 fingers moved slightly, appearing extremely nimble. This kind of dexterous hand seal was absolutely innate. It was also what Xiaohua possessed before he lost his memories. It had nothing to do with Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge. In any case, I refined it myself. Why should I care about what's going on? At this moment, Xiaohua was extremely calm. He believed that as time passed, there would definitely be even more astonishing things happening to him. Everything that happened now was merely a prelude. Although Xiaohua was in the early stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm, the magic power in his body was extremely vigorous. It was absolutely not something that cultivators of the same level could compare to. Just now he had refined 3 high-grade Fireball Talismans. He practically didn't consume much magic power, far less than using talisman brushes. Next, Xiaohua also wanted to refine the talisman ink and talisman paper he bought from the Refining Talisman School's shop into Fireball Talismans in one go. However, he spent a mid-grade spirit stone in the shop and a low-grade talisman brush cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. That middle-aged cultivator also gave Xiaohua 30 pieces of low-grade talisman ink and 2,000 blank low-grade talisman papers. According to that middle-aged cultivator's estimation, these 2,000 low-grade talisman papers would be enough for Xiaohua to practice his craft. Unfortunately, he never imagined that Xiaohua's talisman crafting technique would be so inconceivable. Apart from wasting all the blank talisman papers Ma Qingqing gave him, there were also several pieces of talisman paper he bought in the beginning that were wasted. Afterwards, there were practically no wasted talisman papers. Therefore, after Xiaohua used up all 30 pieces of talisman ink and refined more than 300 high-grade Fireball Talismans, there were still more than 1,000 blank low-grade talisman papers left. He nodded and said, "I understand." As he said this, he put the spirit stones into his storage pouch and walked out without looking back. Yesterday he didn't have any spirit stones in his pouch, so he had no choice but to look around. Today he already had 20 mid-grade spirit stones in his pouch. Wouldn't he be able to stay wherever he went? Why should he be restricted to this place? Moreover, he had already noticed the slight change in the waiter's attitude. He felt shameless in his heart, so he didn't feel like saying half a word more. After leaving the inn, Xiaohua pondered for a while. He wasn't sure which yellow talisman shop he should go to. After thinking for a while, he came up with an excuse in his mind. Only then did he walk straight to the Refining Talisman School's middle-aged cultivator's yellow talisman shop. Normally, it should be afternoon right now, so there should be customers. However, when Xiaohua entered, the shop was empty. There was only a second-layer aura refining boy holding a thin booklet in his hand, reading it with rapt attention. When the boy heard the sound of footsteps, he immediately raised his head and put away the booklet. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist." When he saw Xiaohua's face and knew he came yesterday, he became even more enthusiastic. "So it's fellow Taoist. You just came to my small shop yesterday. What do you need today?" Xiaohua looked left and right and asked curiously, "Yesterday I saw a lot of customers in your shop. Now, why is there no one here?" The boy stared at Xiaohua, not knowing what he meant. A moment later, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Maybe it's because the weather is hot and people are sleepy. They're all taking an afternoon nap." "Afternoon nap?" Xiaohua pinched his nose. He knew this boy was being perfunctory, so he nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist is right." The boy was a bit impatient. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I bought a lot of talisman-making materials yesterday. I'm afraid they won't be used for a long time. Did you come today to buy yellow talismans?" Upon seeing this, Xiaohua said with a smile, "In my school, there are masters with profound cultivation who can refine yellow talismans. I don't need to always come to buy them." "Then why did fellow Taoist come?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "I don't know if your shop has a talisman refining technique. I want to buy it and study it." "Talisman refining technique?" The boy was stunned. Soon after, disdain appeared on his face as he replied, "Fellow Taoist, since your school has masters with profound cultivation who can refine yellow talismans, you naturally have a talisman refining technique. Why are you coveting my talisman refining schools? Could it be that fellow Taoist is making fun of I?" The boy was much younger than Xiaohua and his cultivation was deeper than Xiaohua's. He had long looked down on Xiaohua in his heart. Now that he heard Xiaohua's thoughts, he became even angrier and his tone became a bit more angry. "Haha, I just want to compare them for reference." Xiaohua didn't get angry and said with a smile, "Does your shop have them or not?" "How is that possible?" The boy was somewhat flustered and exasperated. "The talisman refining technique is my talisman refining school's most precious inheritance. How could it be placed in the shop for sale? Did you get stimulated at the E-Bazaar in the south of the city and came to my shop to make fun of me?" "E-Bazaar?" Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, "What is this place?" Before Xiaohua could open his mouth, he heard someone berate behind the boy. "Qingmiao, is this how you speak to a customer?" When Xiaohua raised his head to look, it was precisely that middle-aged cultivator. His expression was also somewhat displeased as he walked out from inside. "Senior Marshal brother." The boy turned his face and said with extreme grievance, "This guy? I'm afraid he came to cause trouble." "Fellow Taoist." That middle-aged cultivator should have also heard the conversation between the two. He walked closer and cupped his hands. "Within my talisman refining school's shop, we only sell yellow talismans and talisman refining materials. We don't sell talisman refining techniques. Within all the shops within Jingpa City, there's also no talisman refining techniques for sale. Fellow Taoist wants to look, you should go to the E-Bazaar in the south of the city and try your luck. Perhaps you can even exchange for talisman refining techniques." "Talisman?" Xiaohua's heart stirred, then he said with a smile on his face, "Senior, please calm down. I was only joking with fellow Taoist. Don't take it seriously." That middle-aged cultivator's gaze flickered. His expression didn't change and his tone was still indifferent as he asked, "Then, fellow Taoist, why have you come to my humble shop again?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's nothing much. I have 2 matters to discuss with Senior." "What 2 matters?" The middle-aged cultivator was somewhat baffled. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and took out the talisman brush from within. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This talisman brush. Junior used it last night, but forget it. Junior isn't afraid of making a fool of himself in front of Senior. Yesterday, I bought some talisman papers and other materials to refine fireball talismans from your esteemed shop. Last night, I was idle and had nothing to do, so I asked the elders of my school to give me pointers on the refining method. But I refined it for a long time and still couldn't refine one. Xiaohua hadn't finished speaking when the boy at the side burst out laughing. He covered his mouth and was practically about to bend over. Qing Miao. The middle-aged cultivator wasn't surprised at all. He only coldly berated, "What face do you have to laugh at me? You don't even have the guts to refine it." Soon after, he cupped his hands towards the embarrassed Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me." Fellow Taoist, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Even though the Fireball Talisman is a low-level yellow talisman, it's still a true offensive yellow talisman. It can't be compared to a supplementary yellow talisman like a messaging talisman. Fellow Taoist's cultivation is still shallow. Being able to have the guts to refine it and not be afraid of failure is already commendable. Cough cough, my school's elders also said this, so. Xiaohua awkwardly looked at the talisman brush in his hand and said, "This talisman brush? Junior hasn't used it much. Do you think, can I return it to Senior?" That middle-aged cultivator didn't expect that Xiaohua actually came to return the talisman brush. He unconsciously hesitated. Actually, even though this talisman brush is a low-level one, it's still refined by my talisman refining school. There's no harm in fellow Taoist keeping it first. It won't be too late to use it after a few years when your cultivation has increased. Senior, Xiaohua pleaded, "This talisman brush. I'm afraid Junior won't be able to use it for over 10 years. There's no need to talk about talisman paper and talisman ink. They aren't worth much spirit stones. My other senior Marshall brothers can also use them, but this talisman brush. Senior Marshall brothers all have it. Wait until Junior's cultivation has deepened in the future. Then I'll come back to your store to buy a high-grade talisman brush. What do you think?" "You're so unreasonable." The boy at the side jumped up. "If your cultivation isn't enough, then don't try to show off. Since you bought it and can't use it, you still want to return it. How can disciples of large sects like you all be so overbearing?" Qing Miao, the middle-aged cultivator, couldn't help but berate. "Shut up." Then he smiled apologetically at Xiaohua. "Fellow Taoist, if this talisman brush is useless, then you can return it. But since you've already used it, forgive my store for being unable to do anything." "Oh? Since it's like this?" Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Since it's like this, then. Junior also has nothing to say. Sigh, I originally wanted to talk about a good matter with your store. Let's stop here." That middle-aged man's eyes slightly moved and he asked, "I wonder if fellow Taoist, the second matter you mentioned just now is?" Xiaohua slightly spun the talisman brush in his hand and said with a smile, "The first matter still hasn't come to an end, so of course there isn't a second matter." Looking at Xiaohua's almost rascal appearance, the middle-aged cultivator wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. He took the talisman brush, carefully looked at it and nodded, saying, "Fellow Taoist is right. This talisman brush has only been used 20 or so times. Can also be considered new. This new bite is very heavy." Xiaohua's face was embarrassed, yet he revealed a trace of a smile. "If fellow Taoist wants to return it like this, then I will also help fellow Taoist," the middle-aged cultivator said somewhat helplessly. "However, a new talisman brush costs 50 low-grade spirit stones. If my humble store wants to return it, I can only return 30 to fellow Taoist." "Why so little?" Xiaohua's face revealed displeasure and he pointed at the talisman brush and said, "Didn't Senior also say it? This talisman brush has only been used 20 times and it's still very new. Fellow Taoist, not to mention that this talisman brush has only been used 20 times, even if it's only been used once, fellow Taoist's magic power has already contaminated this talisman brush. Say, if it's fellow Taoist, would you still buy this talisman brush?" the middle-aged cultivator said with a chuckle. Xiaohua's face was somewhat hesitant and he thought for a moment, then said, "How about this, Senior, spare me another 10 high-grade talisman papers?" "Fellow Taoist, don't push your luck. If fellow Taoist doesn't agree, then please take back this talisman brush." The middle-aged cultivator's face slightly changed. "Cough cough, forget it. Since Senior has spoken like this, then I'll do as Senior says." When Xiaohua saw this, he hurriedly waved his hand, and he immediately placed his hand behind his back, looking like he wouldn't accept the talisman brush even if the middle-aged cultivator gave it to him. The middle-aged cultivator snorted from his nose, and he threw the talisman brush towards the boy, then said, "Qingmiao, this talisman brush can be considered a gift from senior brother to you. When you refine talismans in the future, you must remember senior brother's kindness." "Yes, senior brother." The boy happily received it, but the middle-aged cultivator's next sentence caused him to immediately cry. "These 30 low-grade spirit stones will be deducted from your salary." Soon after, the middle-aged cultivator cupped his hands and said, "I wonder what fellow Taoist's second good thing is." "Hee," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Senior said yesterday that if Junior has high-grade yellow talismans, your shop can purchase them for 1 medium-grade spirit stone." The middle-aged cultivator's brows slightly wrinkled and he corrected, "It's 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones, not 1 medium-grade spirit stone." Soon after, he said disapprovingly, "Could it be that fellow Taoist has high-grade yellow talismans?" "That's right," Xiaohua said proudly. "Yesterday the elders of my sect guided Junior's cultivation, and I refined some high-grade fireball talismans. I wonder if Senior is interested in purchasing them?" Hearing Xiaohua's words, the middle-aged cultivator who originally thought that there was something good immediately deflated. Of course, a high-grade fireball talisman is worth 50 to 100 low-grade spirit stones in his shop, and if he buys them from Xiaohua, it's only 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones. He can only earn a difference of 10 to 20 low-grade spirit stones at most. Can this be considered a good thing? The middle-aged cultivator originally wanted to refuse, but thinking about how he just received the talisman brush returned by Xiaohua, and how Xiaohua said yesterday that the shop can purchase them, he could only weakly say, "Fellow Taoist, please take out the fireball talismans refined by your sect's elders for me to take a look. I have already said if they aren't high-grade fireball talismans. Oh, if the number is too small, I am also not interested." Chapter 1305. Hee. Hearing the middle-aged cultivator agree, Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't care about the embarrassment and displeasure on the middle-aged cultivator's face. He slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman he refined from his storage pouch. He handed it over and said with a smile, "Senior, please appraise this. Is this a high-grade fireball talisman?" "You bastard, you still want my senior brother to appraise it? So you don't know this is a high-grade fireball talisman." The boy at the side had already jumped up and said in exasperation. Presumably he was still regretting his 30 low-grade spirit stones salary. "I'll let fellow Taoist know. Fellow Taoist's cultivation is higher than I's and you're also cultivating in the refining talisman school. I wonder, when did you see a high-grade yellow talisman?" Xiaohua asked back without hesitation. The boy called Qingmiao was speechless. Xiaohua's words had hit his weak spot. Although he was a disciple of the refining talisman school, his cultivation was only at the second level of the qi refinement school. In the school, he belonged to the type with low cultivation. Because he didn't have any future in the area of cultivation and talisman crafting, he was sent to Jinghua City to be a shop assistant. Although he usually had a salary of spirit stones, his cultivation was still far inferior to his other senior brothers. Therefore, not to mention that he saw a high-grade yellow talisman very late, even a middle-grade yellow talisman was only seen in this shop in Jinghua City. The middle-aged cultivator took the fireball talisman from Xiaohua and casually glanced at it. His ears heard the two people bickering and he couldn't help but be enraged. Just as he was about to berate them, his face suddenly changed. His hand slightly trembled and he hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist. What's wrong? Senior, could it be that this isn't a high-grade fireball talisman?" Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed. He only roughly glanced at the appearance of a high-grade yellow talisman in the talisman school's shop. He wasn't completely sure in his heart. "No, it's not." The middle-aged cultivator steadied his mind and cupped his hands while holding the fireball talisman. "I am the refining talisman school's Tian Haoguang. Fellow Taoist, what's your name?" Seeing Tian Haoguang introduce himself, Xiaohua's heart blossomed with joy. He smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Tian is Junior Xiao. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao. Tian Haoguang was very polite at this time and said, I didn't expect. Alas, I was really rude. Based on what Senior Tian said, I didn't reveal any of my identity. Has Senior been rude? Xiaohua's eyes turned as he said with a light smile. Oh, if fellow Taoist is not worried, can you come inside and have a talk with I? This. What does Senior Tian have to say that you can't say here? Xiaohua immediately said vigilantly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't think too much. Tian Haoguang said with a smile. Fellow Taoist, this fireball talisman is a little strange. I have no choice but to test the power of this fireball talisman in the secret chamber. Therefore, I would like to ask fellow Taoist to enlighten me at the side. So it's like that. Xiaohua was still somewhat hesitant. Senior brothers are still waiting for I in the inn. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. It will only take a moment. It won't take up much of your senior brother's time. Then, all right. Xiaohua nodded. Qing Miao, you make the decisions in the shop. Before I come out, don't disturb me. Tian Haoguang instructed, then said to Xiaohua, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please come with me. Senior, please go first. Tian Haoguang was also not polite. He took the lead and led Xiaohua to the back. The back of the store was also extremely small. In addition, the front of the store was also slightly smaller than the store of the Fujian faction. As Tian Haoguang walked into a small room that was faintly illuminated, Xiaohua subconsciously looked around. This room was only 1 square foot in size. Unlike the store in front of him, the walls of this room from top to bottom were covered with complicated runes, giving it a very mysterious appearance. However, Xiaohua's current identity was a disciple of a big cultivation sect. Therefore, he tried not to reveal anything and only calmly looked at Tian Haoguang. After Tian Haoguang entered the room, he patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow talisman. He sent a trace of magic power into it. The yellow talisman emitted an extremely resplendent green brilliance. Soon after, Tian Haoguang stuck the yellow talisman on the wall. The green brilliance immediately spread around the yellow talisman. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped by the green brilliance. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where my sect tests the yellow talisman. It's really simple and crude. Please excuse us. Tian Haoguang said. It's just SOS. Senior Tian, please begin. Xiaohua said with a smile. Suddenly he said again, that's right Senior, the fireball talisman used for testing. Who is it? Tian Haoguang stared blankly, then immediately laughed and said, that's easy. If it's really a high-grade fireball talisman, then it's naturally my sect that will pay the spirit stones. If it's not a high-grade fireball talisman, fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you say? I know. Naturally, there's no need for Senior Tian to pay the spirit stones. Xiaohua replied. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I wonder what the cultivation level of the senior who refined this fireball talisman is. Tian Haoguang hesitated for a moment and asked. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Xiaohua slightly shook his head. I better not ask. I presume fellow Taoist Xiao will still say the same thing. Tian Haoguang smiled bitterly. Yes indeed. I will still say the same. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Xiaohua said without the slightest hesitation with a spring breeze on his face. Tian Haoguang once again carefully looked at the fireball talisman in his hand. He glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, actually, I have a doubt in my heart. I didn't dare to rashly ask you in the shop just now. Please speak. Xiaohua replied. I don't know what the cultivation level of your honorable sect senior is. I also don't know what kind of magic art this senior used. I'm really very curious in my heart. What? Is there a problem with this fireball talisman? Xiaohua asked curiously. There isn't a problem. This is indeed a genuine fireball talisman. That's right. I really don't understand. How can this low-grade talisman paper be refined into a high-grade fireball talisman? Logically speaking, the quality of a low-grade talisman paper shouldn't be able to bear the magic power and spiritual energy contained within a high-grade fireball talisman. Tian Haoguang's eyes were filled with puzzlement. The only explanation I can think of is that your honorable sect's senior used your honorable sect's special talisman refining technique. Of course, this isn't what I can't understand the most. What I can't figure out the most is that the runes on this fireball talisman, Every stroke and stroke is abnormally uniform. It's as if there's no order at all, and they're all drawn at the same time with the talisman brush. Not to mention even if it's I's martial uncle, my refining talisman sect master, it's impossible for the runes he drew to be so consistent from start to finish. Nonsense, that's what I directly inserted into the talisman paper at the same time. Of course it's very uniform. Xiaohua snickered in his heart. Sure enough, Tian Haoguang said again. According to what I've seen and heard, this kind of technique seems to be drawing the talisman out of thin air, and then inserting it at the same time. Xiaohua was slightly startled and secretly said, this Tian Haoguang really has some knowledge. He's almost right. But, Tian Haoguang frowned again. But, this kind of technique to insert the talisman out of thin air is the refining technique of jade talismans. The Xiaoyu continent, it's already lost. I've never heard of any sect in our country of Shi that still has this kind of consummate skill. Jade talisman? Xiaohua's eyes lit up and said with a smile, could it be? Senior thinks that my sect's master knows the refining technique of jade talismans? Even though he wanted to know what a jade talisman was, but he didn't dare to ask blindly. That's not it. This technique seems to be the refining technique of jade talismans, but I can also say with certainty that this is absolutely not the refining technique of jade talismans. Tian Haoguang said resolutely and decisively. But why is Senior so sure? Xiaohua didn't understand. Because the talisman used in this fireball talisman is my country of Shi's most common and simplest kind. This kind of talisman needs to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in order to emit fire energy. And jade talismans can't possibly contain spiritual energy. Tian Haoguang's brows wrinkled into a knot and said, this is also what I don't understand the most. Since the sect's senior has such a profound refining technique, why would he use the most simple and crude talisman to create such a high-grade fireball talisman? I thought you were going to say something? Xiaohua let out a long breath and said with hidden bitterness, Senior Tian, don't forget my sect's master is instructing this junior to refine talismans. Tian Haoguang could only be seen blankly staring at the opposite wall. On the wall, the azure brilliance had already burned an enormous hole. No wonder. It didn't take any effort to refine so many at once. 3 grandmasters. Tian Haoguang glanced at Xiaohua very strangely. He didn't know what he was thinking. Xiaohua immediately looked remorseful. He hurriedly changed the topic and said with a beaming smile, Senior Tian, this high-grade yellow talisman has already been tested. It's genuine, right? Indeed, then, what does Senior Tian plan to offer? How many spirit stones? Xiaohua's eyes started to shine. Yes, according to the usual market price, a high-grade fireball talisman is only 80 low-grade spirit stones. However, since fellow Taoist Xiao came here for the first time and this fireball talisman is a bit better than ordinary high-grade yellow talismans, so I feel that 1 mid-grade spirit stone is fellow Taoist Xiao appropriate? Xiaohua's heart was already blooming with joy. How much did he spend? He originally thought that 30 or 40 low-grade spirit stones would be enough. He didn't expect that Tian Haoguang would actually offer 1 mid-grade spirit stone. This Tian Haoguang's reputation is really not ordinary. Xiaohua secretly nodded. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, Tian Haoguang hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I's price is already very accommodating. I was still thinking that fellow Taoist could come to my humble shop more in the future. Senior Tian. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I'm too happy. However, Senior has to keep it a secret. If the sex master finds out, my skin will be peeled off. Tian Haoguang's face was also full of smiles with an I understand expression. It seems that he quite appreciates Xiaohua's straightforward manner. Since Senior Tian approves, Junior has 99 fireball talismans refined by my sex master. Senior Tian, please take a look. Let's see if they are the same high-grade fireball talismans. Xiaohua also laughed happily. He patted his storage bag and took out a large pile of identical fireball talismans. Look at what fellow Taoist Xiao is saying. Since it's, what? 100? Tian Haoguang didn't pay attention to the number Xiaohua mentioned at first. After all, These fireball talismans were only refined last night when he was guiding Xiaohua in refining talismans. How could there be more? Although Tian Haoguang had a limit on the number just now, seeing these fireball talismans that were even more powerful than ordinary high-grade yellow talismans, how could he not want them? Not to mention the 3 grandmasters proficient in fire attribute cultivation methods that Xiaohua mentioned. When he realized that there were no less than 100 high-grade fireball talismans, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Xiaohua saw that he had said too much and immediately laughed. He, my sex master, was itching to test his skills. That, a few of us exchanged pointers and unknowingly refined so many. My sex master wasn't very interested in these yellow talismans, so it was convenient for us, fellow apprentices. So that's how it is. In Tian Haoguang's mind, the appearance of the 3 young sex master fuming and glaring at each other emerged. They were unwilling to accept each other's loss and were immersed in painstakingly refining high-grade fireball talismans. He nodded his head in understanding. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you have good luck. Zai Senior, I've made a fool of myself. How could it be my luck alone? Xiaohua squinted his eyes and laughed. Tian Haoguang took those high-grade fireball talismans and very carefully inspected them one by one. When he finished inspecting the 99 talismans, Xiaohua's face had long since revealed impatience. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you've been waiting impatiently. Tian Haoguang put all the yellow talismans into his storage pouch and laughed. These 100 high-grade fireball talismans are all genuine goods. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao is taking a high-grade spirit stone? Or 100 medium-grade spirit stones? Of course it's 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua said without the slightest hesitation. A high-grade spirit stone, how do you want us to divide? Afterwards he shut his mouth with some regret. And since it's like this, fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. Tian Haoguang laughed as he led Xiaohua out of the secret room. Only after they stepped out of the room did Xiaohua's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally relax and let out a small breath. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Tian Haoguang said and walked to the side. Xiaohua nodded his head and raised his eyes to look inside the shop. At this time, there were already several groups of cultivators around the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement picking out yellow talismans or talisman crafting materials in this small shop. The Qing Miao child who didn't see eye to eye with Xiaohua was extremely busy. These are fellow Taoist spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, please count them and keep them well. Not long after, Tian Haoguang came back with a small storage pouch in his hand and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look carefully and nodded. How can this junior not be at ease with senior Tian handling things? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch and put the spirit stones into his own storage pouch without leaving a trace. He handed the empty storage pouch back to Tian Haoguang. After Tian Haoguang took it, he slapped it with his hand and took out 2 medium-grade spirit stones from the storage pouch at his waist and handed them to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, these are the spirit stones returned by fellow Taoist for the talisman brush. Of course, there are also some of my humble store's appreciation. Chapter 1307. Xiaohua didn't turn his head back. With a calm and composed appearance, he exited the yellow talisman shop and hurriedly left in a certain direction. It was as if there really were many fellow disciples waiting for him in front of him. After turning a corner on the street, Xiaohua slightly turned his body. Seeing that there wasn't anyone behind him, he immediately turned around and headed in another direction. A moment later, he quickly flashed into a seemingly remote alley. Haha! Xiaohua immediately jumped up, releasing the joy and worry that he had been suppressing for a long time. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance just now, his heart was really nervous. In the weapon refining school's shop, his hand almost never left his storage pouch. There was a flight talisman inside. Xiaohua was always worried that Tian Haoguang would do something unexpected. He was confident that he could use the flight talisman to escape the shop before Tian Haoguang had any strange thoughts. However, when he was testing the fireball talisman in the secret room, his life was really in Tian Haoguang's hands. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Tian Haoguang was really like what Fan Riguan said. He was extremely principled and his reputation wasn't for nothing. He didn't covet Xiaohua's high-grade fireball talisman. Instead he gave him a lot of things. Pinching the storage pouch at his waist, there were 120 mid-grade spirit stones inside. It was really a large sum of wealth. How could Xiaohua not be happy? However, when he looked up he was dumbfounded again. Because he was in a hurry to leave, he got lost. Without any other choice he could only find someone to ask for directions. Pitiful Xiaohua, he really didn't see the world. It was merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In his heart it was an enormous wealth. However, in the eyes of the refining talisman school's Tian Haoguang, it really wasn't much. It was impossible for him to offend the non-existent, powerful school that Xiaohua spoke of just for such a small thing. Xiaohua was just not confident in his heart and was afraid that others would see through his secret. A guilty conscience, presumably this was also the reason. However, the matter wasn't so simple. When Xiaohua walked out of the refining talisman school's shop, the cultivator who was selecting yellow talismans inadvertently raised his head and glanced at Xiaohua's back. He then inadvertently asked, "Who is this person? He doesn't look young. How come his cultivation is only at the second level of qi refining?" I don't know about that. All I know is that this guy has a high-grade yellow talisman on him and wants to extort a used talisman brush from my refining talisman school. He wants my refining talisman school to return him 30 low-grade spirit stones. Qing Miao was definitely still angry about the small amount of spiritual stones. She said indignantly, "What's so great about having a powerful sect? You look older than me, but your cultivation is not as good as mine. Even in their sect you're just an errand boy. What's there to be proud of? This brat has a sect? You have a high-grade yellow talisman?" The cultivator was clearly surprised. "What? Senior Zhang knows this fellow Taoist?" Qing Miao was shocked and her expression changed slightly. Of course not, of course not." The fourth-layer qi refining cultivator hurriedly waved his hand and bitterly smiled. "I'm just a rogue cultivator. How could I have the qualifications to know a second-layer qi refining disciple who carries a high-grade yellow talisman with him? I only saw a loose cultivator in my cloud garden who had a similar back as this guy." "Oh, so it's like that." Qing Miao's expression returned to normal and she said with a smile, "If it's a rogue cultivator, I might really have to teach this guy a lesson." "Qing Miao, what are you talking about?" Not far away, Tian Haoguang heard and scolded, "Fellow Taoist Zhang is also a rogue cultivator. Aren't you talking to fellow Taoist Zhang?" "Fellow Taoist Zhang, please don't take it to heart." Tian Haoguang smiled apologetically towards the cultivator. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." The cultivator surnamed Zhang smiled and cupped his hands. "Zhang Zhihao, quickly come and take a look." A cultivator beside Tian Haoguang seemed to have discovered something and called out, Fellow Taoist son, what did you discover? You're actually directly calling I by my name like this?" Zhang Zhihao was somewhat displeased. He tilted his head and looked at Xiaohua's almost invisible back. A pensive expression appeared in his eyes and he quickly walked towards that cultivator. Far away, Xiaohua, who was looking for people to scout the way, simply didn't know that he was deliberately mystifying himself and wanted to remove the matter of making high-grade yellow talismans from himself. Trying to cover it up only made it more conspicuous. He had provoked trouble for himself. Xiaohua found a middle-stage foundation establishment senior and respectfully asked for directions. Just as he arrived at a somewhat familiar street, he suddenly heard a pleasantly surprised voice behind him. That voice was so pleasantly surprised that even the tone of the voice had changed. It was shouting, "Taoist Master Xiao." Xiaohua stared blankly and looked left and right. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the surroundings, but he wasn't some Taoist master. Without any reason, Xiaohua had no choice but to stop and turn his head to look. This look didn't matter, but Xiaohua almost wanted to slap out a flight talisman from his storage pouch and fly away. Everyone, the person behind Xiaohua needn't be said. It was none other than the waiter Fan Riguan. At this moment in Xiaohua's heart, the victim's mother had come knocking. The voice was pleasantly surprised. Was there even a need to say it? He had finally found the well-intentioned culprit. Xiaohua directly ignored the pleasant surprise on Fan Riguan's face. He clearly understood in his heart that the parasol pill couldn't cure his mother's chronic illness. Thus, he braced himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "This? Brother Fan, I'm really sorry. My cultivation is shallow and I didn't know the severity of the matter. Not waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Fan Riguan also didn't care what Xiaohua said. He quickly stepped forward and kowtowed saying, Taoist Master Xiao, I kowtow and thank Taoist Master Xiao for your great kindness. Am only a mortal. I have no way of repaying Taoist Master Xiao's great kindness. I can only, thank you, ask Taoist Master Xiao for your understanding. What? Xiaohua's face was first extremely pleasantly surprised, but soon after, it became abnormally awkward. He reached out to scratch his still somewhat bald head and helped Fan Riguan up, saying, This? Brother Fan. Hearing this, Fan Riguan's complexion greatly changed. He hurriedly said, Taoist Master Xiao, please don't call me that. I'm just a mortal. I can't wait for Senior Immortal to call me that. Just call me Ajahn. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He secretly said, This has nothing to do with the 3 words Fan Riguan. This is my childhood name. Only mother and father can call me that. If Senior Immortal doesn't mind, you can call me that. Fan Riguan said with gratitude in his eyes. This. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded. With the appearance of an enlightened expert, he said with a smile, Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Looking at your appearance, your mother should be fine, right? Fan Riguan was stunned. Soon after, he said with a smile, Senior Immortal has misunderstood. When I was young, my biological father and mother had already passed away. The mother I'm talking about is my wife's mother. For your wife's mother? You're actually pleading for others to take pity on her? Xiaohua was astonished. I thought that she was your biological mother. Yes. Although mother isn't my biological mother and I also live in her family, mother raised me as her own. What does it matter if I give up a little face? Fan Riguan said with a smile. However, even if I give up my face, if I don't meet a Senior Immortal like Taoist Xiao who bemoans the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, then I can't help it. But, Xiaohua scratched his head. The parasol pill is only an ordinary pill used to treat injuries. Even if the medicinal power is strong, how can it cure Fan Riguan's mother's chronic illness? It's really inconceivable. Could it be that Fan Riguan's mother has internal injuries? Not an illness? Ajahn, can you tell I the process of your mother taking the pill? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. That's exactly what I want Taoist Xiao to know. Fan Riguan quickly said, Also I still have some things to tell Senior Immortal. Oh, tell me about the situation first. Xiaohua directly ignored the latter part of the sentence. He really wanted to know why the parasol pill was effective. Yesterday when I received Taoist Xiao's immortal pill, I was pleasantly surprised. When I walked, it was as if I was stepping on clouds, my feet were soft. Perhaps Taoist Xiao doesn't know, but mother has been ill for a long time and the situation is not good. If there was no immortal pill, she might have passed away at any time. Therefore I wanted to send this immortal pill back. I almost couldn't wait until this morning. Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. Coincidentally, there was a Senior Immortal who wanted to go to the west side of the city. I begged him and kowtowed in front of that Senior Immortal. That Senior Immortal reluctantly agreed to let me go. That shuttle is really fast. Chapter 1308. Looking at mother's appearance, this elixir is definitely for my daughter to take. But, although my daughter is only 5 years old, she is still young. She gave the elixir to her mother and insisted on my wife taking it. Fan Riguan glanced at Xiaohua and continued. Then your wife's body is also unwell? Xiaohua suddenly understood. No, my wife is only 24 years old and has never been unwell. Who would have thought that Fan Riguan would wave his hand again? That's strange, Xiaohua said with a smile. The medicinal pill this poor Taoist gave. Although it's a medicinal pill used by us cultivators, it's also not a true immortal pill. Even if it's taken, it can't keep one from aging, let alone prolong one's lifespan. Fan Riguan hesitated for a moment, but still smiled apologetically and said, Taoist Master Xiao, this little one knows that immortal cultivators cut off the grudges of the mortal world, emphasizing on a pure heart and few desires. This little one might not understand the feelings between family members like this little one. As for the specific matters, this little one will not say too much. Taoist Master Xiao, just treat it as listening to a story. Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly, then, please continue. Yes, I will let the immortal know. How can my wife take this elixir? Naturally, she still pushed it to my mother, but my mother did not want to take it, so she pushed it back and forth. In the end, she could only think of a method of drawing straws. But just as this little one was about to make paper balls, my mother and my wife separately looked for this little one and gave this little one the same idea. What idea? Xiaohua was surprised, but in his heart he was also moved by this family's love for each other. So it was very simple. Just make 3 identical paper balls with words. Whoever caught them would take the elixir. However, my mother let my daughter take the first one and my wife let my mother take the first one. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua asked curiously, how did you deal with it? This little one could not. I used an ordinary pill as an elixir and let my daughter take it. Fan Riguan said embarrassedly, after all, my mother did not have much time left and my daughter was still young. Then, why did you give the pill to your mother? Xiaohua asked curiously. It's very simple. I put the elixir into the herbs that mother usually takes and let my wife feed it to mother. Fan Riguan smiled and said, if I knew it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have told them at first. Trouble? Xiaohua sighed. This kind of trouble. I hope it's everywhere in the world. Taoist Master Xiao is indeed different from the other immortals. Fan Riguan praised, if it were others, I'm afraid they would have been annoyed by my words. That's why I said that I's cultivation is shallow. Xiaohua disagreed. My cultivation is shallow, but that's only for now. With spiritual Master Zhao's breadth of mind, it's only a matter of time before I advance to the spirit severing stage. Fan Riguan said respectfully. Spirit severing? Xiaohua asked curiously, what realm is that? Realm? Fan Riguan's face immediately turned red. I'm just talking nonsense. I only heard the immortals chatting in the inn. They said that it's a higher cultivation than Jingbo City's City Lord Lu. Oh, is it spirit severing stage? Xiaohua suddenly remembered what Zhang Qingxiao said occasionally. Yes, it's spirit severing stage. There's a Jindan immortal elder who said that spirit severing stage is turning a baby into a primordial spirit. Those who can become spirit severing stage are called spirit severing stage or spirit severing stage. Fan Riguan quickly explained. He didn't understand cultivation, so his explanation was a mess. However, he also let Xiaohua know that the spirit severing stage is the spirit severing stage. Little brother actually knows more than I. Xiaohua said with a smile. What, it's just that I've been in the inn for a long time and heard a lot. Fan Riguan immediately said, oh right, Taoist Master Zhao's immortal pill is really powerful. My mother just ate the herb and immediately her stomach felt like it was being cut by a knife. Then her whole body was in pain. My mother's face was pale at that time and her 7 orifices were all bleeding. Sigh, that's right. Xiaohua secretly said, Wutsong pill is a pill used by cultivators. The meridians of the mortal world are weak, so of course they can't withstand it. Senior Bai is really right. I won't hide it from Taoist Master Xiao, I was also scared silly at that time. I even blamed Taoist Master Xiao in my heart. Fan Riguan looked at Xiaohua and said embarrassedly, but I know that Taoist Master Xiao is a kind and compassionate person. You definitely won't lie to me, so I still believe in Taoist Master Xiao. As expected, in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, when my mother spat out a few mouthfuls of dirty blood and didn't have any strength left, her face suddenly became rosy again. She only said that her body was incomparably comfortable. She actually effortlessly got up and let my wife prepare a bath. Incomparably comfortable? Xiaohua was surprised. He somewhat didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. And I also asked my mother later. She said that there seemed to be a little mouse scurrying around in her body. Fan Riguan replied. Xiaohua suddenly realized, isn't this the strange thing inside the Wutsong pill that sect master talked about? It's precisely this thing that made the Wutsong pill a top-quality pill. He remembered that those top-quality Wutsong pills that Xiao Yuehong refined were all kept by Xiao Yuehong himself. He didn't give them to him. When Xiaohua looked at the Wutsong pills in the jade bottles that Xiao Xianrui gave him in his mind, he immediately understood the whole story. Immediately Xiaohua's tears fell like rain. Trouble didn't only exist in the mortal world. It still existed in the cold and merciless world of cultivators. Taoist Master Xiao, Taoist Master Xiao. Seeing this, Fan Riguan was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly waved his hand. This kind of immortal pill. Don't dare to be greedy. Bullshit. Xiaohua immediately stomped his feet and jumped up. He pointed at Fan Riguan and scolded, "Your family's son knows to give the medicinal pill to his mother. How can this poor Taoist be stingy with this insignificant medicinal pill? You bastard. You're really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Looking at that flustered and exasperated appearance, how could he still be a cultivator's senior immortal? Seeing that Xiaohua was angry, Fan Riguan was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. "Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious." "Who am I anxious with? Do I need to be anxious with you?" Xiaohua suddenly felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. He looked up at the sky and said angrily, "The heavens are unfair. Who's causing trouble?" An angry shout descended from the sky. A very strange figure, like a real shadow, floated up from the ripples of the nearby lake and flew towards where Xiaohua was standing. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He immediately restrained his somewhat frantic emotions. He looked over and saw that the shadow was holding a sickle-like object in its hand. Its appearance was the same as the image he saw in the hologram when he entered Jingbua City. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Fan Riguan immediately stepped forward and bowed very respectfully. "I'm Fan Riguan from Flying Fish Inn. Greetings, sir." "What's going on here? Why is there someone shouting?" The shadow's figure was still bent, like a ribbon flying in the air. "Hee, it's me who angered this senior immortal. Senior immortal scolded me. I'm apologizing to senior immortal. It's not a big deal." Fan Riguan slightly glanced at Xiaohua and gave him a meaningful glance. Xiaohua took a deep breath and wiped away the tears on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "I was a bit reckless. Please forgive me." The shadow floated in the air for a moment. A wooden voice echoed, "Although Fan Riguan is an ordinary person, he's still a servant in Jingbua City. His safety is protected. Fellow Taoist, you can't rashly decide to take someone's life." "I don't dare. And it's good that you don't dare. Shouting is nothing. However, City Lord Zhao is receiving a distinguished guest today. He's touring Jingbua City. If you disturb him, it'll be a capital offense. It's best if you know your place." "I understand." Xiaohua's heart trembled. He thought of the nascent soul cultivator he met outside the city 2 days ago. "Take care of yourself." The shadow was like a fluttering ribbon. It gradually went far away and fell into the lake. After a long while, Fan Riguan stood up and said in a low voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, please don't speak loudly again. Please follow me to Flying Fish Inn." Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to take a step, he thought of something again and shook his head, saying, I should stay at another inn. I'm afraid I can't stay at Flying Fish Inn." "Why?" Fan Riguan stared blankly and asked shortly after. Yesterday there was a waiter who asked Dai for the so-called immortal Dao. If I follow you back, won't I be noisy to death?" Xiaohua sighed. In his heart, he was actually still afraid that the refining talisman school's people would discover that he was a loose cultivator. "So it's like that." Fan Riguan immediately understood. He said very guiltily, "I was reckless. I didn't expect that my sudden departure would bring Taoist Master Xiao so much trouble. I'm truly ashamed. There's no need to be like this. It's not all your fault." Xiaohua looked at the sky and said with a smile, "I's matter with you is over. If you don't have anything else, I will look for another inn. Let's part ways here." Xiaohua figured out that Fan Riguan's mother's illness was cured because of his top-grade Wuqing pill. Naturally, he also knew the use of those Wuqing pills in the space. The most important thing was that these pills were refined by Xiao Yuehong. Since Fan Riguan's wife and daughter didn't have any incurable illnesses, he naturally didn't want to waste these pills. Fan Riguan heard this and became anxious. He stepped forward and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. He said with a smile, "Taoist Master Xiao, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it." "Alas, since it's a presumptuous request, of course there's no need to say it." Xiaohua shook his head. "Yes, Taoist Master Xiao is right." Fan Riguan said respectfully, However, my mother knew that it was Taoist Master Shao who bestowed the immortal pills and wanted to thank you in person. It's just that we mortals can only stay in the western part of Jinghua City and can't come here as we please. Therefore I came here in a hurry to invite Taoist Master Shao to come to the western part of my city when you have time and accept my family's thanks. No need, Xiaohua waved his hand and shook his head. It's an unintentional act. You don't have to thank me. If you have the heart, just properly show filial piety to my mother. He looked around and said with a smile, I still have some matters to attend to at the store over there. Follow me. Oh no, you should wait here. Wait for me to exchange some spirit stones, then I'll go with you to the west of the city. Yes, I'll listen to Taoist Master Zhao's instructions. Hearing this, Fan Riguan's face was filled with joy. He looked at where Xiaohua was pointing and asked with concern, Senior Immortal is going to the store to exchange for spirit stones? Spirit stones? Oh yes. Xiaohua nodded. Then, will Senior Immortal use spirit stones to cultivate or exchange for other things? Fan Riguan continued to ask. Spirit stones can be used to cultivate? Xiaohua was stunned. Fan Riguan was even more shocked. Taoist Master Shao won't use spirit stones to cultivate? Xiaohua scratched his head. Didn't I tell you that I's cultivation is shallow? I don't know how to use spirit stones to cultivate. Oh, so it's like this. Then Taoist Master Shao will use spirit stones to exchange for things? Yes. Then Senior Immortal. It's best not to use things to exchange for spirit stones in these stores and then use spirit stones to buy things in the stores. Why is that? Could it be that Senior Immortal doesn't know about Jinghua City's e-market? Fan Riguan asked curiously. I naturally know about e-market, but isn't it still early for e-market? Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Oh, so it's like this. Then Taoist Master Shao should go to e-market to take a look. E-market is different from e-market. E-market only opens once a month, but e-market opens every day at noon. I also heard from other senior immortals in the inn that instead of using things to exchange for spirit stones in the stores and then going to other stores to exchange for things, it's better to directly take things from e-market and use things to exchange for things. Although there are some stores in Jinghua City that have a good reputation, they still need to make a profit. Their prices are all low and high. It's not worth it for Taoist Master Shao to look for them. Ah, there's such a thing. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wouldn't it be a big loss for him to pass through two stores like this? At the same time he also thought of the e-market that the boy in the refining glyph school whose cultivation was higher than his mentioned in the store. At this time it was already afternoon. Presumably that e-market had already dispersed. If Xiaohua didn't go to e-market, then naturally there was nothing else to do. Alright, I will go with you to the west of the city. However, when you come back tomorrow you still need to bring I to e-market. Xiaohua said with a smile. Taoist Master Shao saved my mother. I can't repay you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Senior Immortal, if there's anything you need you can instruct me. Fan Riguan said with great joy. Then he looked at the sky and said with slight hesitation, Taoist Master Shao, if we go to the west of the city now it's a bit late. We might not be able to arrive by nightfall. Then, even if we go to e-market tomorrow, I'm afraid it's still not possible to go to the west of the city. Xiaohua frowned and said, unless we leave early tomorrow morning. Really? Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. Right, I heard from the waiter in the Flying Fish and that you and a fellow cultivator went to the west of the city on some shuttle boat. It's very fast. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. Yes, the shuttle boat is indeed fast, but the cost of spirit stones is also considerable. I don't have any reason to waste your spirit stones. Fan Riguan immediately objected. Then how many spirit stones will it take to go to the west of the city? According to Senior Immortal, it should be a mid-grade spirit stone. A mid-grade spirit stone. Xiaohua also underestimated it in his heart. His high-grade fireball talisman could only be exchanged for a mid-grade spirit stone. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant to part with it. But thinking about it again, he was waiting here for Tianqi Qingfengmin's message. If there was suddenly news that Hua Yun Park had enough talisman masters, he might not have the time. This mid-grade spirit stone might really have to be spent. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly seemed to feel that something was wrong, but after thinking for a while he couldn't figure out what it was, so he had to stop thinking about it. He only said to Fan Riguan, "This poor Taoist's time is limited. I'm afraid I can't stay in Jingbo City for long. Take this poor Taoist to the shuttle. This poor Taoist can still afford the immortal stones." "Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao." Fan Riguan was very grateful. He quickly took Xiaohua to the lake in front of them. Seeing the empty lake and the small boat that was gliding along the surface of the lake not far away, Xiaohua was a little surprised. Fan Riguan was very experienced. He walked to the front of a very ordinary-looking stone pillar and said respectfully, "Taoist Master Xiao, please inject your spirit energy into this jade stone." Xiaohua walked over and sized it up. This is a 3 feet tall 1-inch square jade stone pillar. It was gray and not very conspicuous. Only the top of the pillar was protruding and there were some faintly discernible strange runes on it. Xiaohua stretched out his finger and exerted his strength, pointing at the top of the jade pillar. The lake in front of him immediately began to bubble, and countless tiny waves swarmed out from the bottom of the lake. Immediately after, a faint blue light flashed, and a small boat that was 3 feet long and 3 feet wide appeared at the edge of the lake where the waves were surging. After the small boat appeared, the lake regained its calm. Fan Riguan said happily, "The shuttle boat has appeared. Taoist Master Xiao, please move." "Okay," Xiaohua agreed. He lifted his leg and got on the shuttle boat. Fan Riguan followed behind him. "Taoist Master Xiao, please inject your spirit stone into this groove." Fan Riguan pointed at a circular groove in the middle of the shuttle boat and said. Xiaohua said as he placed a mid-grade spirit stone into the groove. Following the insertion of the mid-grade spirit stone, the groove shone with a brilliant light covering the groove. The mid-grade spirit stone disappeared, and then a faint blue light screen rose from the surroundings of the shuttle, covering Xiaohua and Fan Riguan within. Immediately after, in front of Xiaohua and Fan Riguan, several different colored light balls appeared in midair. Xiaohua glanced at them. Different words appeared on them such as east of the city, west of the city, north of the city, south of the city. Fan Riguan said from the side, "Taoist Master Xiao, please use your spirit energy to point at the west of the city." Xiaohua did as he was told. The several balls of light in front of him disappeared, and a huge diagram appeared once again. There were many tiny light spots on the diagram, making Xiaohua confused. Beside him, Fan Riguan said in a low voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to use your immortal power here." As he spoke, he pointed at an extremely small light dot on the left side of the diagram. Xiaohua very strangely sent his spirit energy to that light dot. Immediately after, several fist-sized words flew out from the diagram. It was Jingfanqi. This is the place where this lowly, secular people live. Fan Riguan smiled apologetically. Chapter 13:10. Oh. Xiaohua nodded. He now understood that the second image that appeared just now should be the image of the entire western part of Jingbo City. The countless tiny dots of light were also the places that the shuttle could reach. However, it seems that there are no dots of light around Jingfanqi. Moreover, this area is especially big. It takes up almost 60% of the western part of the city. Xiaohua was a little confused. He pointed at the area and asked, "Ajen, these places can't be reached by shuttle?" Reporting to Taoist Xiao, the place that Taoist Xiao pointed to just now is the only place where the shuttle can reach Jingfanqi. Any further inside is where the people of the secular world live. The shuttle can't enter. The shuttle can't enter such a big place? Xiaohua asked curiously. Exactly. The people of the secular world can't be compared to the immortals. Jingfanqi is surrounded by an immortal array. No one without an immortal talisman can come out. This is also the reason why my mother can't personally come to thank Taoist Xiao. Fan Riguan explained. Moreover, there are many people of the secular world in the western part of the city. I'm afraid there are more of them than the immortals. That's why they occupy most of the western part of the city. Oh, I see. Xiaohua nodded. He then looked at the shuttle and said, "Now that we know the place, how should I steer the shuttle?" The shuttle doesn't need to be controlled by the immortals. You just need to choose the place you want to go, Then use your immortal energy to activate the immortal stones that were placed on the shuttle. The shuttle will follow the route set by Jinghua City and fly to the place you want to go. Haha, I see. That's not bad. Xiaohua was still worrying about how to not get lost. When he heard this, he laughed and sent his immortal energy into the groove where the immortal stones were. As expected, the shuttle moved slowly. Then it gradually accelerated and flew over the lake toward the western part of the city. Xiaohua stood on the shuttle. The light blue brilliance blocked all the waves and gales outside. Moreover, the shuttle was unusually stable. There were no bumps. It was no different from standing on the ground. This shuttle is really strange. If it's just one or two, then that's fine. They're just ordinary magic tools. But what's rare is that all the lakes in Jinghua City are filled with shuttles. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of them. Xiaohua's mind had already calmed down. He looked at the shuttle under his feet with interest, as well as the many different colored shuttles on the lake. Although the surface of the lake was vast, there were even more shuttles. Within a radius of about 10 zhang around Xiaohua, there were 2 shuttles moving in the same direction. From time to time, there would be shuttles flashing past Xiaohua's left side, either in front of the shuttles or behind the shuttles. Their speed was extremely fast, and the distance of 10 zhang was covered in the blink of an eye. Many times Xiaohua felt that they would collide with each other. Seeing Xiaohua clench his fists, Fan Riguan behind him takes half a step forward and says in a low voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, don't be afraid, this shuttle's route is already fixed. All the shuttles won't collide with each other." Why would I be afraid? It was just admiring the scenery of Jinghua City. Can't you slow down a bit? Xiaohua wouldn't admit it. He only smiles and says, but before he can finish, a shuttle suddenly appears in front of his eyes, giving him a fright. Fan Riguan smiles and doesn't say anything. Ajahn, tell I about Jinghua City. Xiaohua feels that he can't hold his face and asks, "Yes, Taoist Master Xiao." Fan Riguan smiles and answers respectfully, "However, this little one is only a mortal in Jinghua City. I only know that there are 2 old immortals in Jinghua City. One is old immortal Mu Chong, the other is the city lord of Jinghua City, immortal Lu Yichuan. These 2 old immortals have been in charge of Jinghua City for several hundred years. As for other things, this little one doesn't know much about the matters of the immortals. I heard a lot from the immortals in the inn, so I'm afraid I can't get to the point. You can say whatever you want, I can also listen," Xiaohua says. "Yes, this little one lives in the west of Jinghua City. My parents died when I was young." Fan Riguan knows that Xiaohua wants to know more, so he tells him everything he knows bit by bit. As it turns out, Jinghua City is divided into 4 areas, namely the west, east, south and north of the city. The west of the city is for the common people to live in. There are about 1 million people there. Every year, Jinghua City will send special disciples to the west of the city to select children around 6 years old who can cultivate. They will be accepted as disciples of Jinghua City, and the families of these disciples will be moved to the east of the city. Naturally, the life in the east of the city and the west of the city is very different. Every person in the west of the city hopes that they can raise a child who can become a disciple of Jinghua City, so that they can live a life like an immortal. Because Jinghua City is very big, many things are not necessarily done by disciples with high cultivation. Therefore, even if a considerable number of disciples can't set foot in the 3rd level of qi refining, they are different from the cultivation sections. Their cultivation is not abolished and they are chased down the mountain, but they are made disciples who do odd jobs. However, disciples who can pass the 3rd level of qi refining have their families in the east of the city, and their families will have a new residence, so they will be separated from the other disciples who do odd jobs. Of course, there are also many places in Jinghua City that need the common people to work. These opportunities are open to the common people in the west of the city at any time. Fan Riguan belongs to this kind of people. He stands out among the common people in the west of the city and has the opportunity to serve the immortals in the Flying Fish Inn in the south of the city. Fan Riguan doesn't know much about the north and south of Jinghua City. He only knows that the south of the city is a place where low-level cultivators move. Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators can only stay in the south of the city. Only high-level cultivators, Oris core stage and above, can enter the north of the city. As for what the north of the city looks like, Fan Riguan has no idea at all. After all, Those who stay in the flying fish and are all rogue cultivators or chi refining stage cultivators like Xiaohua. They have no chance to enter the north of the city, so it is impossible for them to talk about it. However, Fan Riguan has heard from the 10th level chi refining stage shopkeeper of the flying fish in that the north of the city seems to be abnormally rich in spiritual chi of heaven and earth. At the same time, it is also the place where the leader of Jingbua City is located. According to Fan Riguan, entering Jingbua City was also based on one's cultivation level. Xiaohua entered through the southern city gate. Mortals couldn't enter or leave, but cultivators could enter or leave as long as they were cultivators. As for the other city gates, aura refining and foundation building cultivators couldn't enter or leave. Moreover, the 4 areas of Jingbua City are protected by their own immortal formations. Random people have to check their cultivation. If they don't meet the requirements, they will have to force their way in. The disciples of Jingbua City can punish them according to the city rules. Fan Riguan said a lot of bits and pieces and Xiaohua listened to them one by one. When they talked about cultivation, Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled and said, "That's right, what's the deal with the camouflage of Qiqiao sect? Where can I buy it?" Camouflage? Fan Riguan was surprised at first, but then he understood. He smiled apologetically and said, "That's what the immortals use. Naturally, you have to buy it from Qiqiao sect's shop in the north of the city. Didn't you say that only golden core stage cultivators can go to the north of the city? I see a lot of cultivators wearing camouflage in the south of the city. Let me tell you, Daoist Chao. Qiqiao sect's camouflage is very precious. According to many immortals, it has many functions and is very expensive. I'm afraid you have to use some top-grade immortal stones to buy it." "What? Top-grade spirit stones?" Xiaohua was shocked. "Aren't there only low-grade, middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones?" Fan Riguan shook his head blankly. "I don't know about that. After all, I only heard about it from rumors." Then he explained, "However, according to what I know, other than Qiqiao sect's camouflage, many other sects have also introduced similar things. They are also called camouflage and the price is also much lower. If Daoist Xiao wants to hide your identity, you might as well consider these camouflage. Compared to Qiqiao sect's camouflage, what's the difference?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How could a mortal like Fan Riguan know about this? Sure enough, Fan Riguan smiled apologetically and said, "I don't know the specific differences. I only know that there are differences in concealing immortals' cultivation and appearance." Appearance? Xiaohua nodded. "Then according to what you know, it should be able to conceal one's appearance, right?" "Of course. Concealing one's appearance is the most basic. Otherwise, how could it be called a camouflage?" Fan Riguan saw that Xiaohua was very interested and knew what he was thinking. He said, "These camouflage can be bought from Qiqiao sect's shop or from other sects' shops. Of course, the other sect's camouflage won't be as expensive as Qiqiao sect's. Moreover, you can occasionally find camouflage in trading markets or trading gatherings. However, it all depends on luck. I heard that the items used for trading are extremely rare and not easy to find. If Daoist Xiao wants to get a cheap camouflage, I'm afraid you'll have to go to trading gatherings." Xiaohua nodded. He already understood that the camouflage was extremely difficult for him to obtain. He only had 100 or so middle-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch. "Let's not talk about that for now." Xiaohua glanced at the rapidly receding scene on the shore of the lake and asked, "Can you talk about the matter of your wife and your daughter? So that I can have a plan in mind?" This. Fan Riguan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "The matter of my wife and daughter, I actually already knew about it before I entered the Zhu family. Oh right, my wife and mother are both surnamed Zhu. I can be considered to have married into the family. My daughter is also surnamed Zhu." Xiaohua listened and nodded slightly. However, at this moment, the entire shuttle suddenly shook violently. A huge wave of water violently threw the shuttle into the air. Not to mention Fan Riguan, even Xiaohua was caught off guard and lost his balance. He curled up and crashed into the light barrier in front of him. The people on the flying boat could be seen clearly by the people in the lake, as if the flying boat didn't exist. The flying boat wasn't flying in the sky. Below the flying boat, there were several feet of clouds floating above the lake. The clouds flowed more rapidly than the water, pushing the flying boat forward rapidly. Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. He had already seen clearly that there were more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators standing on the dragon head of the flying boat. Each of them held a sword-shaped magic tool in their hands. Their faces were tense as they looked forward. There were also cultivators on both sides of the flying boat, but these cultivators' magic tools were in the shape of a rui scepter. In the center of these cultivators was an enormous platform. On the platform there were several beautiful women with graceful figures. Their cultivations were also at the late stage of qi refining and early stage of foundation establishment. They either held a feather fan in their hands or a wine jug in their hands. They clustered around 3 people sitting cross-legged in the center of the platform. Looking at the 3 people, the one at the top was an old man with white hair and a red face. He wore a purple-red Taoist robe and sat very casually. He held a strange golden wine cup in his left hand and pointed at something in the lake with his right hand. This old man was the famous Old Man Mu Chong of Jinghua City. On Old Man Mu Chong's left hand was an extremely handsome boy. He wore a luxurious robe, his face was as white as jade, and he had a purple gold crown on his head. He was holding a bunch of spirit fruits that looked like grapes in his hand and carefully tasting them with an expressionless face. This almost young boy was the city lord of Jinghua City, Lu Yichuan. Looking at the opposite side of City Lord Lu, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He had a horse face with many pockmarks on his face. In the middle of the pockmarks was a very conspicuous brandy nose. It was the 3rd elder of the Blue Li sect, Taoist Master Zhuoming. At this time, Taoist Master Zhuoming was also holding a wine cup in his hand. His Taoist robe was open at his chest and he seemed to be drinking to his heart's content. His gaze was directed at the direction Old Man Mu Chong was pointing at. Xiaohua looked from afar and thought to himself, this is the so-called nascent soul cultivator? Looks like it's just strange, but there's nothing special about it. Xiaohua had just thought of this when an incomparably majestic pressure pressed down on him like a mountain and like a huge wave hitting the shore. In an instant, Xiaohua felt that his entire body was incomparably heavy. That pressure pressed down on his entire body. Even his fingers and toes were unable to move a single inch. What's more, Xiaohua's mind was as if exposed. His mouth and nose were immersed in the pressure, making him unable to think, unable to breathe. With a plop sound behind Xiaohua, the mortal Fan Riguan had long been unable to resist the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. He shouted, "Old immortal," and couldn't help but kneel on the ground, truly prostrating himself on all fours. This is the divine ability of a nascent soul cultivator? Simply unbelievable. Xiaohua, who had some doubts just now, was completely shocked in his heart. There was no need to talk about fighting. Just based on this pressure, Xiaohua believed that as long as the 3 people on the dragon boat wanted his life, they only needed to wave their hands and he definitely wouldn't have any strength to fight back. Not to mention me, even if the sect master were here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for them in 3 rounds. Xiaohua had already deeply understood the fearsomeness of a nascent soul cultivator. At the same time, he also understood that when Xiao Yuehong mentioned the nascent soul sect masters of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi, his tone was filled with admiration, jealousy, and a bit of fear. Foundation establishment, gold core, compared to the nascent soul stage, the difference was really too great. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a burst of blazing passion, as if he had seen some hope. That's right, it's exactly like this. It's precisely because of this cultivation that I can avenge the sect master. I can move unhindered in this whatever country of Xi, in this whatever continent of Dawn Reign. Only then can I possibly find my own origin and origin. Xiaohua let out a cry from his heart. Sect master, this disciple finally understands your words. Only by becoming a great cultivator can I have my own freedom and do whatever I want. Rest assured, this disciple will definitely not be afraid of hardships and dangers. I will definitely use all my means to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. I will definitely personally crush the 100 Herbs sect, Jiang Fan, Jiang Jiantong, and the others to death one by one so as to avenge you and let you rest in peace in the underworld. The dragon boat was moving extremely fast. Xiaohua had just seen the 3 nascent soul cultivators on the dragon boat and was thinking so much in his heart when the dragon boat had already flown past Xiaohua's shuttle boat at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, the extremely terrifying pressure was like the receding tide of the sea, suddenly disappearing. Xiaohua felt his body become lighter and his heart also relaxed. When he turned his head to look again, the three-colored flying boat had already gradually moved further away and could only be vaguely seen. The head of a dragon can be seen but the tail cannot be seen. Isn't this what it looks like? Xiaohua sighed with emotion. With a "pu" sound, the light blue light around the shuttle once again rose up and surrounded the entire shuttle. It slightly shook a few times and just like before, the shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. On the surface of the lake, all the shuttles also began to move as if nothing had happened just a moment ago. Behind Xiaohua, Fan Riguan was still lying on the ground. His shoulders were slightly trembling, and he still hadn't escaped from the fright from a moment ago. Xiaohua knew that the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was extremely powerful. It must have left an extremely deep impression in Fan Riguan's heart. In a short period of time he probably wouldn't be able to recover his previous state of mind. Therefore Xiaohua didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Looking ahead, his heart once again surged with monstrous waves. I naturally want to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, but the current situation is extremely bad. I only have the cultivation method of the second level of qi refining. If I want to continue cultivating, I need to find the cultivation method for the future. Let's not talk about the cultivation method for the foundation establishment stage. I must obtain the cultivation method for the 12th level of qi refining. But cultivation methods are incomparably precious in the country of Xi. Usually I may not be able to obtain it. No, I definitely can't obtain it. And if I enter another sect, my aptitude seems strange. I'm afraid it won't be easy. So, Heaven's Forsaken seems to be the only way out right now. As long as I can pass Senior Qing's test on the art of talisman crafting, I can obtain the cultivation method for the 5th level of qi refining. This young master can even refine a high-grade fireball talisman, not to mention a low-grade one. Oh no, how could I be so muddle-headed? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Although he could refine a high-grade fireball talisman, this kind of miraculous method, could he display it in front of others? If he wanted to enter Heaven's Forsaken, his only chance was to use a talisman brush to refine a low-grade fireball talisman. Chapter 13:12. Although Xiaohua can refine high-grade fireball talismans, he absolutely can't let others know about this. After all, his method of refining yellow talismans is somewhat unimaginable. He can only use talisman brushes to refine low-grade fireball talismans in order to meet the requirements of joining Tianqi. Alas, it's really like drawing legs on a snake. Xiaohua rubbed his chin, unconsciously smiling bitterly as he said, forcefully returning that low-grade talisman brush to Senior Tian was precisely to make him believe that the high-grade fireball talisman wasn't refined by himself. This lack of confidence isn't ordinary at all. Now I've lost 20 low-grade spirit stones for no reason, and now I have to buy a low-grade talisman brush. I'm just finding something for myself to do. Forget it, don't think so much first. When I return to the southern part of the city tomorrow, I'd better find a shop to buy a talisman brush. If Tianqi sends a summoning talisman and I can't refine yellow talismans normally, then it'll be troublesome. Right, my cultivation relied on the Peiyuan pill to push from the first layer of the aura refining realm to the second layer of the aura refining realm. Taking the Peiyuan pill is equivalent to 12 years of bitter cultivation. If I go from the second layer of the aura refining realm to the third layer of the aura refining realm, how many years of bitter cultivation do I have to take? Can I still use the Peiyuan pill? Xiaohua frowns and thinks, Shang Huaming is already gone, and everything in Yellow Flower Ridge has been taken away by my enemy. I can't easily get pills anymore. If I want to take pills, I'll have to rely on myself. And since I can refine yellow talismans that I've never learned before, then I think about the extremely familiar spells in Xihua Peak's pill room. Presumably, I can also refine pills. Even if I can't refine pills now, I still have to collect as many pill recipes as I can. I need to collect things for pill refining in the future. Loose cultivators, everything depends on oneself. Everything is cruel. Right, 100 Zhang Peak. Kaizhuisha's matter, do I still have to go? Xiaohua thought about the matter of cultivation techniques. Then he thought about Kai Zhuoxiao and the 100 Zhang Peak. Previously I had a disciple of the sect. The sect head had a cultivation technique, so I naturally didn't need to go to the 100 Zhang Peak and risk my life. But now, I've already become a loose cultivator and I'm even inferior to Kai Zhuoxiao. If I can go to 1000 Zhang Peak and coincidentally obtain Old Man 1000 Zhang's inheritance, wouldn't I no longer have to rack my brains to find all the cultivation methods in the future? But Kai Zhuoxiao is at the 5th level of qi refining. She also needs a technique like this. She must have noticed that my cultivation base is too low to compete with hers, so she invited me to go with her. Even if I have a secret technique to break through her cultivation base, she already knows about it. She'll definitely be on her guard. How could I possibly have an advantage? Since you can't snatch it from him, why should you destroy the trust that the two of you have worked so hard to build? Sai, forget it, I won't go. In any case, my cultivation speed is too slow. Just relying on Tianqi's cultivation method is more than enough. Why should I think about other things? If Kai Zhuoxiao's luck is good, then I'll let her obtain Old Man 1000 Zhang's inheritance and revitalize their Kai family of Liang. His eyes blankly stared at the lingering mist in front of him. His eyes gradually became clear. Everyone's cultivation path has its own characteristics. Simply copying another person's path may not necessarily be successful. I must have my own path. All of a sudden, Xiaohua became extremely interested in the reward that Fan Riguan's mother wanted to give him. He didn't know what it was, and he also didn't know if it would have any effect on his cultivation. He turned his head to look at Fan Riguan. Although he had already stood up from the ground, his eyes were still somewhat lifeless. The pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was still too shocking for ordinary people. Without a period of time to recover, Fan Riguan's mind wouldn't be able to escape from the shock. For a moment, Xiaohua also didn't want to ask him anything. Just like this, the two of them remained silent, allowing the shuttle to quickly advance on the surface of the lake. Time passed very quickly. When the bright red sun set in the west, a black line appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was precisely the end of the lake. That black line was getting closer. When he could clearly see that it was the countless houses built along the lakeside. Turning his head to look at Fan Riguan, Xiaohua thought for a moment. He slightly frowned and shouted with a trace of magic power in his voice, "Ah Jen, ah?" When the wooden chicken Fan Riguan heard Xiaohua's shout, he suddenly woke up with a start. His sluggish eyes faintly moved and regained some spirit. Immediately after, he looked left and right in panic and said in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, have the old immortals all left?" "And they've left." Xiaohua nodded. He finally understood the almighty power of cultivators. That's good, that's good." Fan Riguan extended his hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He said in shame, "When I was talking to Daoist Xiao just now, I was careless and directly called out City Lord Lu's name. Just now City Lord Lu actually found out. Although he was magnanimous and didn't blame me, I was warned by City Lord Lu's anger in my heart. In the future I won't dare to be so rude." That's fine." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. How could Lu Yichuan know that Fan Riguan had mentioned his name? It was only because Fan Riguan was under Lu Yichuan's pressure that a flaw appeared in his mind. He had a guilty conscience. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. The ancient saying is correct. Xiaohua naturally thought of his low-grade talisman pen. "Alright, City Lord Lu has already forgiven you. You don't have to blame yourself. Let's see if this is Jing Fan Qi?" Xiaohua smiled and pointed forward. "So fast." Fan Riguan was stunned. He raised his head and looked. Unconsciously, his face was filled with joy. "Daoist Xiao, you know that this is Jing Fan Qi." Xiaohua listened and didn't say anything. He folded his hands and looked at the gradually approaching lake. Jing Fan Qi's lake was extremely large. The shore couldn't be seen with a single glance. However, apart from Xiaohua's shuttle, no other shuttle was approaching. It was obvious that this was a rare sight. "Daoist Xiao, this is the place where mortals like me live. In the past, only when Jinghua City came to select disciples, the immortals would come here. Yesterday an immortal. I didn't know that they came directly to Jing Fan Qi. It was only because of my earnest request that they sent me back." Fan Riguan explained as the shuttle reached the shore. Looking at the empty lake shore, he explained. And Xiaohua nodded. Seeing the shuttle's light screen descend, he jumped out of the shuttle. His figure was very agile. Xiaohua was in midair. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Just now, when the shuttle hit the huge wave, he didn't use any magic power. Even under that kind of situation, he was still able to nimbly swim in midair. He even caught Fan Riguan with great ease. That feeling, it was as if he had another kind of divine ability. Oh, it was as if he had another kind of ability. He didn't think about it before. Now that he thought about it, it was really a little mysterious. AI, there are still a lot of things that can be discovered from me. After Xiaohua landed on the ground, he shook his head slightly. When he turned his head back, Fan Riguan also jumped down from the shuttle. In a hurry, the surface of the lake below the shuttle was the same as when the shuttle appeared. Countless bubbles gushed out, and then a light blue brilliance appeared and the shuttle disappeared. Casually glancing at the similar pillar beside him, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Ah Zhen, this is your home. You should act as the host." Of course. Daoist Xiao, please follow me." Fan Riguan smiled. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, his eyes showed a trace of warmth. He quickly stepped forward and led Xiaohua inside. There was still some distance between the buildings on the shore, and this empty space didn't have any traces of people. The two walked quickly for a moment and approached the buildings. Reflecting the setting sun in the west, Xiaohua squinted his eyes. He very keenly saw that several zhang ahead, there was a thin light screen that separated the sunlight into 7 colors. Suddenly Xiaohua came to a realization. He recalled that when he fainted on Shihua Peak, some things had happened in the space behind his head. Bone refining 7 colors, could it be related to the 7 colors in this light? Daoist Xiao, in front of us is Jing Fanqi's immortal formation. Without the immortal residence issued by Jingbua City, no mortal can pass through. Fan Riguan, who was walking in front of Xiaohua, stopped and turned back. However, for an immortal elder like Daoist Xiao, this immortal formation is ineffective. Please rest assured. Oh? Is that so? Xiaohua discovered that as long as it was an array formation in Jingbua City, there would always be some Jingbua City disciples hidden. Therefore, he wouldn't easily reveal that he had seen the array formation. Chapter 13:13. Humph, you're just a junior in the second layer of qi refining. How can you be so powerful? The old man said coldly. Xiaohua smiled and said, Junior heard from Fan Riguan that as long as one is a cultivator, one can enter Jing Fan Qi. Although Junior is only in the second layer of qi refining and my cultivation is shallow, I can still be considered to have stepped into the door of cultivation. Could it be that Junior can't enter? My Jingbua City naturally has this kind of rule. However, since I am guarding this area, of course I have to make decisions for the people of my Jingbua City. I can't let anyone who is harmful to my people enter. The old man's tone was a little angry. What harmful person? It's just that this young master's cultivation is shallow. Xiaohua's heart was like a mirror. He chuckled and cupped his hands and said, Junior is from a medical family. Since young, I have been identifying medicinal herbs with this grandfather and learning medical skills. It's also because of this background that I was chosen by the sect and accepted into the sect. However, because Junior is too immersed in this, my cultivation has been slow to improve. I've let Senior see a joke. Alas, Xiaohua's lies at this time one after another. He didn't even need to think about it in his heart, he just blurted it out directly. So it's like this. The old man muttered to himself and stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Xiaohua was not timid. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the old man's distorted figure very calmly. Go, the old man waved his hand. His figure gradually rose and disappeared. Taoist Master Xiao. Fan Riguan had been a waiter for many years. Just now, when he saw Xiaohua stop him from saying that he had already cured his mother, he felt that there was something wrong. He said somewhat embarrassedly, Did I cause trouble for Senior Immortal? Oh, it's like this. When Xiaohua heard Fan Riguan mention it, he sighed and said, Although I'm the immortal elder you speak of, my actual cultivation is still not enough. Therefore, the matter of curing your mother's illness, and the matter of your wife and daughter, you must not tell anyone else. You have to know that this is not a good reputation for I, but a disaster for I. Yes, I know. Before I came here, my mother had told me not to reveal anything. Xiao Qian in the inn. Oh, the waiter like me asked, and I told him that you had nothing to do with my mother's illness. Fan Riguan said hurriedly, it's just that just now. I was panicking so I almost said it. Xiao Hua understood Fan Riguan's urgency. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to enter Jing Fanqi's territory, so he waved his hand and said, it's fine. I'm not from Jinghua City anyway. You can wait for 5 to 6 years. It won't be too late for you to wait until I leave. No, I swear that I will never say it again. Fan Riguan said resolutely. That's good. Xiao Hua understood in his heart that cultivators had countless ways to make him talk, but the problem was who would be so bored? Oh right, this Madame Fan Riguan's mother. What kind of person is she? Unexpectedly, her mind is so meticulous. She seems to have some understanding of the world of cultivators. Xiao Hua thought, however, Jinghua City is a place of cultivators. Jinghua City often chooses disciples from Jing Fanqi, so it's normal for her to know the cruelty of cultivators. Let's go, your family must be waiting anxiously. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. Yes, please follow me, Daoist Xiao. Fan Riguan's face was filled with gratitude as he bowed and asked Xiao Hua to follow him. After walking for a while with Fan Riguan, the two figures gradually disappeared into a cluster of buildings. As Xiao Hua gradually went deeper, he also looked at the surroundings with interest. This was a place that looked like a town. The streets were very small, completely different from the streets in other parts of Jinghua City. On both sides of the street were houses and shops, which was not much different from what Xiao Hua had imagined. Moreover, there were more and more people in the surroundings. They all looked like ordinary people and there were different kinds of people. This was a secular town. Although Xiao Hua was wearing an ordinary Taoist robe and there was nothing special about it among cultivators, in this secular town, it was out of place. In addition, he was very tall, so when he walked in the crowd he stood out like a crane among chickens. Everyone could see him early on, especially that big bald head. The attitude of the crowd made Xiao Hua feel a little strange. When these people saw him they were all very respectful. Many of them also stopped and cupped their hands to salute him. Xiao Hua also smiled and saluted at first, but later on there were too many people. He really couldn't cope with them, so he could only smile and nod. Fortunately, these people's eyes were full of reverence. After saluting him they all left. They didn't crowd around him like stars surrounding the moon. Presumably, Jing Fanqi also had no lack of cultivators coming here. Daoist Xiao, please come this way. Fan Riguan walked in front of Xiao Hua, his face was very proud. When they reached a not too small street he turned his head and said with a smile. Yes, Xiao Hua nodded. He was also very happy in his heart. This kind of respect made him feel quite emotional. Ever since he started cultivating he was always looked down upon by others. When had he ever received this kind of treatment? The street wasn't too deep. Some men and women walked out. When they saw Fan Riguan they all greeted him warmly. When they saw Xiao Hua they were even more surprised. They respectfully stood at the side and asked Xiao Hua to go first. When they reached the end of the street there was a not too big courtyard. A fuzzy, kind face faintly flashed in Xiao Hua's mind. Xiao Hua had never thought that the addressed grandmother would have such a great effect on him. This is my grandma? The face in his mind was a little fuzzy and not clear. Xiao Hua couldn't see it clearly no matter how hard he tried. The old woman ignored Zhu Shi and stepped forward. She trembled and was about to kneel down and salute. Zhu Shi greets Daoist Xiao. Thank you, Daoist Xiao, for saving my life. Xiao Hua was originally in a daze. He only woke up when he heard the voice. Seeing the old woman about to kneel down he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly supported her and said, I don't dare. Grandma is much older than I. How can you salute I? Moreover, I didn't mean to save you. I don't dare to accept such a big salute. Daoist Xiao, you are a Daoist Xiao. You can't talk about age with us mortals. Moreover, whether you did it on purpose or not, it is a fact that Daoist Xiao saved me. If I don't personally thank you I won't feel at ease. Looking at the old woman with white hair, wrinkles all over her face and the sincere expression in her eyes, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and sighed. He loosened his hand and said, if you want to thank me, it's better to go to the courtyard first. The old woman came to her senses and hurriedly said, Immortal elder is right, please. Chapter 13-14. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the courtyard first. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was very neat and tidy. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a flourishing parasol tree full of vitality. Behind the parasol tree was a central room with an open door. Next to the central room were several small rooms with their doors closed. Just by looking at the things in the courtyard, Xiaohua could see that Fan Riguan's family was well off. Taoist Xiao, please accept a bow from this old woman and her family. Without waiting for Xiaohua to understand his surroundings, the aged voice of the Zhu clan's old woman rang out behind him. When Xiaohua turned around, not only the Zhu clan's old woman, but also Fan Riguan's family of 3 were kneeling on the ground. Xiaohua leaned to one side. He really didn't want such an old woman to bow to him. Then he hurried forward and single-handedly helped the old woman up. The old woman stood up under Xiaohua's unparalleled strength, and the middle-aged woman behind her also hurried forward to support her. The old woman let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, although this old woman is a layman, but I never wanted to take advantage of other people's kindness. Ajahn. He asked for an immortal pill in the inn. I didn't like that at all, but this is a junior's filial piety. This old woman can't stop him. Then she lovingly looked at Fan Riguan and sincerely said to Xiaohua, Ajahn must have already told me a bit about what happened in the past. I won't hide it from Taoist Xiao. In this old woman's eyes, cultivators are the most stingy. For a little bit of benefit they can draw their swords and even fight with their lives. Therefore this old woman has never given them any extravagant hope. However, yesterday, Ajahn actually brought back an immortal pill and cured this old woman's chronic illness. This is really beyond my expectations. Taoist Zhao's noble character and unquestionable integrity, your magnanimity really made this old woman change her previous impression of cultivators. Alas, old woman's words also make I blush with shame. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, cultivators go against the will of the heavens. Everyone is trying to seize the first opportunity of the heavenly Tao. If someone is lenient, they will have to pay tens or hundreds of years of hard work. What's more, it could even be their life. No cultivator will lower their guard. Perhaps this is what Senior doesn't understand. When the old woman heard this, she smiled even more. Taoist Master Xiao, you're not that old, right? Xiaohua's face reddened slightly. I am already 20 years old, but my cultivation is still shallow. Just based on Taoist Zhao's generosity in giving me an immortal pill, even if my cultivation is low now, I'm sure I'll be able to reach the great Tao in the future. Old Zhu praised. Thank you for your kind words. Xiaohua cupped his hands and took out 2 top-grade parasol pills from his storage pouch. He handed them over and said, although I don't know why this pill can cure Elder's chronic illness, but since Ajah's wife and daughter also need this pill and I have received their thanks, Elder, please accept these 2 pills. The old woman looked at the sycamore pill in Xiaohua's hand, her eyes filled with joy. Her lips trembled slightly as she stretched out her hand, seemingly hesitating. Elder, there's no harm in accepting it. The significance of this pill is far greater than its medicinal effect. Since it can save 2 lives, I am still willing to take it out. Xiaohua handed over the pills to the old woman. Taoist Master Xiao is so righteous, this old woman really admires you. This matter concerns my Zhu family's descendants. This old woman doesn't dare to be unreasonable. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. The old woman sighed and held the parasol pill in her hand trembling. Xiaohua sighed in his heart, but at the same time he also felt a burst of comfort in his heart. It was the kind of comfort of accumulating merit. Ajahn, since Taoist Master Xiao is giving the pill, you take Xiao Feng and Xi'er and let them take the pill first. This old woman will accompany Taoist Master Xiao here. The old woman raised her hand and handed the parasol pill to Fan Riguan. Mother. It's already late, Taoist Master Xiao wants to stay in our house. The place hasn't been cleaned yet, how can you take the pill in such a hurry? Moreover, there's still 20 to 30 years before the disease flares up. There's no need to rush. Fan Riguan was somewhat embarrassed. That's right, Taoist Master Xiao, please don't blame me. This stubborn disease has been troubling my Zhu family for who knows how many generations. This old woman suddenly found a way and lost her sense of propriety. The old woman said apologetically, then waved her hand and said, Feng quickly take out the immortal fruits in the house and let Taoist Master Shao taste them. Yes, mother. The middle-aged woman hurriedly responded and went to the central room. Fan Riguan said in a low voice, Mother, aren't you going to invite Taoist Master Shao into the house? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Let's do it under this parasol tree. I feel a little familiar here. Alright, Ajen, quickly bring out the table and chairs. Not long after, a square table and 2 chairs were moved under the parasol tree. A plate of strange fruits was also placed on the table. Taoist Master Shao, this is a special product of my Jingfan Qi. The immortals of Jingbua City often come to pick it. This old woman specially asked Feng to buy some for Taoist Master Shao to taste. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua smiled and picked up a jujube-like spirit fruit and threw it into his mouth. The spirit fruit didn't have any spirit energy, but it tasted very good and was extremely refreshing. After casually eating too, Xiao Hua saw Zhu Shi'er drooling and licking her lips. He smiled and pushed the rest to the side of the table and said, Little guy, I will treat you to some spirit fruits. Immortal Elder is so unreasonable. This is what Grandma bought with the immortal stones at home to treat you to. It is originally my family's food, how can you treat me to it? Zhu Shi'er saw that Xiao Hua was like a big brother next to her, far from the seriousness of an immortal elder, so she was a little scared. Shi'er, shut up. The old woman scolded and then smiled apologetically. Could it be that Taoist Master Shao doesn't like these immortal fruits? This old woman will send Ajen to buy some more. Ah, no need, old woman, these spirit fruits I like very much, but I will just eat a little, no need to trouble you anymore. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand and said, It's better to let Ajen's wife and Shi'er take the elixir earlier, so that you can be at ease. After pondering for a moment, the old woman said, All right, let them go in and take the elixir. This old woman will accompany the immortal elder to explain the whole story. And that's how it should be. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said. Then Xiao Hua's heart moved and a strange idea appeared in his mind. He stretched out his hand and said, Shi'er, come here, let I see what's wrong with you. Zhu Shi'er's little face was red, but she didn't say the last word. Shi'er, go listen to Taoist Master Shao. The old woman scolded. Zhu Shi'er felt very wronged, but she didn't dare to refute. She slowly moved over. Xiao Hua smiled and handed a slender spirit fruit to her, and said with a smile, You can eat this spirit fruit, just stretch out your right hand. Zhu Shi'er was only a 5-year-old child. She took the spirit fruit in one hand and threw away her unhappiness. She happily stretched out her lotus root-like right arm. Xiao Hua smiled and stretched out his right hand's index finger and middle finger, and put it on Zhu Shi'er's wrist where her pulse was. He closed his eyes as if he was thinking. The old woman stared at Xiao Hua's face, paying attention to the changes in his expression. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's face was as heavy as water, then slightly frowned, and after half a cup of tea, it became gloomy again. Seeing this, the old woman was not surprised but happy and her eyes lit up. When Xiao Hua took his hand away from Zhu Shi'er's arm, the old woman asked, Taoist Master Shao, did you notice anything? Please stretch out your right arm. Xiao Hua said with a smile. The old woman did as she was told and Xiao Hua did the same as before, but his expression was the opposite, he didn't frown. And okay, Ajen, you take your wife and your daughter to the room to take the elixir. Xiao Hua withdrew his hand and said, If the elixir works, this Zhu family's chronic illness can be cured. Fan Riguan's face was full of surprise and he cupped his hands and said, Then, I was rude. Go, the earlier you take the elixir, the earlier you can feel at ease. Xiao Hua didn't mind, and Zhu Feng, who was standing behind Fan Riguan, also bowed and followed Fan Riguan into the room with Zhu Shi'er. Taoist Master Shao, please bring in some more spirit fruit and listen to this old woman. The old woman pushed the spirit fruit over again and said with a smile, I wonder if Taoist Master Shao knows about talismans. Talismans? Xiao Hua frowned, shook his head and said, I's cultivation is shallow, I don't know about talismans. It's not that Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation is shallow. This talisman has been lost in the Xiaoyu continent for a long time. If it wasn't for my Zhu family suffering from this insidious talisman, how could this old woman know? Old woman? Xiao Hua listened to the old woman of the Zhu family talk and it was simply more than what he knew. He couldn't help but feel deep veneration. The old woman of the Zhu family seemed to know what Xiaohua was thinking. She took out a very thick book from her bosom, handed it over and said with a smile, "This is my Zhu family's most precious heirloom. It records the deeds of my Zhu family's ancestors, some matters of the Xiaoyu continent, the misfortune of my Zhu family suffering from the talisman, and some of my many years of experience in breaking the talisman." Xiaohua took it and casually flipped through it. This was a book made of silk of an unknown material, and there were a lot of small words written inside. Xiaohua didn't look at it carefully and handed it over again and said with a smile, "Since it's the Zhu family's heirloom, I won't look at it anymore." Taoist Master Xiao is really a gentleman." The old woman smiled but didn't take it and continued, "This isn't the most important thing. The most important thing about this book is that it was left behind by the ancestors of the Zhu family. My Zhu family was also a cultivator of the Xiaoyu continent several thousand years ago. This book hides a great secret." "A great secret?" Xiaohua stared blankly and again looked at the unremarkable book in his hand. "This secret is related to cultivation. My Zhu family has long stopped being cultivators, so it's useless to take this book. Since Taoist Xiao helped my Zhu family get rid of the pain of the talisman, this book is my gift of thanks. I hope that Taoist Xiao will be able to comprehend the secret in this book soon, and achieve a great divine ability." "Ah? So it's like this." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't think about the Zhu family's reward, but he definitely didn't think that they would give him a book. This book had been in the Zhu family's possession for several thousand years, and no one had been able to comprehend the great secret. He didn't think that he would have more luck than others. Compared to this unattainable great secret, he would rather get a simple third-layer qi refining technique. Chapter 13-15. Sitting under the parasol tree and looking at the thin twilight, Xiaohua frowned slightly as he listened to the old woman of the Zhu clan slowly talk about the Zhu clan's matters. It turns out that this Zhu clan existed several thousand years ago. Perhaps even longer. Anyway, the old woman of the Zhu clan wasn't too clear. At that time, the Zhu clan was also a famous cultivation clan on the Xiaoyu continent. But now they only had a single descendant. Moreover, this descendant was only barely passed down. The fundamental reason for this was a charm that Xiaohua had never heard of before. The so-called talisman curse was not the same as the Chinese talisman curse. It was a kind of great magical power. It was cast by a person with great magical power to cast a spell that was similar to a curse on a person. This spell would take root in the person's body and cause a huge impact on the person's body and meridians, thus affecting the person's life. However, this was not the scariest thing about the talisman curse. The scariest thing about the talisman curse was that it could be passed down from generation to generation. Before the talisman curse was broken, all of the person's children and grandchildren would have this talisman curse in their bodies. And this kind of charm is also used on the person's children and grandchildren. The charm is a divine ability that Xiaohua has never heard of. Although the old woman of the Zhu clan was deeply harmed by it, she also can't explain it clearly. As for what kind of cultivation clan the Zhu clan used to be, how it flourished, how it declined, why a person with great divine ability cast the charm on it, and what this charm is specifically, the old woman of the Zhu clan isn't very clear. Perhaps it's because the truth has been annihilated in history, or perhaps it's because the Zhu clan's ancestors intentionally covered it up. Everything has become a story after several thousand years. Taoist Master Xiao, this charm is very insidious. My Zhu clan's descendants, regardless of whether they're male or female, will be implanted with this charm. This charm will only appear between the age of 40 and 50. First, a part of the body will feel pain, then this pain will slowly spread throughout the entire body. Along with the pain, their strength will also gradually decrease. In the end, they will lie on the bed and only have the strength to wail and die from the pain. The old woman of the Zhu clan's eyes showed fear. This old woman once saw father wail in pain for several days with my own eyes. In the end, he had no choice but to take poison and commit suicide. Alas, this old woman's father said that taking poison and committing suicide is the fate of my Zhu clan. This old woman has also prepared this item for herself. Alas, in order to continue the bloodline of the Zhu clan, if our Zhu clan has a male descendant, we naturally don't have to worry about it. If we have a female descendant, we will have to recruit a son-in-law. After marrying into the family, both the male and female descendants will have to take the Zhu clan's surname. Auzhen is the son-in-law that my daughter Feng Er found when she was young. I originally didn't want to tell him about this, but Auzhen is very filial. When the curse on my body activated, he became very anxious and did everything he could to find a doctor to cure me. He even used his job at the inn to ask the immortals for pills. Actually, I already knew that if the immortal elders could break the curse with their immortal pills, they would have broken it thousands of years ago. Why would they wait until now? Last night when he brought back Daoist Zhao's immortal pills, the old woman didn't believe it. However, even if she didn't have the slightest confidence, she still wouldn't take it herself. As for whether or not Daoist Zhao can comprehend this secret, it will depend on Daoist Zhao. I know, Xiao Hua said with a smile. If I can comprehend it, then I'll go to the Zhu clan to form good karma. Really? The old woman was shocked. She stood up and saluted. Then this old woman really doesn't know how to thank Daoist Zhao. Alas, who knows when that will happen. I's only speaking with a red mouth and white teeth right now. Daoist Zhao, as long as you have the heart, maybe there really will be such a day. The old woman sat down. Then she hesitated and asked, I have something to say but I don't know if it's appropriate? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart and nodded. Please speak. Daoist Zhao, when you pressed your fingers on Qi and the old woman's wrists, was that a medical method? That. Xiao Hua said, I don't know the origin of that technique, but it seems to be a medical method. I felt something very strange in Qi meridians, but I can't tell what it is. I only felt that it was very cold but I didn't feel it in the old woman's body. Presumably, it has something to do with the talisman that you talked about. Daoist Zhao, you are indeed a deity. The old woman praised. My Zhu clan's ancestors used countless methods, but there was no record of this in the book. I'm lucky, Xiao Hua smiled. Actually, he didn't know what technique he used just now, but he had a sudden realization. At this time suddenly, a miserable scream came from the central room. The old woman was shocked and shouted. Feng Er. Xiao Hua was also shocked. He immediately stood up. He didn't use any magic power, but he used some kind of mysterious footwork and quickly ran towards the central room like a ghost. Xiao Hua rushed into the central room, then he realized, I didn't use any magic power, how can I run so fast? However, everything in front of him didn't allow him to think anymore. He saw that on one side of the central room behind a screen there was a big bed. At this time Fan Riguan's wife and daughter were lying on it. Fan Riguan's wife, Zhu Feng, was screaming. Zhu Feng was bleeding from her 7 orifices and her face was pale. Her 2 hands were grabbing the air and her fingers were pale as if she was in extreme pain. Mother. At this time Zhu was also screaming. She was bleeding from her 7 orifices, and her face gradually became distorted. Seemed that she was also in pain. Fan Riguan sat in front of the bed and pressed his wife with his hands. He anxiously shouted, Feng Feng, but Zhu Feng's strength was so great that she almost pushed him to the side. At this time, seeing Zhu screaming, Fan Riguan didn't know what to do. You go and hold Qi. Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Fan Riguan's ears. Fan Riguan immediately calmed down, let go of Zhu Feng and rushed to Zhu Xi. Without Fan Riguan holding her down, Zhu Feng's body twisted rapidly as if she was going to jump up. At this time Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pressed on Zhu Feng's shoulder. With a little force, a huge force pressed Zhu Feng to the bed. Zhu Feng could only struggle with all her strength, but she couldn't leave the bed. Then Xiao Hua stretched out his right hand like lightning and held Zhu Feng's right hand in his mouth, and pressed 2 fingers on her wrist. When Zhu Shi's old woman walked in, Xiao Hua was thinking with his eyes closed. Zhu Feng was still struggling on the bed in pain. Zhu Shi was also in pain. Under Fan Riguan's hands she was also struggling with all her strength. What's going on? Zhu Shi's old woman also panicked. When she took the pill she didn't feel this pain. Could it be? A trace of ominous feeling rose in the old woman's heart. After all, if he didn't have the confidence to break the charm, it could be fatal. Walking to Xiao Hua's side, the old woman didn't dare to make a sound. She held the table beside her and nervously looked at Xiao Hua's face. After a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua opened his eyes with a smile on his face and said, Congratulations, the charm in your daughter's body is gradually decreasing. However, it seems that because the charm was broken, it caused a backlash. The pain caused by the charm was triggered in advance. Really, thank you, Taoist Xiao. The old woman was almost crying with joy. Alas, if only there was a soul-cleansing charm, it could reduce your daughter's pain. Unfortunately, I only have a high-grade yellow charm, Xiao Hua said regretfully. But at this time his heart was moved again. He stretched out his hand and urged the magic power in his body. Pa pa pa. He pressed a few acupoints on Zhu Feng's body. Zhu Feng actually calmed down and stopped struggling. This is also possible? Xiao Hua was surprised, but he couldn't care less. He got up and pressed a few acupoints on Zhu Xier's body, making her quietly lie down on the bed. Taoist Xiao. Fan Riguan stood up at this time, sweating profusely, and looked at Xiao Hua very anxiously. How could it be easy to break the charm? The charm in your wife and your daughter's body is intact. Breaking it alive will definitely cause pain. Because the charm was triggered long ago, old madam has already experienced pain. It should be relatively easy to break it. Xiao Hua thought for a while and said, Then what about now? Taoist Xiao. Zhu Shi's old woman asked. I cast a spell to restrain the two of them. For the time being they can't struggle. But this pain still has to be experienced. After enduring this period it should be fine. Chapter 13:16. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua said, after 2 meals, the pain on Zhu Feng and Zhu Xier's faces gradually lessened until they finally calmed down. The sweat on their foreheads and bodies had already soaked their black hair and clothes. Seeing this, Xiao Hua looked at their situation again and turned to Fan Riguan and the old woman. He cupped his hands and said, Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. As he spoke, he casually tapped the acupoints on their bodies a few times. Only then could they move their bodies again. Feng shi Fan Riguan and the old woman's faces were filled with joy as they rushed to the bed. Xiao Hua looked at them with a smile and walked out of the room. At this time, the curtain of night had already fallen. The clear night sky was dotted with stars. Xiao Hua stood with his hands behind his back under the parasol tree and looked at the boundless starry sky through the leaves of the parasol tree. Countless stars twinkled slightly like pairs of cunning eyes. Occasionally, meteors streaked across the night sky, disrupting the order of the night sky. Xiao Hua looked while thinking about what just happened. What was that footwork? Although I can't remember, I actually know how to use it. It seems that I'm very familiar with it. What is the technique to tap the acupoints? It actually has the effect of the soul-cleansing talisman. Seems there are many other techniques with different effects. Can it be used on cultivators? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the use of the acupoint tapping technique. But after thinking for a while, he unconsciously shook his head. Cultivators have defensive magic power all over their bodies. Many people also have defensive magic tools. Even if this technique hits the acupoints, what's the use? It can only be effective on people like Zhu Xi. Taoist Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, Fan Riguan walked over and bowed. Thank you for coming personally, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. I received benefits from your Zhu family, naturally I have to do my best. Alas, I only found out yesterday that my mother's family actually had such hardships. It's a pity that I always felt miserable about my background. Compared to now, it really doesn't count as anything. In the future, you should show more filial piety to the elderly. Husband and wife should treat each other with respect. That's all. Xiao Hua said with a smile, as if he was an experienced person. It's getting late. My wife and my daughter are too tired and have already fallen asleep. I can't thank Shenren Xiao. Please come with me. Your room has already been tidied up. Let them come over tomorrow morning to thank you. After saying that, Fan Riguan led Xiao Hua to a room. The room was already very clean and a plate of spirit fruits was placed on the table. The house is really simple and crude. This place is decorated according to the Flying Fish Inn. I wonder if Taoist Xiao is satisfied with it? Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. It's all right. Go take care of your mother and the others. Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked to the side of the table. There was a praying mat there. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged and picked up a spirit fruit and threw it into his mouth. After Fan Riguan withdrew, Xiaohua looked around the room. The room wasn't big, but it was tidied up very delicately. It was much cleaner than his room at the Flying Fish Inn. A small piece of Minghua stone was placed on the table, illuminating the entire room. In the corner of the room, there were some uncommon ornaments, looking rather elegant. Xiaohua looked around. He knew that Fan Riguan had spent a lot of effort. He nodded in his heart. Immediately he patted his storage pouch and took out the book gifted by the old woman from the Zhu family. This book was the same size as an ordinary book. The cover was the same as the pages of the book. They were both made of an unknown silk material, and the words recorded on the pages were also clearly written with a special ink. Xiaohua didn't look at the words first. He only roughly skimmed through the book. However, he didn't have much hope. The book had been in the Zhu family for several thousand years, and no one had discovered its secret. It was absolutely impossible for him to see any clues just from the outside. Sure enough, Xiaohua didn't see any abnormalities. He had no choice but to open the book and carefully read it. But after reading for a while, he frowned. What was written in this book, apart from the description of the Zhu family's bitter history, there were also complaints about some cultivators. These complaints were extremely obscure and unclear. Most of the other words were about how to break the Zhu family's talismans. There were also all kinds of strange methods to break the talismans. Some started from the yellow talismans, some started from the magic arts, and some even started from the medicinal pills. However, when Xiaohua crudely flipped to the end, all of these methods without exception failed. And every failure was a fresh human life. Xiaohua sighed and closed the book. He didn't have much understanding of this talisman. He had only heard the old woman's narration just now. In addition, he had used some inexplicable method to detect the insidious poison in Zhu Feng and Zhu Shiger's bodies. As for the specifics, how could he know? As for why the top-grade Wu Yao pill in his space could break the talisman, Xiaohua was even more confused. He himself didn't sense anything different about the Wu Yao pill. The unknown thing that Xiao Yuehong, Zhang Qingxiao and the others spoke of, he didn't know where it came from and what use this unknown thing had. It was even harder to say. Just wait until you step on dog shit in the future. Xiaohua suddenly thought of Zhang Qingxiao's catchphrase. They couldn't pry into the heavenly Tao. Only during tribulation transcendence, the heavenly Tao contained in the lightning tribulation could give transcending tribulation stage cultivators a trace of enlightenment and open a tiny door to the heavenly Tao, allowing them to have a clear direction in their cultivation. As for the specific heavenly Tao, the entire world was under the heavenly Tao. Since they could see a trace of the heavenly Tao, it was possible for Mahayana stage cultivators to comprehend the heavenly Tao under the heavenly Tao and use the heavenly Tao to open a door to ascension. Ascension to the immortal world. As for what the heavenly Tao was, every Mahayana stage cultivator's knowledge and comprehension was different. What they needed to do was to use the superficial understanding of the heavenly Tao to ascend. As for the specific comprehension of the heavenly Tao, there were no cultivation methods recorded, or perhaps it could be said that the heavenly Tao was the domain of immortals' cultivation. The difference between his cultivation and Xiaohua's was not just a little bit. How could Xiaohua understand it? As for why there were heavenly Tao laws in Xiaohua's space, Xiaohua, with his identity as a second-level qi condensation stage cultivator, actually had the opportunity to use his own mind to comprehend the heavenly Tao. That was not something that could be explained clearly now. What Xiaohua knew was that he could use 1 day as 3 days for this kind of cultivation method. Just this reason alone was enough. Chapter 13:17. Xiaohua didn't know that comprehending the Tao of Heaven was a supreme cultivation method. He only thought that it was a shortcut to speed up his cultivation and let him use 1 day as 3 days. He was in a very good mood. Previously he thought that if others cultivated for 1 year he would need to cultivate for 12 years. Now he should be able to reduce it to 4 years. Alas, if others cultivated for 1 year, it would be equivalent to 4 years of your cultivation. If it was an ordinary person they would have already been dispirited. But for Xiaohua it was a kind of surprise. It was like seeing a ray of light in the dark night. Happily Xiaohua got up from the ground, stretched his body and walked towards the door. Not waiting for him to open the door, he heard a clear and melodious voice outside. Yangqin, this little immortal, when will he get up? Why did he wake up later than Shika? What a lazy bug. Shut up. Fan Riguan's voice was also low, as if he was trying to lower his voice. Quiet, don't disturb Master Zhao's cultivation. Immortal doesn't sleep. Obviously he's lazing in bed. Zhu Shi still emphasized. It seemed that Xiaohua didn't change her impression of him because he broke the spell on her body yesterday and changed her fate. Xiaohua smiled and pushed the door open. His strong eyes shone directly on his face. Of course it was already close to noon. No wonder Zhu Shi complained. Seeing Xiaohua come out of the room, Zhu's old woman trembled and stepped forward. With the help of Zhu Feng, she bowed and greeted, "Immortal Xiao, good morning." Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the sun. He smiled bitterly and returned the greeting. "It seems that it's already late." "Yes, mother and grandmother were here early in the morning," Zhu Shi said first. Zhu's old woman was angry and scolded. "Who asked you to talk? It's also strange. Usually, a 4 or 5-year-old child would hold their mother's hand and hide behind her mother to look at strangers. But this Zhu Shi is very precocious. Since she saw Xiaohua yesterday, she has been acting like a 10-year-old child." Xiaohua shook his head slightly and said to Zhu Feng, "Sister-in-law, after the pain last night, how do you feel today?" Zhu Feng's face was full of panic. She supported her mother and said anxiously, "Immortal Xiao, please don't call me like that. Just calling her Madame Zhu is enough." Xiaohua smiles but doesn't say anything. Zhu Feng thinks for a while, then says somewhat embarrassedly, "I'll let Taoist Xiao know. Last night, after taking Taoist Zhao's immortal pill, I felt extremely comfortable at first. Then my whole body was in pain and I couldn't keep my mind clear. Later on, I don't remember anything. When I entered the city, I heard from Qi-er's father that it was Spiritual Master Xiao who helped us last night. Once again, I would like to thank Spiritual Master Xiao for his kindness." With that, Zhu Feng let go of her mother's arm and pulled Zhu Shi to kneel again. Xiaohua hurriedly supported her and said, "It's just a small matter, you don't have to do this." After that, Xiaohua still put his fingers on Zhu Feng and Zhu Shi's wrists. After looking at them for a while, he said to Fan Riguan, "From what I see, your wife and daughter are in the same situation as old madam. As for whether the so-called spell has been broken, I don't know." Fan Riguan glanced at his mother and said to Xiaohua with a smile, "Mother has already discussed with this little one. Spiritual Master Zhao's immortal pill should be the most effective in breaking the spell in the Zhu family for thousands of years. It's not much different from what the ancestors of the Zhu family guessed. If there is no accident, this insidious spell should have been broken." A mysterious fluctuation spread out in all directions with Xiaohua's body as the center. Moreover, because Xiaohua's mind was comprehending the heavenly Tao, this fluctuation contained a trace of the heavenly Tao's aura. In that endless night sky, there were many different kinds of starlight shining down, wrapping around Xiaohua. Even more starlight seeped into Xiaohua's skin, meridians and bones. Xiaohua spends the whole night cultivating. He only gets up when the sun is high up in the sky. He checks his body with great satisfaction, takes off the yellow talisman and walks out of the room. He asks the waiter about the location of EG and then walks out of the inn. The location of EG is a bit off. It is located in the innermost part of the southwest corner of Jingbo City. Xiaohua walks for about an hour before he arrives. However, the road is very direct. Xiaohua is not worried that he can't find the way back to the inn. When Xiaohua leaves the inn, there are not many cultivators on the street. When he gets closer to EG, the number of cultivators he sees increases. In particular, there are several qi condensation cultivators around Xiaohua. They are all walking in the direction of EG. Xiaohua understands in his heart that not all of them are going to EG. Sure enough, they are the same as Xiaohua. They walk in front of EG and stop. In front of Xiaohua is a very huge square. At a glance, it has a radius of thousands of feet. Although it is not noon yet, there are already many people gathered in the square. Xiaohua can't see the depths of the square, but in front of Xiaohua, there are many cultivators sitting cross-legged. In front of these cultivators, there are some things placed in front of them just like the stalls in the secular world. Chapter 13:18. This EG's plaza was next to the lake. When Xiaohua arrived, there were many shuttles coming over from the water. On the shuttles there were cultivators wearing the same clothes. They must be from the same sect. Xiaohua carefully looked at everything in the plaza. After all, this was his first time coming to EG, so he was quite excited. Of course, at the same time he was also nervous. Because there were many things he didn't know, he was afraid of exposing himself. He looked at the cultivators who came from the same direction as him. Some swaggered, ignoring everything else, and directly entered EG. Some were like Xiaohua, standing slightly and looking around for a moment. They took out a cloak from their storage pouch and skillfully put it on, covering their faces. This is a good idea, why didn't I think of it? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He knew that these people often came to EG. Then he thought, forget it, it's my first time coming here. I'll take a look first. If there's any talisman ink or something like that, I'll buy some with spirit stones. I won't think about the rest for now. After making up his mind, Xiaohua calmed down and walked towards the square. Before he could reach the edge of the square, he heard a voice shouting from the side of the square's entrance. Me, cheap me, only 10 high-grade spirit stones. 10 high-grade spirit stones? Why is it so cheap? When Xiaohua heard this, his eyes lit up. He quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the voice. Unfortunately, he was far from the only one who heard this. By the time he arrived, that stall was already surrounded by many cultivators. Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, but all the cultivators in front of him had cultivation levels higher than his, so he didn't dare to carelessly squeeze in. I owe you? How could you possibly be a mystic insect? A shrill voice rang out. It was a female cultivator about 25 or 26 years old who had squeezed to the front of the stall. She was currently draping an extremely beautiful camouflage over her shoulders. She asked in astonishment, "You're completely useless in the camouflage." Behind the stall was a young cultivator around the age of 17 or 18, about the same age as Xiaohua. His appearance was extremely fair and his eyes were rolling around randomly. He appeared to be exceptionally quick-witted. The young cultivator was all smiles as he said, "Fellow Taoist, this camouflage cloth isn't suitable for you. Think about it, if you wear this camouflage cloth of mine, wouldn't your appearance that outshines the moon and puts flowers to shame be covered by it?" When the female cultivator heard this, she couldn't help but blush. "Don't be so glib-tongued. Your mystique seems to only be able to cover your face. It can't even conceal your cultivation base. How can it be called a mystique? Not to mention 10 high-grade spirit stones. In I's opinion, even a single high-grade spirit stone is not worth it." An old cultivator next to the female cultivator frowned and scolded. "Fellow Taoist, it's obvious that you're an itinerant cultivator who's experienced a lot. You're truly worthy of I's admiration. To tell the truth, what fellow Taoist is talking about is a mystique. However, this mystique isn't the same. The 7 possibilities sex mystique can conceal everything from a cultivator and has many uses. However, not all mystiques in the world have the same function as the 7 possibilities sex mystique." The young cultivator didn't show the slightest bit of fear and said with a matter-of-fact tone, "Some mystiques can't conceal a cultivator's cultivation base and can only change it. Naturally, changing it to a higher level is impossible. In fact, fellow Taoists, think about it again. Even if we chi condensation cultivators wear a genuine mystique, a golden core or nascent soul cultivator would still be able to see through our true appearance. Rather than that, if you wear a genuine mystique and spend several tens or hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, wouldn't you only be able to deceive a foundation establishment cultivator? Fellow Taoists, think about it again. Are you willing to pay such a large price for a genuine 7 possibilities sex mystique? Nonsense. If I had that many spirit stones, I would have already gone to the city's north. Why would I still be wandering around here?" A burly cultivator sneered. "Fellow Taoist, looking at your cultivation base, going to the city's north is only a matter of time. There's no need to rush. Listen to I first." The young cultivator cupped his fists and said with a smile, "If fellow Taoist doesn't have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones, and only spends a few hundred upper-grade spirit stones to buy an ordinary bewildering pill, which can only lower fellow Taoist's cultivation base, then what can it be? Apart from chi condensation, isn't it still chi condensation? What's the difference between wearing a mystique or not? Xiaohua immediately understood the young cultivator's words. Indeed, the 7 possibilities sex mystique didn't have any meaning to Xiaohua. Perhaps a foundation establishment cultivator would be able to see through his true appearance. What was the difference between it and a normal cloak? No wonder your mystique is so cheap. It's basically the same as a cloak. The burly cultivator laughed and sneered. If what you said is true, then I only need to buy a cloak with a low-grade spirit stone and it'll cover my face. What's the use of your mystique to cover my face? With that, the cultivator threw the bewildering insect in front of the young cultivator and left. Everyone laughed when they heard this and immediately dispersed. Only the female cultivator at the front still held the bewildering insect in her hand and hesitated. With fellow Taoist cultivation, I think you don't need to buy this mystique. Even if you cover your face with such a low cultivation, you'll only make it more conspicuous. You might as well save up some spirit stones and buy a defensive Taoist robe. This is the right way. Xiaohua's face was slightly red. He pointed at the mystique at the side and said, "Actually, I will also tell you the truth. The style of this mystique is much better than a Taoist robe. I like it very much." The young cultivator's face was full of resentment. He picked up the mystique and threw it to Xiaohua. He sneered and said, "Since fellow Taoist is so vain, I will fulfill your wish. If someone else buys this mystique, it will cost at least 6 spirit stones. If fellow Taoist wants it, then take 5. Sai, forget it, just take 3 high-grade spirit stones." Then he muttered in a low voice, "I'm afraid you can't even take out 3. "Sure enough," Xiaohua muttered, "fellow Taoist, don't tell me you really don't have 3 high-grade spirit stones." The young cultivator stared blankly and said angrily, "Fellow Taoist, 3 spirit stones is I's lowest price. I have worked hard for more than a month. You can't let I work hard for nothing." When Xiaohua heard this, he raised his eyebrows and somewhat understood. "Oh, these 3 spirit stones are the lowest price given by my sect. I see that fellow Taoist really wants it, and looking at your cultivation, you really can't take out the spirit stones of my sect. That's why I said it. I really can't reduce it anymore." The young cultivator hurriedly said, "High-grade spirit stones? I don't have them. I wonder what fellow Taoist is willing to exchange?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sai, if you don't have spirit stones, what good things can you have?" The young cultivator waved his hand and said with a sigh, "Forget it, looking at your cultivation. Sai, I was also in dire straits like you in the past. I won't say anything to you. Take out all the spirit stones you have and I will give this mystique to you." After the young cultivator finished speaking, he stared at Xiaohua. It was quite thought-provoking. How could Xiaohua take advantage of this? Although he didn't know why the young cultivator was staring at him, he only shook his head and said, "You just need to say what you want. If I have it, I will naturally take it out. If not, I will turn around and leave." The young cultivator nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist indeed has some character. It's not out of I's expectations. Firm and straightforward people are easily broken. This shouldn't be the character of a loose cultivator." Soon after, he looked around and saw that there weren't any cultivators. He said with a smile, "You can take this mystique. Although this mystique is worth 3 high-grade spirit stones, it's still something I personally made. Giving it to you is nothing." "You really want to give it to me?" Xiaohua was stunned. The young cultivator's attitude was completely different from before. He didn't understand the young cultivator's meaning. "Take it. In the past, when I was your age, my cultivation wasn't high and I suffered humiliation. Now that I see you, I think of myself in the past. This mystique is only worth 3 spirit stones in I's eyes. If it can be of greater use to you, even if I don't want these 3 spirit stones, I'll still be gratified in my heart." The young cultivator said sincerely. These words were somewhat familiar to Xiaohua's ears. Wasn't this what he said to Fan Riguan's family? A top-grade parasol pill only had healing and commemorative significance to him, but to Zhu Shi and the others, it was a perfect life and a fresh life. Similarly, this mystique was worth 3 high-grade spirit stones to the young cultivator, but to him, a loose cultivator who was only at the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm, it might be a life. Although there is mutual deception in the cultivation world, although there is the law of the jungle, there are still people who sympathize with the weak and help the weak. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Thus Xiaohua said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. In fact, I don't have any spirit stones, but I do have some fireball talismans. I don't know if fellow Taoist needs them?" Fireball talismans? The young cultivator didn't frown and immediately nodded. "That's fine. If fellow Taoist has the heart to give them, then give them to me at the price." Okay, Xiaohua nodded and looked left and right. He clapped his hands and took out 4 fireball talismans, handing them over to the young cultivator. When the young cultivator saw the 4 fireball talismans, he said with a smile, "I appreciate fellow Taoist's kindness, but these fireball talismans, high grade." When he took them in his hands and was about to decline, he suddenly recognized them and looked at Xiaohua in shock. He then looked around and put the fireball talismans into his storage pouch first, saying in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, don't you need them to protect you? Even if you want to change them, it's better to change into some defensive Taoist robes." Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. "And since it's like this, I'll accept them." The young cultivator didn't say much and said again, "I meet the requirements. How should I address fellow Taoist?" "I Xiaohua greets fellow Taoist Fu." Xiaohua cupped his hands and saluted. Fellow Taoist Xiao is too polite." Gu Ying said with a smile. He still wanted to say something but another person came over. Gu Ying immediately called out loudly, "Fellow Taoist, quickly come over and take a look. Cheap and good bewitching Yong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 13-19. Xiaohua laughed and turned to leave the stall. He shook the camouflage garment and was about to put it on when a voice came from behind him. Who would target you with this kind of cultivation? Even if they killed you, would they be able to take out top-grade spirit stones from your storage pouch?" Xiaohua stared blankly. This seems to be talking about me, right?" Xiaohua was very puzzled. When he turned around and looked carefully, he couldn't help but be stunned. This person, he knew him. And it couldn't be said that he knew him. A few days ago when he entered Jinghua City, he saw him outside the city. It was Xuanyan School's 10-year-old disciple. That day, because Xiaohua looked at him too much, he was glared back. Now he didn't even look at him, but he was actually despised by him. Xiaohua was somewhat angry and he sneered, "I admit that my cultivation is shallow, but can't I wear camouflage garment to cover my face? Besides, what does I wear camouflage garment or not have to do with you? What does it have to do with me?" The boy's face was rather arrogant and he snorted coldly. It's not your fault that your cultivation is shallow, but it's your fault that you come out and let people mock you. You." Xiaohua was furious. He raised his eyes and looked left and right, but he didn't see this boy's martial brothers and he also didn't see the boy's 11th layer aura refining teacher. "What are you looking at?" "Looking for help." Loose cultivators are loose cultivators. When they see someone alone, they want to attack. Truly, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. I was just walking here and casually said a few words. I didn't say it was you, so why? Are you looking for a scolding?" The boy was rather eloquent and his words made Xiaohua stare blankly. Thinking carefully, he indeed didn't mention anything about camouflage garment. Nor did he mention anything about Xiaohua. He really did, admitted himself. Xiaohua's face was very unsightly. He put on the camouflage garment, ignored the boy and turned to leave. The boy's eyebrows rose, showing an expression completely different from an ordinary boy's, and he still unhurriedly walked inside Bazaar. "Unlucky, unlucky," Xiaohua muttered to himself as he walked. "This disciple of a large sect, how do they teach him? So what if he was a loose cultivator? There are good and bad rogue cultivators. If the famous sects are all sanctimonious. I don't know about the others, but the 100 Herbs clan is definitely not a good thing." Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a stall appeared before his eyes. 2 men around the 5th level of qi refining were coldly sitting behind the stall with their eyes closed and not speaking. The stall was filled with talisman brushes, talisman ink, talisman paper and other items. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua didn't continue to curse those famous schools and sects in his heart. He walked to the front of the stall, picked up the talisman paper and carefully examined it. The quality of the talisman paper was ordinary, slightly worse than the mid-grade talisman paper of the refining talisman school. Looking at the talisman ink and other items, they were also the same. Immediately after, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, how much are these items priced?" At this moment, Xiaohua's body was covered in a camouflage cloth, so the two cultivators couldn't see his true cultivation level. One of them opened his eyes, swept a glance at him and stated the price. Hearing this, Xiaohua nodded his head. The price of this talisman paper was actually about the same as the low-grade talisman paper of the refining talisman school. It was indeed cheap. Xiaohua glanced at the surroundings and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if there's any high-grade talisman ink here?" "High-grade talisman ink?" That cultivator's expression didn't change and he said with self-mockery, "Fellow Taoist, take a look at I's cultivation level. How can I craft high-grade talisman ink?" Xiaohua blushed with shame and said embarrassedly, "I was negligent, please don't blame me, fellow Taoist." The other person opened his eyes and said, "It's fine, we're rogue cultivators. These are all carefully crafted by ourselves. If fellow Taoist takes a fancy to it, feel free to choose. If there's nothing to your liking, please go to the side and take a look." Fellow Taoist talisman ink. How much is it? When Xiaohua heard that they were rogue cultivators, he felt a bit closer in his heart and asked. After hearing the other party's price, Xiaohua inwardly nodded and said with a smile, "I don't have any spirit stones, only some fireball talismans. Would fellow Taoists like to take a look?" When they heard it was fireball talismans, the two people's faces were filled with disappointment. They shook their heads and said, "I can craft low-grade yellow talismans like fireball talismans, so I don't lack them. If fellow Taoist has some Vajra talismans, strength talismans or other rare yellow talismans for defense, then I can consider it." "So it's like that," Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I have some ordinary spirit herbs here, but they're relatively old. Would fellow Taoists be interested?" The two people's eyes unconsciously lit up when they heard this. They also looked left and right, then said in a low voice, "Roughly how old?" "Around 200 years. "What? Around 200 years? One of the rogue cultivators spat out. Soon after, he was glared at by the other person and hurriedly covered his mouth. The other person couldn't conceal his excitement and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, please tell us, what spirit herb is it?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's nothing but blood exhaustion grass, broken bell wood and the like. Extremely ordinary. And fellow Taoist, you're really almighty. These extremely ordinary spirit herbs can actually be so old. Alas, what a pity." One person sighed with emotion. "If exquisite grass," Xiaohua interrupted that person's words without the slightest hesitation. "Fellow Taoist, if I had 200-year-old exquisite grass, would I still be standing here?" That's. That person smiled and nodded. He glanced at the other person and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, although this spirit herb is ordinary, it's superior in age. If it's too much, of course it's not too much." Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the spirit herbs he'd prepared long ago from his storage pouch, handing them over. "And not bad. Although it's less than 200 years old, it's not too far off." That person took it, looked at it and said with a smile, "A 200-year-old main ingredient is naturally worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. However, this ordinary spirit grass is only worth 6 or 7 mid-grade spirit stones. If fellow Taoist agrees, then this poor Taoist will give fellow Taoist the corresponding talisman ink." Sure. Xiaohua didn't know the specific exchange amount. There were plenty of 200-year-old spirit herbs in his space, so he didn't care too much. Seeing that Xiaohua was very forthright, the two rogue cultivators were also very happy. They handed the corresponding talisman ink to Xiaohua and let him put it away in his storage pouch. Soon after, Xiaohua took out some talisman paper and a very ordinary-looking talisman brush. "Fellow Taoist, please take care." Seeing that Xiaohua had put away everything, the two were preparing to close their eyes again. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, I still have something I want to ask." "What is it?" "Just now, you two fellow Taoists said that you can make fireball talismans, then, may I ask, are you willing to part with the method of making other yellow talismans?" Xiaohua probed. Fellow Taoist. Yellow talismans are easy to find, but making talismans is difficult. Even the method of making fireball talismans is hard to find. You still want the method of making other yellow talismans? One of them said with a fake smile. Yes, I have the method of making icicle talismans here. Fellow Taoist wants it, you can exchange it with a 300-year-old exquisite grass. The other one directly said. AI then. I will take my leave. Xiaohua cupped his hands and whispered, I still haven't seen what exquisite grass looks like. Xiaohua left the stall and walked for a moment. At this time he had already bought all the materials needed to make talismans. He also knew that the method of making talismans wasn't something that could be easily exchanged, so he extinguished his thoughts and only walked around with his eyes. Sure enough, this EG was filled with all kinds of strange things. Anything used by cultivators could be found here. There were many extremely strange things that Xiaohua had never seen before, he had never even heard of. While Xiaohua was looking around with great interest, he saw a dozen or so cultivators surrounding a stall in front of him. As he quickly walked over. This stall was the same as the stall where he exchanged for talisman ink just now. It was all about making talismans, and behind the stall was a cultivator wearing a cloak. Judging from the style of her Taoist robe, she should be a female cultivator. When Xiaohua saw what was written on the stall, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His heart was somewhat restless. On the stall it was written, Incomplete method of making confinement talismans in exchange for 10 Peiyuan pill. Confinement talismans were high-level yellow talismans. They were far from low-level offensive yellow talismans like fireball talismans. If it was like what the two rogue cultivators said just now, the method of making confinement talismans was far from being comparable to 10 Peiyuan pill. Yes, it's incomplete. I just don't know how it's incomplete. Xiaohua slightly frowned. At this time he heard a female cultivator in front of him softly ask, Fellow Taoist, where exactly is your method of making confinement talismans incomplete? Fellow Taoist, do you have 10 Peiyuan pill? If you do, please take it out and show it to me. I will naturally tell you. Although the corners of the female cultivator's mouth were smiling, her tone wasn't gentle at all. The female cultivator who asked the question was given the cold shoulder. She shook her head, turned around and walked away. 10 Peiyuan pill isn't a small number. This fellow Taoist didn't even say where the method of making confinement talismans is incomplete. Who would want to exchange with her? The nearby cultivators all discussed in low voices. Fellow Taoist, I have a Peiyuan pill here, but I don't know. Where is the flaw in your method of making confinement talismans? A cultivator around the 6th level of qi refining who didn't conceal his cultivation stepped out from the crowd and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist, please take out the Peiyuan pill first. The female cultivator who was only at the 5th level of qi refining still said with a smile. Fellow Taoist, please inspect it. The male cultivator clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch, handing it over to the female cultivator. After the female cultivator inspected it, she smiled and said, It really is a Peiyuan pill. Fellow Taoist, please take care of it. As she spoke, she picked up a yellow talisman from her stall and activated it with her magic power. Instantly, the voices of the two cultivators disappeared. Xiaohua, who was standing behind them, saw the two of them talking back and forth. The male cultivator's expression gradually became unsightly. However, after a short while he turned around and walked away, no longer paying attention to them. The direction that the male cultivator was walking in happened to be next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua and the cultivator next to him all heard their conversation clearly. They're really going too far. What incomplete method of making confinement talismans? There's simply no method to inscribe talismans. This confinement talisman simply can't be made. How can it be worth 10 Peiyuan pill? Chapter 1320. After hearing that male cultivator's words, the cultivators who were watching the excitement from the side all looked as if they'd woken up from a dream. They all carried resentment and dispersed in a hubbub. Only Xiaohua, who was at the side, was somewhat baffled by what he heard. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Xiaohua hurriedly pulled an old man who was walking past him, bowed and asked, "Senior, please wait. Junior has something to ask." That old man was already around the 7th level of qi refining. He raised his eyes to look at Xiaohua and nodded. "Fellow Taoist, please speak." Xiaohua asked. Junior doesn't understand what that fellow Taoist just said about this incomplete confinement talisman. Senior, please enlighten me. Oh, this. That old man pursed his lips and smiled. Fellow Taoist is a loose cultivator, right? That's right. Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's why Junior isn't very clear about this talisman crafting technique. Please give me some pointers." And it can't be considered pointers. Fellow Taoist should know that this confinement talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman, right? Junior knows. Moreover, Junior also knows a bit about the talisman crafting technique, but I've never heard of any writing technique. Xiaohua explained. The talisman crafting technique fellow Taoist knows must be the talisman crafting technique of low-grade yellow talismans. Xiaohua didn't deny it and said with a smile, "That's right. Junior is a loose cultivator. How could I possibly know the talisman crafting technique of high-grade yellow talismans?" Hee, it's not like loose cultivators definitely don't know the talisman crafting technique of high-grade yellow talismans. That old man said with a smile. One of the differences between crafting high-grade yellow talismans, middle-grade yellow talismans and low-grade yellow talismans is that high-grade yellow talismans must have a writing technique. Why is that? Why can't low-grade and middle-grade yellow talismans be used? Xiaohua had an appearance of thirst for knowledge. He originally didn't have to say this, but what if he did? The old man felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart as he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, this kind of thing is very complicated. Only when teaching yellow talismans would a teacher explain it in detail. Since you are so eager to learn, I will explain it simply." Soon after, he pointed at the female cultivator and said, "The reason why her confinement talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman is because the talisman characters used to refine it are extremely complicated. It is far from being comparable to low-grade yellow talismans like fireball talismans and icicle talismans. I presume fellow Taoist has also tried out icicle talismans. You only need to carefully memorize those talismans and then use a talisman brush to write the talisman characters onto the talisman paper within a certain amount of time. There is no need for any writing method. However, the talisman characters of this high-grade yellow talisman are very complicated. If the talisman characters drawn with talisman ink cannot be completely written onto the talisman paper within a certain amount of time, the talisman ink will not be able to confine the magic power and spiritual energy within the talisman characters. The magic power and spiritual energy will dissipate into the air. Therefore, every high-grade yellow talisman has a special writing method to guarantee that you can completely write the talisman characters of this high-grade yellow talisman onto the talisman paper within a certain amount of time. Ah, there is such a thing. Xiaohua's heart was wild with joy when he heard this, but his mouth turned pale with fright. Senior is saying that this female fellow Taoist talisman crafting method, isn't it not worth a single low-grade spirit stone? You can't say it like that. If someone knew the writing method of the confinement talisman, wouldn't this talisman crafting method be able to be used? After all, it's a high-grade yellow talisman crafting method. 10 Peiyuan pills can't be considered expensive. But, since someone knew the writing method of the confinement talisman, they naturally also knew the refining method of the confinement talisman. Would they still spend 10 Peiyuan pills for this incomplete refining method? Xiaohua said with a smile. Ah, of course I didn't think of this. The old man laughed loudly, cupped his hands and quickly walked away. After the old man left, Xiaohua looked at the female cultivator's stall and slowly walked closer. Although the group of cultivators from before had already dispersed, the confinement talisman was indeed attractive. Not long after, a group of cultivators gathered again. Just like before, there were also people who went forward to inquire. When they found out the real reason, everyone dispersed again. After a few rounds of this, the female cultivator had already destroyed several silence talismans. She was clearly somewhat impatient. When the last group of people dispersed, she erased the words. As expected, the number of people coming to her stall decreased by a lot. Xiaohua had been standing at the side quietly observing. Seeing that there were fewer people, he walked forward. Without waiting for him to cup his hands and salute, the female cultivator sneered and said, "Fellow Taoist has been watching for a long time. Could it be that you're interested in the refining method I have?" Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that he would still be noticed. He could only say embarrassedly, "Fellow Taoist knows that I am indeed interested. Then why didn't fellow Taoist come forward earlier?" I don't have the Peiyuan pill that fellow Taoist is talking about. Of course I don't dare to come forward," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Oh. Since you don't have the Peiyuan pill, if you come forward now, I won't exchange it with you." The female cultivator frowned and said in confusion, "Fellow Taoist, please use the silence talisman. I will tell fellow Taoist in detail. You have something else?" the female cultivator asked. "Yes." Xiaohua nodded. "Marrow cleansing pill? I don't want that." The female cultivator shook her head. "No." Xiaohua also shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, don't guess. Okay, I hope you won't make I waste another silence talisman." The female cultivator sighed and used the silence talisman. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said inwardly, "What silence talisman are you wasting? Others already know that your refining method is incomplete. Wouldn't you be burying your head in the sand by doing this?" Seeing the female cultivator use the silence talisman, Xiaohua said with a smile, "I don't have the Peiyuan pill, but I do have the absorption fruit and black tusk grass. I don't know if fellow Taoist is interested?" I was wondering what it was. "So it's the absorption fruit and black tusk grass. Fellow Taoist, you must be tired. I wasted a silence talisman." The female cultivator sighed and said, "I do have the absorption fruit and black tusk grass. I just don't know how to refine pills. That's why I came to Jinghua City's EG to exchange my talisman refining method for the Peiyuan pill." Xiaohua was also disappointed. However, he still didn't want to give up and asked, "Then, how old is your absorption fruit?" "Naturally it's 30 years old. Is there even a need to ask?" The female cultivator was stunned. "If I had 100-year-old one, I would have already taken it to 10,000 Flowers Valley to ask Medicine Master Sui to refine it. Why would I need to come here?" When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. He said in a low voice, "Then what if I had 100-year-old absorption fruit and black tusk grass? Would fellow Taoist be willing to exchange?" "You really have them?" When the female cultivator heard this, her face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "I do have them. However, the quantity isn't much. I don't know how much fellow Taoist needs," Xiaohua said calmly. 3 absorption fruits and 3 black tusk grass are enough to refine 10 Peiyuan pill. Adding 1 more absorption fruit and asking Medicine Master Sui to refine it should be possible." The female cultivator calculated for a moment and asked very nervously, "I don't know if fellow Taoist has them." Xiaohua sighed and shook his head. "I only have 2 absorption fruits and 2 black tusk grass." Before he finished speaking, the female cultivator was extremely disappointed. "2 can't refine 10 Peiyuan pill." Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, this poor Taoist's 2 kinds of spiritual herbs are both around 200 years old. If fellow Taoist were to give them to 10,000 Flower Valley's Medicine Master Sui, perhaps you would be able to obtain 10 essence nurturing pills?" Are they really 200 years old?" The female cultivator was immediately pleasantly surprised. "If it's really like this, Medicine Master Sui can make an exception. Fellow Taoist, please take a look." Xiaohua took out a jade bottle. When the female cultivator saw it, she repeatedly nodded and said happily, "Fellow Taoist is right. It's exactly 200 years old." As she spoke, she slapped her storage pouch and took out a booklet. She smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please take a look. I's refining method for this confinement talisman is missing the method to inscribe the talisman." Xiaohua took it and cautiously looked at it. He also said, "Fellow Taoist's words aren't wrong. Fellow Taoist, are you willing to exchange?" At this time, it was the female cultivator's turn to be uneasy. He seemed to have very honest and considerate facial features, similar to Zhang Qingxiao's. This cultivator's stall had some spiritual herbs that were 10 years old. There weren't many of them, but the varieties were very complicated. Many of them were things that Xiaohua had seen in books but had never seen before. Seeing these, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he quickly walked over. This stall was extremely cold and cheerless. The cultivator held a thick book in his hand and was reading it with great interest. He simply didn't notice Xiaohua's arrival. "Fellow Taoist." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Oh, fellow Taoist, these spiritual herbs are all one low-grade spirit stone each. If fellow Taoist fancies one, just put down the spirit stone and take the spiritual herb." The cultivator didn't even raise his head and said loudly. Chapter 1321. There's such an exchange? When Xiaohua heard the cultivator's words, he couldn't help but smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, I have some things I want to talk to you about." The cultivator impatiently put down the book and pointed at the small stall. "Fellow Taoist, this poor Taoist has already said it clearly. This poor Taoist's spirit herbs are all here. If fellow Taoist wants them, then take the spirit stones. If not, then go somewhere else. Fellow Taoist must disturb this poor Taoist's cultivation. This is a great sin." Xiaohua smiled and said, "What I need your stall doesn't have, noisy. If you don't have it, then what the hell are you talking about? Just leave." As the cultivator spoke, he picked up the book again. This poor Taoist wants to discuss with fellow Taoist about buying some spirit grass seeds from fellow Taoist? Xiaohua whispered his thoughts. "Buy seeds?" The cultivator was stunned. He immediately put down the book and showed a curious expression. "What do you want seeds for? Aren't the spiritual herbs I have enough for your needs?" When the cultivator said this, Xiaohua was stunned. He said curiously, "Fellow cultivator, if you want to sell, then tell I that you can. If you don't want to sell, then tell I that you can't. Why do you care if I want to buy seeds?" Xiaohua's words were very similar to what the cultivator said just now. Xiaohua was prepared. As long as the cultivator turned hostile, he would turn around and leave. E.g. was so big, how could he worry about not being able to buy spiritual herb seeds? Strangely, when Xiaohua said this, the cultivator laughed and cupped his hands. "I'm Ling Zhongyu of the Grass Spirit Sect. How should I address you?" Strange, this person's temper is really strange. When you talk to him nicely, he ignores you. When you scold him, he learns to be obedient. Xiaohua thought to himself. He also cupped his hands and said, "I'm Xiaohua. Oh, fellow cultivator Xiao, don't blame I for talking too much. I have been in EG for many years, but it's always people who come to buy spiritual herbs. I've never heard of anyone buying seeds, so I was curious." Ling Zhongyu said with a smile. "And after seeing your fake cultivation and your concealed cultivation, I feel that fellow cultivator Zhao's cultivation is about the same as mine. Maybe fellow cultivator Xiao and I are the same kind of people?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Who? Is there a need to say? If you want to buy seeds, what else can you do if you don't want to study spiritual herbs?" Ling Zhongyu picked up the book that was thrown aside and shook it. Xiaohua saw clearly that there were two big words on it, Codex of Herbs. "Oh, this is good stuff." Xiaohua's heart jumped. Then he said, "Fellow cultivator, you're really the same kind of person. Sigh, because of spiritual herbs, I's cultivation was delayed. Fellow cultivator, can you let I take a look at this Codex of Herbs?" "Of course." Ling Zhongyu carefully handed over the Codex of Herbs and said with a smile, "I am the same. Master said that if it weren't for the fact that I put too much effort into spiritual herbs, my cultivation could have increased by a few levels." Seeing that Ling Zhongyu handed over the Codex of Herbs without hesitation, Xiaohua's heart was very warm. He casually flipped through it a few times. This fierce sun grass? He accidentally flipped to a fiery red spiritual herb that looked like fire. Xiaohua frowned. A name jumped out from his mind. Fierce sungrass? Fierce sungrass should be called fierce sungrass, right? But I don't think I've seen the picture of this fierce sungrass in Shanghuaming. How do I know that it should be called fierce sungrass? Xiaohua was surprised. He handed the Codex of Herbs over and asked, "Fellow cultivator Ling, this fierce sun grass. Is there another name called fierce sun grass?" "What? Another name?" Ling Zhongyu took the Codex of Herbs and casually glanced at it. He immediately denied it. Fierce sungrass doesn't have another name. Moreover, I have never heard of any fierce sungrass. Could it be, there's a fierce sungrass in your sect's ancient books? Speaking up to hear, Ling Zongyu's eyes were filled with fervor. Xiaohua shook his head with a wry smile and said, "This poor Taoist only saw it from an incomplete page of a book. That page was lost long ago. Even if this poor Taoist wanted to give it to fellow Taoist, it was impossible. So it's like this. What else is on that page?" Ling Zongyu asked in disappointment. Hearing this, the appearance and names of some spiritual herbs indeed appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Something like dragon scale fruit, something like iron bone grass, they were all strange spiritual herbs. They are all strange spiritual herbs. There are no records of them in the ordinary codex of herbs. Xiaohua laughed. "Sigh, what a pity. I can't take a look." Ling Zongyu was rather disappointed. It seemed like he was really obsessed with studying spiritual herbs. "By the way, fellow cultivator Ling, what do you plan to do about what I said just now?" Xiaohua changed the topic. "Fellow cultivator, are you talking about seeds?" Ling Zongyu regained his senses and asked. "Yes. I wonder if fellow cultivator is willing to part with them? Seeds of spiritual herbs. In other sects such as the 10,000 Flower Valley or the 100 Herbs faction, they might not agree so easily. Even if they agree, I'm afraid they won't be able to find many seeds. But for my grass spirit sect? It's nothing. My grass spirit sect specializes in growing spiritual herbs." Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this. He cupped his hands and said, "Then fellow cultivator Ling, how do you want to exchange for these seeds? Do you want spirit stones? Or do you want other things?" "Of course spirit stones are the best." Planting a few more spirit grasses and planting a few less spirit grasses didn't seem to have much of an effect. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of empty space inside the space. Xiaohua only needed about 10 feet of space to store things. Xiaohua actually wanted to plant spirit grasses inside the space. That would be 2 years of growth in a day. Casually taking out a stalk of spirit grasses could be exchanged for spirit stones or spirit pills. Looking at the sky and then looking at the places he had just explored, Xiaohua knew that this EG was definitely not something he could explore in a day. Moreover, other than high-grade fireball talismans and 200-year-old spiritual herbs, he really didn't have anything else to exchange. If he took out 200-year-old spiritual herbs many times in a day, wouldn't it be easy for others to notice him? Xiaohua's cultivation was too low. He didn't dare to take this risk. Having developed a vigilant heart, Xiaohua no longer wandered around. Looking left and right, he found EG and took down the camouflage cloth in a secluded place. Looking at the exquisite camouflage cloth in his hand, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. This camouflage cloth was very comfortable on his body. Although it could only cover his face, Xiaohua felt that exchanging a few high-grade fireball talismans for it was really worth it. And this young cultivator is also a loose cultivator, but he seems to be quite different from Pailon Duoxiong and the others. He relies on his own camouflage cloth to cultivate. He can be considered self-reliant. I just don't know where he cultivates. If I can make friends with him, it would be a good thing. Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the stall before noon, but it was already empty. He didn't know if the camouflage cloth was sold out? Or did that young cultivator leave a step earlier? Oh right, how is this camouflage cloth made? Can actually change one's face, it's really amazing. Xiaohua thought again. However, when he looked at the camouflage cloth for a long time, he couldn't see anything. Only then did he put it in his storage bag and quickly return to the inn. Since he decided to go to EG more often, Xiaohua didn't change inns. He threw a mid-grade spirit stone on the counter and booked a room for 5 days. Taking the yellow talisman from the innkeeper, Xiaohua didn't let the waiter follow him and returned to the room by himself. Now Xiaohua somewhat understood that inside the inn, spirit stones were used for transactions. It seemed that taking out 1 or 2 mid-grade spirit stones wouldn't attract attention, so he didn't hide anything. After returning to the room, Xiaohua didn't rest. He knew that using a talisman brush to draw low-grade fireball talismans was a condition for him to enter Heaven Forsaken. He had to quickly draw the fireball talismans. He didn't want to be unable to enter Heaven Forsaken when he could clearly refine high-grade fireball talismans. Wouldn't that be a matter of eternal regret? Just like before, Xiaohua prepared the talisman ink and talisman paper. Because he knew that he wasn't confident, Xiaohua specially took out the talisman paper he exchanged from E.G. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment, still silently reciting the runes of the fireball talisman in his heart. Then he used his hand to grab the talisman brush, dipped it in talisman ink and smoothly drew on the talisman paper. Chapter 1322. I'm afraid this is the 20th talisman paper? Xiaohua's expression was somewhat gloomy as he looked at the talisman paper. The thickness of the talisman paper was uneven, and the talisman characters were somewhat deformed. Xiaohua was incomparably familiar with the talisman characters of the fireball talisman in his mind. He could draw it casually with his hand, but after using the talisman brush, it wasn't that he couldn't control his magic power, but the strength of the brush was different. No matter how he held the light talisman brush, it was simply like a colossal object that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. He didn't know how to draw it again. Ba Xiaohua pondered. The talisman paper caught fire with a ping sound. Xiaohua fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva, threw the talisman brush on the ground, clapped his hand and took out a high-grade talisman paper. Then he dipped his hand in talisman ink and flicked his fingers. In a short moment, the talisman characters of the fireball talisman took shape. Immediately after, a strange spell was cast. Huff, after casting the last spell and seeing that the fireball talisman was completed, Xiaohua let out a long breath. It could be considered that he spat out the gloominess of failing to refine the fireball talisman 20 times with the talisman brush. It's really strange. This talisman paper was refined quite smoothly with the fingers. Why do others have to use a talisman brush to refine it? Oh, it should be drawn. How can a talisman brush be used to refine it? Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. No wonder Senior Ma said that this talisman crafting method is very difficult. It can only be successfully refined many times. I only wasted 20 talisman papers. It's not much. Xiaohua looked at the talisman brush on the ground and was too lazy to refine it again. To tell the truth, if anyone could refine a high-grade yellow talisman, who would rack their brains and painstakingly struggle to draw a low-grade yellow talisman? There's nothing I can do, nothing I can do. Xiaohua muttered and took out the small booklet with the incomplete confinement talisman. This was the happiest thing for him today. Of course he had to leave it for last to enjoy. Xiaohua took out the booklet. This booklet was much thicker than the small booklet for the fireball talisman. There were also many more talisman characters inside. The annotations, explanations, and so on were all complete. Unfortunately, at the end of the booklet there were a few pages missing and it seemed very incomplete. Of course, this kind of imperfection was only for others. Xiaohua didn't think so. He first roughly looked at it. Although Xiaohua had never seen the runes of this confinement talisman before, it looked really complicated. It was more than a level more troublesome than the fireball talisman's runes. However, it was one thing for Xiaohua to look at it, but moving it with his fingers was another thing. Xiaohua read the runes of the imprisonment talisman several times, then closed the booklet and memorized the runes in his heart. While memorizing the runes, his fingers couldn't help but move. Not only one hand but the other hand also moved. An extremely nimble feeling came from his fingertips. The magic power in his body was also extremely free and easy as it flowed to his fingertips along with the hand seals. Xiaohua almost had a feeling that if it wasn't for the lack of a certain opportunity, he could almost directly inscribe the runes in this technique onto the talisman paper. Could it be that this young master is really a talisman crafting genius? Xiaohua was all smiles and his little tail was already curled up. He dipped his finger into the ink and his 5 fingers started to draw runes in the air. However, things were not as Xiaohua had imagined. The runes of this confinement talisman were rather complicated. After using the ink because he had to control his spiritual power and drive the ink to wrap spiritual power, it was not as easy as just waving his fingers. Before he could finish drawing all the runes, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth wrapped in the ink had already dissipated, and the ink scattered all over the ground. And what's going on? Xiaohua listened and his eyes stared blankly at the dissipating spiritual power. He was somewhat depressed. Could it be that without the method of inscribing the runes, this confinement talisman really can't be refined? Thinking about it, the method of inscribing the confinement talisman was combined with the previous method of inscribing the runes. It was something that countless ancestors of the Dawn Rain continent had practiced and created. Xiaohua erased the method of inscribing the confinement talisman as soon as he came up and wanted to successfully refine it. Opening up a new path, how? Could it be simple and easy? Xiaohua thought for a moment and tried a few more times. The result was the same. He couldn't finish inscribing the runes every time. Soon after, Xiaohua tried using his other hand and the result was the same. Alas, Xiaohua shook his hand and the ink was thrown away. He said self-deprecatingly, "It seems that this young master was too arrogant." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the ground and energetically patted his storage pouch. He took out the talisman paper, ink and booklet containing the confinement talisman. He was still muttering, "Damn it, why am I so stupid? Why can't I do this? Why didn't I think of it before?" Xiaohua carefully looked at the runes of the confinement talisman a few more times. He was still muttering but no words could be heard. The fingers of his two hands were still nimble. What was different from before was that the hand seals of Xiaohua's two hands were different. Soon after, when Xiaohua felt that he was already proficient, he waved his hands and dipped them in ink. His 10 fingers flicked together and he actually used both hands to execute the same hand seal. The first round of the hand seal wasn't very smooth, and there were many places where Xiaohua's mind couldn't keep up. But strangely, Xiaohua's hands were extremely fluent in making up for these flawed places. There was no need for Xiaohua's mind to cooperate. When Xiaohua finished inscribing, the ink that wrapped the spiritual power didn't dissipate, but because the runes were drawn with both hands at the same time, it seemed slightly unbalanced. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't use the final spell and allowed the rune to gradually disappear. Looking at the time when the runes began to disappear, it was actually a long time later. Oh, so it's like this. Once the runes of the confinement talisman are completely drawn, the spiritual power of heaven and earth can flow between the runes without leaking, and the runes can also be preserved for a long time. If the runes aren't completely drawn, the spiritual power of heaven and earth may flow into the air. The so-called method of writing runes must be a method to control the spiritual power of heaven and earth and not let it dissipate easily in the air. Immediately, Xiaohua tried a dozen more times. Every time he didn't use the final technique. He only drew the rune of the imprisonment talisman in the air. As the rune became more complete, the time the rune stayed in the air became longer and longer. Actually, if I can stop this rune, I don't need to draw it on the talisman paper. Can also turn into a yellow talisman. The idea was very easy, but it was extremely difficult to do. Xiaohua didn't know what to use to replace the talisman paper and the ink. When the last confinement talisman stopped in the air, Xiaohua's hand seals changed, and the runes gradually flashed, absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Along with the hand seal in Xiaohua's hand, a cheat sound was heard, and the runes entered a high-grade talisman paper. With a flash of brilliance, a confinement talisman was successfully refined by Xiaohua without any mishap. Like I said, I am a genius at refining yellow talismans. Xiaohua's eyes were so mesmerized that they became slits. He very lovingly picked up the extremely exquisite confinement talisman. The confinement talisman was earth yellow in color, and the talisman characters on it were densely packed like a fine spider web. These fine talisman characters seemed to be floating on top of the talisman paper. With a slight movement of his fingers, the earth yellow brilliance faintly flowed like mercury. Just this appearance alone was several grades higher than the fireball talisman. It was truly worthy of being called a high-level yellow talisman. I don't know what grade this confinement talisman is. No matter what, it should be a middle-grade talisman. Xiaohua thought in his heart, and he checked the spiritual power in his body. The check wasn't very tight and his spiritual power increased a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was still a bit more than refining the fireball talisman. It seemed that refining confinement talismans was also a good way to cultivate. Thinking that the agreed time with Ling Zhongyu was 3 days later, Xiaohua didn't want to go to EG anymore. He hid in the inn and alternately refined the Fireball Talisman and Confinement Talisman. At the same time, he also comprehended the Tao of Heaven and cultivated Shang Huaming's second level of Qi refining cultivation technique. 3 days passed extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time. Xiaohua very reluctantly came out from the inn. If it wasn't for the inn's daily payment of 20 low-grade spirit stones, if it wasn't for Xiaohua didn't have any cultivation techniques above the second level of Qi refining to cultivate, if it wasn't for the limited spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the inn, if it wasn't for Xiaohua's 3 days of cultivation were only equivalent to a day for others, Xiaohua really wanted to continue cultivating in such a leisurely manner. However, in these 3 days Xiaohua's harvest was also huge. In addition to the increase in his spiritual power and the advancement of his cultivation, the talisman ink and talisman paper exchanged from EG were all refined into Fireball Talismans and Confinement Talismans. The only thing that made Xiaohua feel regretful was that the Fireball Talisman he refined with the talisman pen still didn't succeed. After leaving the inn, Xiaohua pinched the message talisman in his storage bag and felt a little bewildered. It's already been a few days, but I still haven't seen Senior Ma's message. Should I send a message talisman to ask? But what if he wants me to test it? I also can't draw a Fireball Talisman. It's better not to send a message first. Wait until I get the spirit grass seeds and let the puppet sow them in the space first. I should draw a Fireball Talisman first. The cultivation technique. That's the most important thing. Xiaohua thought and arrived outside EG. He found a remote place and put on the so-called camouflage cloak before entering EG. Today's EG was just as lively as a few days ago, but the people were different. And as for how many cultivators there were compared to a few days ago, only the heavens knew. At the very least, Xiaohua, who was wearing the camouflage cloak, was the same. Cough cough, there was also that young cultivator who was selling Taoist robes the moment he entered EG. Everyone come and take a look. This is a top-notch Taoist robe. Aside from having no defense, it has all the functions of removing dust, removing odors, and so on. It's much cheaper than the Taoist robes that fellow Taoist usually uses. And fellow Taoist, don't look at how your Taoist robe is of the highest quality. However, fellow Taoist should always wear something else. Who knows when it might be of use? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth slightly rose. Chapter 1323. Seeing that there weren't many people in front of his stall, Xiaohua cupped his hands and smiled. Fellow Taoist Fu. Seeing this, the young cultivator smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, you really have good eyesight. Hey, fellow Taoist's bewilderment looks quite familiar. I exchanged Fireball Talismans for this 3 days ago. Does fellow Taoist Fu still remember? Haha, of course I do. The cultivator laughed. Fellow Taoist Zhao's Fireball Talismans are really good. I have already exchanged them for many good things. This is all thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hands and said that he didn't dare. Right, fellow Taoist Xiao. Do you still have Fireball Talismans today? The cultivator became interested. Looking at his stall, he smiled and said, How about you give me some Taoist robes? I'll give you a discount. Xiaohua didn't want these. He waved his hands and said with a smile, I don't have any more Fireball Talismans on me. I just came here to look around. I don't plan to buy anything. So it's like this. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can look around first. The young cultivator's expression changed slightly. He was about to greet others when Xiaohua immediately called out, Right, fellow Taoist Fu, I heard fellow Taoist mention a few days ago that you're also a loose cultivator? I wasn't a loose cultivator before. It's just that I encountered some things later on and had no choice but to become a loose cultivator. Fortunately, I have some skills and can make some very basic magic tools. I can barely take care of my own cultivation. It seemed that he didn't want to say more. Magic tools? These are all magic tools? Xiaohua looked at the Taoist robes in his hands and asked curiously. Seeing that there were no cultivators nearby, Xiao Yan turned his head and said, These Taoist robes and the bewilderment on your body can all be considered magic tools. It's just that they're extremely crude. Chiqiao sect focuses on refining magic tools. Sect Master Taoist Lu Hong is a famous master refiner in my country of Xi. Fellow Taoist Fu's refining skills. Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong halfway through his words and immediately stopped. At the same time, another female cultivator in front of him was attracted by the exquisite Taoist robes. Zhao Yan eloquently introduced them. Xiao Hua took a look, shook his head slightly and turned around to look for Ling Zhongyu. Ling Zhongyu's spiritual grass sect stall was still there. Ling Zhongyu was still the same, reading the grass codex with relish. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Taoist Ling. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Ling Zhongyu didn't even raise his head and said, these spiritual plants cost 1 low-grade spirit stone each. Fellow Taoist, you can put down the spirit stone and take the spiritual plant that you like. His tone and words were exactly the same as 3 days ago. Presumably, he had to say these words every day. Hee fellow Taoist Ling, have you brought I's spirit grass seeds? Xiao Hua asked in a slightly louder voice. Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't come. When Ling Zhongyu heard that, he hurriedly put down the book and removed the storage bag from his waist. He said, if you don't come, I will be in trouble. Xiao Hua asked curiously, didn't fellow Taoist Ling say 3 days later? Isn't today the 4th day? Could it be that I remembered wrongly? Oh right. You really remembered wrongly. When I said 3 days later, it was the 3rd day, which was yesterday. When I returned to the mountain yesterday, I was scolded by Master. He said that I didn't take your deposit. If you really didn't sell it, Master and I would have worked for nothing. I'm sorry. Xiao Hua smiled and hurriedly took out the promised spirit stones. He said, since that's the case, fellow Taoist Ling, please accept the spirit stones first. I will look at the seeds. It's okay. This storage bag contains the seeds that fellow Taoist Xiao wants. I took out almost all the spiritual plant seeds in the spiritual grass sect. I picked 10 seeds of each spiritual plant. Oh right, there are also some shriveled seeds in the storage bag. There are also some seeds that I don't know the names of and can't be planted. I'll give them all to fellow Taoist Xiao. As Ling Zhongyu spoke, he took the spirit stones and put them into another storage bag. Then he handed the storage bag in his hand to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened the storage bag and looked inside. There were indeed many seeds in the storage bag, far exceeding his expectations. He smiled and put the seeds into his storage bag. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Ling. It's okay. Fellow Taoist Xiao comes across any rare spiritual plants in the future, you can bring them to I. The spiritual grass sect is also willing to buy such spiritual plants. Ling Zhongyu waved his hand and took the storage bag with a smile. Ah, of course. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bid farewell. After leaving the spiritual grass sect's stall, Xiao Hua found a place with fewer people and put the storage bag into the maze. With a stroke of his hand, all the spiritual plant seeds were put into the space. Xiao Hua was still quite anxious. 1 day in the space was equivalent to 2 years in the outside world. Moreover, while he was refining the yellow talismans and cultivating in the inn, Xiao Hua had already ordered the puppets in the space to cultivate the spiritual plants. Now that he had the seeds in hand, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't waste any time. After putting the seeds into the space, he ordered the puppets to start planting. Xiao Hua paid attention to the things in the space as he casually walked forward. After walking for about the time it took to eat a meal, he came to a place where there weren't many people. Looking around, Xiao Hua was quite puzzled. This place wasn't small, but there were only a few stalls. The number of people who came here could be counted. It was far from the bustling scene he saw earlier. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that the items in the stalls were all black and yellow. There were all kinds of shapes and sizes. Moreover, he couldn't tell what they were used for. Looking at the few cultivators in front of the stalls, Xiao Hua could see that all of them had cultivations above the 10th level of foundation establishment. There were even 2 that Xiao Hua couldn't see through. If they weren't foundation establishment cultivators, then they were golden core cultivators. Xiao Hua didn't dare to go forward. After hesitating for a moment, he was about to retreat. At this time he came face to face with a dark and thin man. That man looked a little anxious and walked in a hurry. Moreover, Xiaohua couldn't see the man's cultivation. Seeing that the man was coming face to face, Xiaohua was so frightened that he quickly retreated to the side and made way. That man walked past Xiaohua without even looking at Xiaohua and went straight to an empty stall. With a clap of his hand, dozens of similar black items were placed on the stall. Then, without waiting for the cultivator to sit down, a water-blue brilliance flashed above the stall. A distorted figure appeared in the air. Xiaohua could see clearly that it was a Jinghua City disciple around the 9th level of Qi refinement. "Senior, please pay the admission spirit stones." The disciple very politely cupped his hands and said to the cultivator. The cultivator said in a bad mood, "Didn't you see that I just came? I haven't exchanged anything yet. How can I pay you spirit stones?" He, senior must be joking. "As long as you place something in EG and want to exchange, my Jinghua City will charge 10 low-grade spirit stones for admission. These 10 low-grade spirit stones won't be in senior's eyes, right?" The Jinghua City disciple said. "Of course I won't be in senior's eyes. But I haven't started the exchange yet. How can I pay spirit stones? If I don't exchange anything after paying spirit stones, wouldn't I have paid 10 low-grade spirit stones for nothing?" The dark and thin cultivator's anxious expression slowly faded and he began to argue with the Jinghua City disciple. "I'll let senior know. My Jinghua City opened the e-market and e-bazaar for the convenience of fellow cultivators so that they can have a place to trade without worry. 10 low-grade spirit stones for the e-market and 1 mid-grade spirit stone for the e-market are both very cheap. Just based on the fact that my Jinghua City disciples can protect the entire e-market and e-market without any accidents, it is worth it. It's not senior's first time here, so why are you making things difficult for this junior?" I was originally going to participate in the EG Bazaar in 10 days, but there are some urgent matters in the sect and I can't make it back in 10 days. Don't you think I's depressed? I would rather pay you 1 spirit stone." "I wouldn't dare. Today is EG. Senior only needs to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones." The Jinghua City disciple was clearly well-trained and his words were watertight. "You can go now. Don't delay I's exchange." With that, the cultivator took out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and threw them over. The Jinghua City disciple took the spirit stones and immediately disappeared in a flash. As soon as the figure of the Jinghua City disciple disappeared, the dark and thin cultivator waved his hand, and a dozen large words appeared in front of the stall. Xiaohua then heard the cultivator shout, "Fellow Taoists, this poor Taoist has some rarely seen demonic tools. Originally I was going to bring them to the market in 10 days, but today I really had no choice but to take them out. If anyone has good eyesight, come and take a look." This poor Taoist's demonic tools cost 1 top-grade spirit stone each. Ah? Demonic weapons? Top-grade spirit stones? Hearing the dark and thin cultivator's words, Xiaohua was very surprised and thought he had misheard. However, when he saw the large words in front of the cultivator, he knew that he hadn't misheard. When the cultivators at the side heard this, they all gathered around and each took what they wanted and carefully looked at it. The few Foundation Establishment cultivators even released their divine senses and scanned it over and over again. "Cough cough, fellow cultivators, this is a demonic weapon. Magic power can't be activated and divine senses can't penetrate it. Why are you using your divine senses?" Seeing everyone choose as if they were choosing magic weapons, the dark and thin cultivator couldn't help but frown. He knew that he had come in a hurry today and wouldn't meet any discerning cultivators. Sure enough, those people looked at the demonic artifacts in their hands and coldly glanced at the dark and thin cultivator. Then they threw away the things in their hands and turned to leave. A few of them walked out of this area and a few of them went to other stalls. Xiaohua didn't dare to go forward and only looked at the demonic weapons on the stall with interest. He often heard Zhang Qingxiao talk about the great war between immortals and demons, but he had never seen any demonic weapons. How could he not be curious when he saw one now? However, the demonic weapons on the cultivator's stall were all black and he couldn't see their quality. If the cultivator didn't say it, Xiaohua would never know that these unremarkable things were demonic weapons. Chapter 1324. That's right, this demonic tool, where did it come from? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and said to himself, demonic tools are used by the people of the devil realm. Divine sense and magic power can't be used. What do cultivators like us need them for? Oh, maybe this area is dedicated to selling demonic tools. No wonder there aren't many cultivators here. Xiaohua already understood the reason for the lack of people, so he turned around to leave. This so-called demonic tool was a bit far away from him, so he didn't need to waste time here. However, the instant Xiaohua turned around, a powerful divine sense swept over him and scanned him from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and almost stopped. However, he also knew that this was only divine sense and not coercion. A small second-layer qi refining cultivator like him shouldn't have been able to sense it. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed the throbbing in his heart and still turned around, preparing to leave. Little doll, come over here. A voice sounded as if it was speaking in his ear. Xiaohua was stunned. That voice belonged to the dark and thin cultivator from a moment ago. Why is he looking for me? Xiaohua was baffled and could only stop. Soon after, he looked left and right in bewilderment. Then he pointed at his nose and asked, Is this senior calling this junior? Is he's calling you? Apart from you, who else would call you a little doll? The dark and thin cultivator had an impatient expression. He stretched out his right hand and beckoned with his index finger. He called out, quickly come over, this old man has something to tell you. Yes, this junior will go over right away. Xiaohua replied. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and hurriedly ran in front of that person's stall. He bowed and said, Senior, I wonder why you called this junior over. First, take off this thing of yours. The dark and thin cultivator coldly said, What's the use of wearing this thing? This old man can see your true appearance with a single glance. You're just a small second-layer qi refining little doll. What is there that you don't dare to reveal? Xiaohua was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he obediently took off the camouflage mask and revealed his true appearance. Sai, it's just an ordinary face, what are you afraid of? If you really want to cover your face, then go to the 7 Possibilities sex shop and buy a real masking mask. That thing is useless. The dark cultivator nodded. Senior, please understand. Junior is a rogue cultivator. I'm afraid that if I do something inappropriate and fall into the eyes of others, I'll attract trouble. That's why I thought of this Mi Yong. However, Junior really can't afford the Mi Yong of Qiqiao sect. Xiaohua honestly replied. Nonsense, of course I know you're a loose cultivator. You're already so old, but you're still in the second layer of qi refining. If you're not a loose cultivator, then what are you? I'm in a great mood today and I like you, so I'll give you a chance. If you can help me with something, I'll tell you my name. In the future you can use my name to do something. Of course, if your enemy catches you and wants to take your life, you can use my name and maybe they'll let you live. Alright, this time. What do you think? Hearing the dark cultivator's words, Xiaohua knew this matter wouldn't be easy. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Senior, please tell me. I'll see if I can help. Whether I can help or not, I can't say. It depends on whether you're willing to help or not. The old man glanced at Xiaohua. Senior, please speak your mind. Good, it's actually very simple. I have many demonic tools in my stall, you only need to buy one. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned and stammered, Senior, you're not mistaken, right? Junior. Just reached the second layer of qi refining and I'm a loose cultivator. Why would I want a demonic tool? A demonic tool isn't a magic tool. It doesn't require spiritual sense or magic power. It doesn't matter if you're in the second layer of qi refining or middle foundation establishment, you can use it. I only let you pick because I like you. The old man's expression changed. But, won't you consider other people? Xiaohua turned his head and wanted to point at other people, but just as he raised his head he was stunned. Just now there were still several people strolling around this area, but now there was no trace of them. Not even a single hair could be seen. There were only several cultivators with their eyes closed, sitting upright behind their respective stalls. It was unknown whether they were adjusting their breathing or recuperating. Xiaohua was speechless. Who told him to be a second-layer qi refining cultivator? He couldn't outrun them even if he ran. But Senior, it's not that I'm being rude. Even if I wanted to buy your demonic tool, I'm just a loose cultivator. How could I take out a supreme-grade spirit stone? To tell the truth, I haven't seen what a supreme-grade spirit stone looks like. Xiaohua said self-mockingly. You want to see a supreme-grade spirit stone, but supreme-grade spirit stone doesn't want you. The dark and thin old man mocked. I know you don't have a supreme-grade spirit stone, but since you took out 7 or 800 high-grade spirit stones, I'll let you pick one at will. 7 or 800 high-grade spirit stones? Xiaohua said in shock. Isn't that 7 or 8 supreme-grade spirit stones? How is it cheap? You ignorant thing. The dark and thin cultivator cursed. 8,000 high-grade spirit stones is only 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. I'm really too lazy to talk to you. Quick, take out all the things in your storage bag. I'll let you pick a demonic tool. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned green. His storage bag contained a lot of spiritual herbs, fireball talismans, forbidden talismans, and some talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes used to refine yellow talismans. He originally wanted to come to EG to exchange for some good things, but now he regretted it. Why did he put these things in his storage bag? The most important thing was that he did a little calculation. All these things added up were not worth a supreme-grade spirit stone. And even 7 or 800 high-grade spirit stones were not enough. If he took them all out, wouldn't they all be taken away by this dark and thin old man? And what was left for him was nothing more than a demonic tool that was neither good for eating nor drinking, and even more useless. Senior. This junior. Indeed has no use for this demonic tool. Xiaohua's body shrank back. Moreover, the spirit stones in this junior's storage bag will be used for other purposes. Senior, you can't force me to buy or sell, right? Xiaohua was almost about to cry. He spoke very pitifully. Unfortunately, that dark and thin cultivator was not a person who cherished flowers and cherished the fairer sex. Hearing Xiaohua's words, his face turned cold and he said with a smile. Hehe, of course, how could this old man dare to force you to buy or sell in this Jingbua city? Even if EG's guards didn't say anything, that city lord Lu wouldn't let this old man off. This old man naturally wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. Xiaohua's face eased slightly, but thinking about the conversation between this dark and thin cultivator and the Jingbua city disciple just now, Xiaohua's heart unconsciously thumped, and he secretly said, it seems, he's not that easy to talk to, right? Sure enough, that old man said unhurriedly, in any case, this old man remembers your face. Unless you live in Jingbua city for the rest of your life and don't take a step out of Jingbua city, otherwise. The old man didn't continue speaking. He merely lowered his head and fiddled with the pitch-black demonic tool on the stall, ignoring Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's face turned pale. This was an undisguised threat, but what could Xiaohua do? His bewilderment couldn't block the other's divine sense. His true appearance had been seen long ago. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way to escape. But the problem is, of all the people you could pick, you just had to pick me? Xiaohua was extremely indignant. After pondering for a while and seeing that no one else had come, Xiaohua murmured, that, Senior, can you leave this junior some spirit stones? Otherwise, this junior won't have a place to stay at night. Bah, this old man's name isn't limited to just supreme-grade spirit stones. You bought a demonic tool that's rarely seen in the Daybreak Continent's cultivation world and even paid with your life. What's there to be dissatisfied about? You still want this old man to make concessions? Not a chance. The old man said resolutely and decisively. Then he looked at Xiaohua's waist and hooked his index finger. Still not going to hurry up and give it to this old man? Xiaohua used his teeth to bite his lip. He was truly hesitant and unwilling to part with it. However, looking at the old man's cold gaze, he still endured it. He reached out and was just about to take something out of his storage pouch when he heard the old man coldly say, This old man wants you to give me the entire storage pouch. Don't worry, this old man will only take the things worth 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. I won't touch anything else. Senior, you just said. Xiaohua wanted to argue that it was 7 or 800 high-grade spirit stones. But just as he said it, he didn't know if it was the old man's gaze or if it was because he felt it was boring. He shut his mouth, took off his storage pouch from his waist and handed it over. TSK, look at your broken storage pouch. This old man has never seen such a broken and cramped space. No wonder you were embarrassed to take it out. What kind of broken things are these? The dark and thin old man took Xiaohua's storage pouch and opened it to take a look. He casually took out a few fireball talismans and imprisonment talismans. With a very disdainful expression he threw them back in. There are actually a few 200-year-old spirit herbs? This is beyond this old man's expectations. Then the old man took out a few ordinary spirit herbs and casually looked at them. He smiled and said, "All right, little doll, you take a pile of broken yellow talismans and these spirit herbs. And there are also a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones to exchange for a demonic tool with this old man." This old man pitied you and reluctantly agreed. "You can choose one." As he spoke he took all the things in Xiaohua's storage pouch and put them into his own storage pouch. Then he returned the empty storage pouch to Xiaohua. Looking at the storage pouch that didn't even have a low-grade talisman pen, Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. However, he had already taken out everything. He couldn't just let it go to waste. Xiaohua could only look at the old man's stall with an ashen face. On the stall, the dozen or so demonic tools were very strange and their shapes were also strange. Xiaohua simply didn't know which one was which. After looking for a moment, the old man became impatient and urged, "Little doll, quickly choose one. This old man still has things to do." Yes, Xiaohua looked at it again and his gaze fell on a broken spear tip. Chapter 1325. This magic tool was pitch black and very similar to the usual spear tip. However, there was a clear crack at the back of the spear tip, as if it was split from the head of a spear. The reason why Xiaohua's gaze fell on this spear tip was purely because he couldn't see the shape of other magic tools, but this spear tip looked somewhat familiar. When the dark skinny old man saw Xiaohua's gaze fall on the spear tip, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear tip. His hand paused for a moment and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then he raised his arm and handed the spear tip to Xiaohua and said, "Little kid, did you think of this?" Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the spear tip in front of him. It was only shining with a dark light and there was nothing special about it. If the old man didn't say that it was a magic tool he wouldn't have been able to see it. Xiaohua swept a glance at the spear tip. He was somewhat unwilling and wanted to look at other places. "Enough, little guy, take this thing. You want to trade this old man's magic tool with your little things. I don't know if you have accumulated good karma in your previous life, but you shouldn't be discontent." The old man coldly threw the spear point towards Xiaohua's hand. Then with a wave of his hand all the magic tools in the booth were collected by him. His movements were very fast and after a flash all the items were collected by him. Xiaohua was in a hurry to catch the spear point, so he didn't pay attention to where the old man collected the magic tools. Xiaohua's hand just touched the spear tip when a cold feeling passed from the spear tip to his hand and then up his arm. Almost at the same time his heart also felt cold. What's going on?" Xiaohua was greatly alarmed in his heart. However, just as this astonished thought arose in his mind, the weight of the spear tip suddenly dropped down, causing Xiaohua's hand to loosen. The heavy spear tip actually caused Xiaohua to be caught off guard, causing him to drop it to the ground. The dark skinny old man saw this and laughed loudly. His figure flashed across the sky and flew away at a low altitude. Then a low voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. "Little kid, this old man is Mingtue Mountain's Shi Wuming. You can borrow this name once this old man acknowledges it." Shi Wuming of Mingtue Mountain? Xiaohua was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. When he raised his head to look again, Shi Wuming was nowhere to be seen. There were still a few stall owners at the side. They lowered their heads and cultivated with their eyes closed. No one paid any attention to him. "I'm so unlucky." Xiaohua sighed and squatted down. He reached out his hand to pick up the spear tip that had fallen to the ground. After all, he had exchanged everything for this spear tip. Even if it was trash, he still had to keep it. The spear tip is so heavy? Xiaohua squatted down and saw clearly that the ground of EG was originally paved with huge bluestone. When the spear tip fell to the ground, it actually smashed the entire bluestone. Of course, the ground of EG had a restriction array. The bluestone on the ground was not really smashed, but the restriction array on the bluestone was broken. When Xiaohua squatted down, the cracked restriction array had already begun to gradually recover. Are you kidding me? Xiaohua stared dumbfoundedly at the broken restriction array on the ground. How familiar was this situation to him? Wasn't this the result of him using force to break the restriction array? All of a sudden Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with fervor. Had a new idea. The sorrow of having been robbed clean of everything had long since been tossed to the highest heavens. His heart was once again filled with joy, disbelief and shock. Xiaohua did not immediately pick up the spear tip. Or use his name to do something that doesn't require him to take responsibility. If he was really sincere, he should have at least given me a token or something. Sigh. Xiaohua did not think about it. No matter what method Shi Wuming used to give him the promise, at least he bought a magic tool that was worth a piece of top-grade spirit stone. Xiaohua only spent less than a piece of top-grade spirit stone to get the magic tool. He even spared his promise. What a good deal. It was too late to be secretly happy. At this time the restriction below Xiaohua's feet was still slowly recovering. Xiaohua also lost interest in staying here any longer and hurriedly left this place, afraid that he would be stopped by some eccentric senior again. Fortunately, after he put on the concealment mask and left this area, no one stopped him. Although Xiaohua had lost interest in going inside the EG, his talisman brushes and ink had all been taken away by Shi Wuming. He could only look for another stall to replenish his talisman crafting materials. After searching for a while, he found that this stall seemed to sell yellow talismans. There were not many talisman crafting materials. Just as he was about to turn around and look for his original spot, Xiaohua's gaze fell on a rather large stall. This stall was surrounded by many cultivators. From time to time, some cultivators would take out spirit stones or other items to exchange with the stall owner. The stall owner was not alone but a man and a woman. The two of them looked very similar and should be brother and sister. On this stall there were yellow talismans and medicinal pills. These were all things that Xiaohua urgently needed. Walking to the front of the stall, Xiaohua observed. There were not many types of medicinal pills. There were Jiu pill, Emoji pill, smoke feather pill and so on. They were medicinal pills that could increase magic power, but their effects were slightly inferior to the Peiyuan pill. As for those yellow talismans, they were all Dan guiding talismans, Dan controlling talismans, Dan condensing talismans, Dan collecting talismans, Dan guiding talismans, Dan igniting talismans, 3 Yang talismans and so on. There were even saltpeter, fire gourd and other items placed on the side, which were essential for refining medicinal pills. Xiaohua stood still for a moment. He looked at the items that the other cultivators were exchanging and the spirit stones they were taking out. He had a rough idea in his heart. At this time there was a gap. The female cultivator smiled like a flower and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist, the medicinal pills that my Imperial Pill School concocts are well known. May I know what kind of pills fellow Taoist wants?" Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, the prices of these medicinal pills are rather expensive. I also know a little about the art of pill concoction. I only want to buy some necessary yellow talismans, saltpeter and other items from your school." Fellow Taoist's words are different. The medicinal pills of my humble school are all genuine goods. Moreover, they were all concocted by the elders of my school. Of course, they need the corresponding spirit stones. If fellow Taoist concocts them yourself, it will take a lot of effort and the quality of the medicinal pills won't be good. It would be better to just buy the medicinal pills directly. The female cultivator was not angry and only said softly, It's better to teach a man how to fish than to teach him how to fish. Fortunately, it's good to be self-reliant." Xiaohua said, "It's fine. I will prepare a set of yellow talismans and saltpeter for fellow Taoist. I just don't know if fellow Taoist will use spirit stones or items to exchange for them." As the female cultivator said this, she walked to the side and began to pick up the yellow talismans used for pill concoction. "I don't have any spirit stones on me, only some spiritual herbs." Since that's the case, I can only give my last spiritual herb to fellow Taoist." As Xiaohua said that, he took out another spiritual herb and handed it over. Chapter 1326. And with this spiritual herb, although it's still not enough, it's not far from it. The female cultivator was very straightforward. She took the spiritual herb and without saying anything else she took out a variety of medicinal pills, put them into a jade bottle and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He reached out to take it and after thanking her he hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Fellow Taoist, I want to ask, does your sect have pill recipes to exchange?" Pill recipes? The female cultivator was stunned and her face immediately froze. She said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, are you joking with me? Pill recipes are the same as cultivation techniques. Every sect treasures them, so who would exchange them for no reason? Since fellow Taoist is also exchanging for pill refinement, could it be that fellow Taoist also wants to exchange pill recipes? If fellow Taoist has such intentions, please take them out. My Imperial Pill School will accept them all. Moreover, will accept them at all costs." Xiaohua blushed. Fortunately, he was wearing a camouflage cloak, so he wasn't afraid of being seen by others. He turned around and left the stall. The female cultivator didn't pay attention to him. She only thought that Xiaohua was teasing her, so she turned around and greeted the others. "Sai, not only are cultivation techniques hard to find, pill recipes are also hard to find. Although Sect Master has refined the Peiyuan pill before, I only watched from the side and didn't know the details. Even if I had spiritual herbs, I wouldn't have been able to refine it." Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. Being a loose cultivator is indeed very difficult. Fortunately, I've already found a way to cultivate quickly. Coupled with the fact that I can refine yellow talismans, although I'm much slower than ordinary people, at least other people can run while I walk. It's much better than crawling like a snail. Xiaohua comforted himself as he thought. His eyes also looked around. He didn't give up on his evil intentions, hoping for some kind of miracle. Unfortunately, even when the stall was about to end, he still didn't see any words related to pill recipes. "Forget it, I'd better exchange for some talisman crafting materials. When I return to the inn later, I still have to craft talismans and cultivate." Xiaohua extinguished his thoughts. He casually stopped at a stall and picked out talisman brushes, talisman ink and talisman paper. Xiaohua was a bit conflicted. "What do you think? They don't want spiritual herbs, they only want spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, you can take I's spiritual grasses and exchange them with other stalls. Why do you want spirit stones?" Xiaohua was very puzzled. "Fellow Taoist, I'll be returning to the mountain tomorrow to pack up a few things and wait for the trade fair in 10 days. My sect isn't good at concocting pills, so I want fellow Taoist's spiritual plants to trade for items. Rather than using spiritual plants to trade for items, it would be better to directly use spirit stones. Could it be that fellow Taoist didn't see this?" With that he pointed. When Xiaohua looked, he saw that it was written very clearly, "Spirit stones only." "All right." Xiaohua looked at the sky and remembered that there was still a mid-grade spirit stone on the body of the puppet in his space. He had no choice but to conceal it and take out the spirit stone from his space. Looking at the spirit stones Xiaohua handed over, that cultivator shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, these spirit stones, have you used them before?" "Yes." Xiaohua didn't deny it and calmly asked, "Fellow Taoist, won't you accept these spirit stones?" It's not that I won't accept them, but fellow Taoist should also know that the spiritual energy of the world inside a used spirit stone has already been reduced. It can't be used as a complete spirit stone for exchange. Xiaohua naturally didn't know about this, but he also didn't say anything. He only smiled and said, "Then fellow Taoist can just follow the rules." And although fellow Taoist has used these spirit stones before, the quality is still good. They should be able to be exchanged for 80 low-grade spirit stones. If fellow Taoist feels that it's appropriate, I can deduct the spirit stones used to craft these talismans and exchange the remaining spirit stones for fellow Taoist. After waiting for Xiaohua to nod, that cultivator took out 10 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua sweated profusely. Fortunately, he only chose a broken talisman brush. Most of the materials were talisman paper and talisman ink. This incomplete mid-grade spirit stone could still be used. Xiaohua received the spirit stones and hurriedly returned to the inn. At this moment he didn't have any spirit stones in his storage pouch. and the inn didn't allow people to owe money. Tomorrow Xiaohua had to bring back some mid-grade spirit stones to continue the account. Although there were spiritual plants in the space, wouldn't it take a lot of time to obtain them? If he exchanged them, then there would be one less. It was far cheaper to refine yellow talismans, a method that could be used to cultivate in exchange for spirit stones. After entering the inn's room, Xiaohua opened the restriction. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he began to refine yellow talismans. First he made several fireball talismans, then several confinement talismans. When Xiaohua once again dipped his 10 fingers in talisman ink and prepared to refine the fireball talismans, his heart suddenly stirred. He inwardly said, "The talismans used to refine the fireball talismans are simple. The amount of magic power used is also small, but the amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth wrapped in it is also small." When refining the confinement talismans, the talismans are complex, and the amount of magic power and spiritual chi of heaven and earth used is also extremely large. But why did I use the same amount of talisman ink? Could it be that when refining yellow talismans, the amount of talisman ink used can also be reduced? Other talisman masters probably wouldn't think of this kind of idea. They only thought of how to perfectly refine yellow talismans, how to use more talisman ink to draw more spiritual chi of heaven and earth into the yellow talismans. They didn't care about using more talisman ink. But our Xiaohua, he was born stingy. Moreover, he was embarrassingly short of money today, so he had no choice but to instinctively consider this kind of matter. Xiaohua was most willing to do things that were frugal. He very carefully controlled his magic power, and used the least amount of talisman ink possible to wrap the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Sure enough, it was just as Xiaohua thought. The amount of talisman ink could really be reduced. Xiaohua tried a dozen times until the amount of talisman ink he could use was just barely enough to wrap the spiritual chi of heaven and earth onto the talisman paper. Only then did he stop. When he turned back and carefully calculated, he shockingly discovered that the talisman ink that could only refine 10 fireball talismans in the past, he could actually refine 13 of them now. The amount of talisman ink he could use had increased by 30%. Moreover, when Xiaohua regulated his breathing, he discovered that his magic power had increased by a lot compared to before, and his control of magic power had become more precise. Although the increase in magic power wasn't much to Xiaohua, any increase meant that he could catch up with the cultivation speed of others a little bit. How could he not be happy? In the midst of his joy, Xiaohua suddenly thought, "E-market will be in 10 days. At that time, there will be even more people coming, and there will also be a lot of things that can be used. It seems that I have to refine more yellow talismans. Perhaps I can exchange them for a lot of spiritual stones." That's right, at that time the spiritual grass can also be exchanged for a good price. Though that won't do. On the day of E-market, there will definitely be people from the 100 Herbs Gate. If I take out the spiritual grass, it might attract the attention of the 100 Herbs Gate disciples. Although I have the mystic grass, it can't change its shape or hide its cultivation, so I will still be easily recognized by the 100 Herbs Gate. Spiritual grass, I absolutely can't reveal it. Xiaohua unconsciously came to a realization, perhaps this E-market is already not bad, so it's better not to go to E-market. Xiaohua thought for a moment, but couldn't make up his mind, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He only focused on refining confinement talismans, using all his intelligence and wisdom on the great frugal research of how to use the least amount of talisman ink to attach the most amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was said that there was no time in cultivation, and refining yellow talismans and earning spiritual stones also had no time. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua was immersed in refining yellow talismans, taking them to E-market to exchange for spiritual stones, talisman papers and other things, cultivating. He almost forgot that he still had to join Tianqi. The confinement talismans refined by Xiaohua weren't as good as the fireball talismans he refined. They could only be considered as middle-grade talismans, and there was still a certain gap between them and high-grade talismans. But even so, it still allowed him to earn several hundred middle-grade spiritual stones. After all, that was a high-grade confinement talisman, and middle-grade confinement talismans were also very popular in E-market. Even Xiaohua almost thought of setting up a stall in E-market himself. It's just that Xiaohua didn't see He Zhongyu and Ling Zhongyu for the past few days, and there was no suitable person to ask at Bazaar either. Only then did he put down his thoughts, and these two people probably left Jingbua City to prepare for City. I've stayed in Jingbua City for so many days. Why is there still no news from Tianqi? Xiaohua walked in front of Market on this day and suddenly thought, the middle-grade spiritual stone that Senior Qin gave me, I'm afraid it's already been used up? Could it be there's no chance of joining Tianqi? Thinking about it, it was also very possible. The cultivation method is gone. The pill formula is probably also gone. Xiaohua was a little disappointed, and he couldn't help but have an impulse to send out the summoning talisman, but before his hand touched his ear he stopped. Relying on others alone, this cultivation will always be dependent. Other individual cultivators can survive and improve their cultivation, why can't I? And it's that 1,000-feet-old man, right? I heard from the sect master that he could cultivate to the gold core realm, so why can't I? Now I still have a cultivation method for the second layer of the aura refining realm to use, and I still have a lot of time to find a cultivation method. I don't believe I can't walk a path to heaven on my own. Xiaohua's harvest these days filled him with confidence in cultivation, and it was also true. Xiaohua refined yellow talismans every day, comprehended the heavenly Tao and comprehended cultivation methods. His cultivation increased a little every day, and it was indeed much stronger than when he was in Shanghuaming. Moreover, from the looks of it, as long as he had a source of spiritual stones, there was nothing wrong with living in this inn for a year or so. However, the path of cultivation was very long, so how could he just stay in an inn? Forget it, I'd better earn some spiritual stones first. After all, Tianqi didn't give me a final word. Maybe they still haven't gathered enough talisman masters. Xiaohua shook his head, then strode towards Yi. As soon as he entered, a fourth-layer aura refining cultivator turned around from an extremely distant corner. He stared at Xiaohua's back for a long time before quickly chasing after him. Xiaohua had been a little careless these days. Moreover, that cultivator was really far away. Even if Xiaohua stopped to watch, he might not be able to see anything. When Xiaohua entered he was very familiar with the way. He didn't stop at the nearby stalls and directly walked into Although Xiaohua was a little relaxed outside he was still cautious inside. He tried his best not to go to any stalls that he had already been to. There were many similar stalls in so he didn't have to worry about finding a suitable stall. That you're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.